So if somebody should add more roles of space hosting to you, the same way you started with little form, and the same way your principle is, you've not really deviate, you will be able to still tame that major roles. So if they can fail in federal policing and they are behaving like this, and federal police might, also represent state police in some ways that I've analyzed, that is the same way they will fail in state policing. The governor will be like the president. The IG of police will be like the IG of the state. The same way they neglect the state apparatus or whatever, that's the same way they would neglect the local government and the community. Lagos State tried to replicate such a neighborhood watch policing and neighborhood watch system. At the time they recruit them, thousands of them, they just litter all over the street as if they want to know every crook and cranny in the community. Today, as I'm speaking now, neighborhood watch, in fact, they are all, in fact, you can't find them again, safe. It is only election you will see them when they will invoke them to go and start doing whatever they like in election. So neighborhood watch, the intention was for them to know the neighborhood. Go and call any neighborhood in Ikeja now and let him tell you how many neighborhood, who he knows in that neighborhood. They don't know. But they will claim that they are doing neighborhood watch. They have all disappeared to a large extent. That has the same replicate of state policing. So in summary, what I'm trying to say is that if the leadership cannot perform effectively from the top and cannot show discipline, state policing will also replicate same thing as time progresses. So that is my own point. So if they can correct the top, or if they can define that, okay, there is a real crack that federal policing cannot rectify at all, then I can agree that state policing will now perform better. And that is where we have a joint task force. In a local government, DPO can also have a joint task force of that community or that local government to work with them to see curb insecurity. If they are willing and able to do, they will do it. If they are not able in federal policing, there is no automatic gas energy that will pump into them in state policing that they automatically perform better. As far as Nigeria democracy and Nigeria system is still in vogue, it will not work. I yield the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, Prince, for your submission, and thank you for your kind words. So let me put it this side here, and this on a lighter note. I mean, I must thank everybody who always join the spaces, but it's very important to know that, you know, there are great people out there, other individuals who are hosting spaces, and they are doing great as well. And because everybody have a way and a pattern that they host their spaces, I just want to put it out there. So kudos to everybody who is doing things the way his or or her audience like. I think it's very important. My way is different, and as you can see, sometimes it's difficult because those people who, I mean, there are some familiar faces you don't see anymore because people felt that they should be given more room, or they should be given more time, or they should be allowed to be, they are the ones, that should be given. It just accord them some kind of, I'm trying to find a word here. So I think you understand where I'm coming from, but I don't want to digress. So it's very important for you people to understand that I see everyone as we are all Nigerians. Okay? The way I respect Mr. Prince is the way I respect Mr. Odunayo, is the way we respect Mr. Itodo, Joe, Mr. General, and every other person on this platform. My only problem is with time, and if I'm not able to see you for you to speak on the platform, does not mean I don't want you to speak. I'm using my Android and I love it. And I've been told I need to change to iPhone, right? Because people always feel, okay, he thinks he's better than others. No, I've never claimed to be better than others. I have a way that I want to carry everybody along. And sometimes it might not sit well with everybody. And people feel like we've been here with you for a long time. Why should we be given 2 minutes? We should be given 10 minutes. No, it doesn't work that way, right? So everybody is important to me, right? And for those that this like the way I do things here, I'm not perfect, and we are all trying to learn how to carry everybody along. But thank you very much. But those who hosting spaces out there, please, I want to encourage you guys, continue to thrive, continue to do what you're doing. I learn from each and every one of you guys. But let's go back to the topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Let's go back to the topic. I heard what Prince said, and he has a lot of points that he made, to counter what Mr. Itodo said. But let's quickly pass the mic to Odunayo, please, I'll come back to you. And Joe, can we kindly please allow Mr. Africa in a box to speak, because he's been here and has not contributed? Then I will come back to you guys, right?
Right. Thank you very much. Mindset.
Good morning.
Well, I won't take long though, because I just, I've been listening, and I realized that, we humans, we have tendencies to always want to make conclusion at every point in time. We can't be we can't be in a state of, neutrality. Like, okay, I don't have enough data now. I'm just gonna revisit it. So I think this, state policing and federal policing, I think we are focusing on the aftermath, right? The insecurity in Nigeria is actually deep rooted. Even if I think either of the two could work. It's not about, state will solve issues. It won't solve any issue, because all these issues are deep rooted into bad policies. They are deep rooted into poverty. They are deep rooted into inadequate sovereignty. Right. So I want us to think about that, to gather information. This is a country where we are still divided over, is do we need subsidy or not? Let them remove subsidy in all these developed countries that you like, and see how their economy will look like. Even during the pandemic in UK, they were actually looting shops. You understand? Even though they are state policing, right? So let's think about all these things. Which of these policies do would actually transform Nigeria? How can we get back our sovereignty? Right. So let's look. I would rather like us to look deep into that, and to conclude that either state policing or federal, whatever, regional policing could work. It just depends on the grounded policies, and how we can reduce the poverty in the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Africa in a box. On that note, I'll pass the mic to Odunayo, then I'll come back to Joe. Odunayo, you have the mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. Yeah. When Prince was speaking, you must understand that any system you must have, there must be a platform and there must be a framework for it, right? If you say, oh, because Mr. Mindset has a way of doing things and everybody follow it, that because Mr. Mindset has a rule. So if you have a rule, the rule must be followed. In a system where the rule is followed and there are complexity that's overwhelming the rule, that's why we amend the laws. That's why we amend laws. Amending laws does not mean that making laws does not mean that it cannot be amended. There are many challenges that may be coming in that may not be even be foreseen by the Constitution of Nigeria, right? That's why even 2009 or 2010 we have doctrine of necessity because there was no place for it in the Constitution of Nigeria. We have to even invoke it by constitutional development. So if you have a challenge that is engulfing Nigeria today, before now we don't hear of S-men, we don't hear of banditry, we don't hear of this thing. They will live in convoy like 2022. And you're saying, oh, it's not a big deal. These are a big deal. We can't take it away. You can't shy away from it. So there are issues today that were not there before. Now somebody talk about vigilante. Vigilante is not legally binding in Nigeria per se. So there's no legal enforcement given to them. You can't carry some arms. You can't take care of if you are dealing with people that are using some kind of more sophisticated arms and you are using a den gun to fight them. They will kill you before they finish. So we must give them. We must able to. You can convert that community vigilante to community police and wear them the coat of law. They will be recognized and given the impetus, legal framework that will guide their actions and inactions. For instance, they will not go against the law because there are laws that will make them not to make sure that they will kill another person. They will take laws against another person. They will start using the small ammunition or the small office to oppress the people they're supposed to take care of. There will be sanction for you. So I saw a video in Anambra. Some young guys went to beat a young lady, and for whatever reasons, right? That's not your purview. So we must look at how do we create a law that will define with clarity, with purpose. What do we want? How do we go about it? We can't shy away from our problems. There are problems. The nuances of our security is not Tinubu, is not APC today alone. It have been there for like 20 years now. We have been experiencing nuances that we have not done before. We need to tackle it. It doesn't matter who is in power right now. We need to tackle it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Odunayo. I always get your name, pronounce it the wrong way,
Yeah,
right? Please.
Odunayo.
Odunayo. See,
Yeah.
okay. You see, because the end there, so I've always put the end, Odunayo. Sorry. Will it be fair to call you Ayo then? Would that work? I don't want to be butchering your name.
Odu is fine. I like the
Okay,
Odu.
Odun. Okay,
Yeah.
Odun. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I'm having challenges right now, and I know you guys know what this problem I'm having right now is. So I do have some individuals on the comment section, on the speaker section, who I'm not able to see. So I need somebody who would want to volunteer to help bring these individuals up. But please, the person will be somebody who have not blocked anybody, because that would give us an advantage, that would help to bring so anybody who is willing to help to bring these individuals on the speaker section up, do raise your hand and I will make you a speaker. I will make you a co-host. Anybody? Mr. Joe, you raise your hand. Do you want to help us?
No. I wanted to speak, okay. And I was on the queue before.
Okay. Hold your thought for a minute. Let me try and see how I can help. And any other individual on the Mr. Itodo, Mr. Odun, Prince, and General. I mean, anybody who wants to help bring these individuals up?
I can do that. Let me.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And tell me who to bring up.
No. I don't want to tell you who to bring up. Bring up as many people as you can see. It's an open space. Everybody's welcome to be part of it. Mr. Whitebeard.
I don't know. Odunayo have a good followership. I think you can also make him a co-host now.
No, I block people. No, don't worry about
it. Okay. 1 minute, guys. Let's try and address things. Now, I did ask a question. Who, gosh, the individual, Mr. Itodo, is not even here. He's gone. I did ask a question if anybody would like to help. So I don't force people to. Right? If it's possible for him, if it's if it's easier for him, I believe he will want to help us. So, those who are requesting to be speakers on this platform, please, can you kindly follow Mr. Itodo after the conversation? If you're not comfortable with his tweet and what he put out there, please, you can follow him. Just the reason for you to come up here, the reason for you to follow him is just for him to bring you up, for you to be part of the conversation. Mr. Itodo, please help me, sir. Can you see Mr. Whitebeard? Can you see him on the platform?
Okay, I'm checking. No,
thank you very much, sir. And every other person, I can see 5 individuals requesting for the mic. So
I'm seeing them now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Joe, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mindset. I just wanted to add to my earlier comment in favor of state police. Right. By the way, thank you very much, Odunayo. I love your situation, right? And I want to a bit disagree with Prince and the last point he made, right? But I agree completely with what the scenario he painted regarding your space, how you run things, which is perfect. There are rules, there is applicability and functionality and effectiveness of rules, right? If we have rules in place, right, like for example, your space, like your platform that you used, of course, effective. Of course, there are things you want, there are things you don't want. You do it. If anybody goes against you, you kick the person out. Then there are other people who are still disobeying these things, and you also, giving them the punishment. Like let's say, for example, like that state police or that federal police currently have, like Prince, is in favor of. So if we have that, those who are breaking the rules and they are being punished, like being removed, being blocked, and all that. Then we have people who are dropping comments that you don't like, that you've spoken against over time, number of times you've spoken against them, you don't like this, but they still do it. Let's say now you have somebody in charge of those comments, if it's possible, have charge of those comments, like, okay, people that will first comment before it's posted. Then that means we'll be having that reduced. Okay, for example, now, so they are breaking these rules. There are people who are breaking these rules, but you have somebody who is in charge of it, making sure it is not being broken anymore. So if we not have, take it to be a federal police or a state police that we have now. Then, as we are breaking these rules, as we have this commissioner of police who is not from a state, then, like our Prince was trying to paint that picture, we have a DPO, like for example, who is from that locality. Then now have clash of interest. We have a commissioner who is not from that locality, and we have a DPO who I want to do the job because he's from there. He feel connected to that place, to his roots. But we have a commissioner who decided because he's not from there. How do you marry that? How do you now have that effectiveness? But if we have a state police in place, right? The commissioner is from that place. the DPO is from that place. Imagine the beauty of the effectiveness of the result they will have. So if that happens, somebody made a point of knowing the terrain of your area. For example, take the Niger Delta, the creeks and all that. Who can go from other part of, like for example now, have another person like maybe Sokoto Niger posted to the creek, the Niger Delta area as commissioner. Tell me how it's going to be effective. You carrying out these things. That is one. So also take it from one of the ease of the current state police that we have, a current police system that we have. Take it for example now, you are a commissioner of a police in a state, then you are from that area. Then the DPO of that place, maybe nearest to you in that locality, is also from that area. Then there's a protest. And somebody gave you another useless order, go and shoot because people are protesting vehemently. Imagine yourself shooting in this broadcast, have an instance, shooting anyhow at people. Do you know those who are protesting whether you have family member there? Do you know so you are protesting whether you have a brother, a sister, a friend, an extended family member in that place? So you'll be restrained. Even that order given to you, you think twice before. So this thing will cause some of these ills that we witness currently. So because you think twice, because if you obey a stupid order, which is not even constitutional. So you cannot just go and brutalize people, harass people, shoot at people sporadically because they are protesting, because they are protesting. So that thing, that being state police, like I said, security is local and it's personal. Knowing that you are from this place, we have that personal affinity to that place. So you'll be interested in movement or in the progress of that place because your family is there, your father is there, your mother is there, your wife is there, your children are there. You have connected to that place. So you'll be serious in getting results, positive results. So whatever order that is given to you that is contrary to progress of that place, you will think twice before you carry it. Like we have now, like just give them go and they carry it out. We are seeing all sort of nonsense in the place, like we have in Essence on that. So and we have even the whatever governance that we had. If you are from a particular place, you think twice before carrying out another. So state police will help. We cover some of these things we are thinking about. Right? There are rules, there are interests, and some of these things that can run contrary to each other, it can be corrected to some extent if we have state police. Having people who are from a particular place, money is created of that locality as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. On that note, I'll pass the mic to Mr. White. White, good morning.
Morning, sir. How you doing, sir? Good morning to everybody. Me, I don't see state police as the solution. But if people decide that state policing is the way forward, no problem. We can vote for it and we'll see. Because the reason why I said that, there's an excuse that, people know locality, people will help. The truth about most of these crimes that are being committed, they are committed by locals. And because people come from your locality, doesn't mean they don't have penchant for evil. So the idea that, because the people that are going to protect us are both all locals, our people, they will be good people, that is a fallacy. It doesn't work that way. It's even people that know you well that will even do you the greatest evil. I'm not even saying that the present federal system we have is working. And like I said, but if we have a position that people that still want this present federal system should operate it with, people that want the present local system, that want their own local system, state police should also operate, I think it's fine. But the fact that we think that this state policing is going to solve all our problems in terms of state policing, everything with El Dorado, I don't think it's true. I think what we should think about is the sincerity of purpose, both from the leaders, both from the state governors. Because at the end of the day, you have state governors that will still use this instrument of state police. We see what our leaders are. We live in a very oppressive society. We see what leaders do with power when they have small power. They tend to pick people, their critics, tend to make life difficult for people. We have seen state governors that opposition in their states are non-existent. When you're in opposition, they send people to your house, they destroy your house, they revoke your CFO, they do all sorts and all manners of things. These are the same set of people we still want to give state policing. So for me, I don't think state policing is the issue, and I don't think policing generally is the issue. I think things that are the major issue is welfare. If the federal government is even struggling to pay police a meager salary, some states can't even pay minimum wage. What are we going to say when this money comes and state police, these state governors are diverting some of the funds that is needed? We see what they are doing with local governments. So this thing is very worrying. I think the major solution is our how we pick our leaders is very, very important. Because at the end of the day, if we don't pick up the right leaders, we will still come back and still say state policing is the issue. Yes, we're running a regional system of government. If you can take your time and go and check the National Archives, A lot of letters, a lot of articles were written why we should centralize Nigeria. That centralization is the biggest problem of Nigeria. This. We later went back to decentralization now. Everybody's asking for decentralization. And also, if we're asking for state police, my opinion, I think it's a pathway for secession, because you already opened a pathway for secession. When you make states a bit independent, people can do what they want to do. I hope we are opening our mind to the fact that we can also add the clause of secession into the constitution, because all these are just pathways opening to one grand idea. That's secession, in my opinion. Like I said, but like I said, I don't have a problem with state police. If state police, if all the governors that have been there, I've never been a governor before, I don't get the security reports they get. If they come and say, oh, they believe that state police is the problem, is the solution, I have no problem with that. If somebody comes and say federal police is also the solution, I have no problem. Where I have a problem is how they will use their power once they have the state police. I'm in Lagos, I criticize Sonwo-Olu, tomorrow morning, people come to my house to pick me up. On the orders of who? The governor. Even you might even have overzealous commissioner of police or DPOs that will just want to act on the house of the governor and pick you up unnecessarily, lock you up for 2 weeks. Sometimes people say, oh, they'll release you, you will fight. The trauma that I'll face in the next 2 weeks that I'm in the police station, who is going to return my life back for 2 weeks that I'm misplaced? So it's baffling, it's worrying. Considering the fact that we run a very oppressive society, that's why I'm being a bit skeptical about it. Giving powers to governors look like emperor. You go to some states, if governor says no, it is no. Nobody does otherwise. Is that people want to actually give power to? At least in the federal, we have 1 or 2 people here and there challenging the federal government. We have people challenging the federal government. When it comes to state, nobody challenges. E.g., Lagos, nobody challenges the governor in Lagos. Nobody challenges the governor. When the governor makes a decision, everybody just goes, oh, that's the decision, everybody follows. So it's worrying, but if it is what it is, if people say that's what they want, I'm all for it also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. White, for your submission. I hope, I believe that people would like to respond to what you said. So I'm not sure if you're still going to be with us. And as we pass the mic to Mr.
No, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Gosh, I'm butchering people's name, right? Omoba, I think that's right. I got it right here. Good morning, sir. You raise your hand.
Good morning, very. Good morning, Mr. Mindset. Good morning, everyone. Odonayo, Joseph Itodo, Whitebeard, everybody. Good morning. Kumai, I see you, my brother. Good morning. Mindset, I came on because of what our prince said. You see, Odonayo has done justice to this thing, and we really need to understand something when it comes to security, and that's why I said would like to respond to what Prince said. You see, insecurity does not know whether you are an APC, PDP, Labour, ADC, SDP member. No. People that want to kidnap you will not ask you whether you're a PDP member, you're APC member. Mr. Mindset, as I'm talking to you currently, if you go to Kwara State, there's a place called Ifelodun local government. For the past 2-3 months, you know what they've been battling with? Bandits. These are not Nigerians, you know. If you mingle with Nigerian Fulani, you know that these are Nigerians. These are our own Fulanis here. These are Fulanis. I can't even call them Fulani. These are bandits from Niger, Benin Republic that are coming into this country en masse. Yesterday, sir, 46 of them were arrested. 46 of them were arrested. They drove into this country through our border with Benin Republic, all the way down to Ifelodun local government. And you discover that the problem is not far-fetched. The problem is simple. The Nigerian police force, I don't like saying this, but I have to say this, has failed. This agency was established in 1930. And like somebody says, it is only a mad person that will continue to do the same thing over again and expect a different result. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. Sir, the entire population, the entire strength of the Nigerian police force, I'm not too sure, but I want to just say, okay, let's say there are 500, 600,000. Close to 200,000 of that, of the number, you will see them with local government chairman, wife of local government, former this, former that, present this, present that. leaving about 350, 300 to police the entire country. It will not work. It would, see, except people have not been to some part of this country, that's when you will know that this country is extremely big. There are places in this country that government presence is literally non-existent. I don't know whether, although you have been to Gembu, if you've been to Gembu, you see, there are places in this country that you can literally drive for 2-3 hours. You will not meet anybody on the road. Nothing. You will meet no single policeman on the road. It will not work. Let us tell ourselves the truth. It will not work. It has failed us. And that's why you see that in like 34, 35, 33 states of this federation, you will see the Nigerian army doing the job of the Nigerian police force. Recently, I saw, was it 2 days ago? I saw the video of the chief of defense staff saying that they are going to move out the soldiers from the road. Because, Abinisho, that is not their job. It is the job of the Nigerian police force. And me, I'm of the opinion that it is not only state police that we need. See, Nigerian custom, Nigerian immigration service, can we just match them together? The new tax law has taken away this responsibility of them running after revenue. Let us match them together. Let us have something like the United States, border and custom, whatever they call it. Take them to the border. The former immigration boss, the one that died in Abuja recently, said there are over 1,300 unmanned land border in this country alone. Over 1,300. That means that there are over 1,300 places where people can bring in guns, ammunition to come and commit crime. I'm a Yoruba man from Lagos, sir. These people, bandits that are not Nigerian, they've got into Kwara. Kwara share boundary with Oyo. Kwara share boundary with Ekiti. It is getting home. Sir, it will shock you to note that the Oyo state government.
Sorry, is it from my end? I can't hear Mr. Omoba. Can anybody hear him?
No, I can hear him as well.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Omoba, if anybody have access to his DM, please do let him know that his speaker is on. It will appear that he's speaking, but we can hardly hear a single word he's saying. Okay, we can hear you now. Please go ahead, sir. We've lost you again. We've lost you again, sir.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, it will shock you that, okay, I listened to the governor of Sanfara recently saying that he does not have control over this. See, let us call a spade a spade. If these governors are getting funds, security votes, this, that, and that, why don't we empower them? Now, I know people are saying that, oh, the governors will use it against their political opponent. Oduayoye will tell you that the National Judiciary Council oversee state judiciary. Let us have a system where the governors don't have total control over state police. Let us have a system where the National Police Council will work just like the National Judicial Council, where they recommend the appointment of who become the commissioner of police in a state. Their money or their funds should be directly from the federation account, first line charge, so that the governor will not just wake up and say, okay, I don't like Odunayo today, I don't like white beard, go and demolish his house, or go and arrest him, arrest his wife. No, let us have a system. The National Assembly, once they come back from recess, they are likely going to push for these things. Once it is, it got to a place where there's this stage, it gets to where people can now come and contribute. That is where we should bombard them. Bombard them there, go and present papers. Let them see reason why the governors must not have total control of the state police. We cannot. Presently, you go to some states, Plateau, Yobe, Bono, Kogi, there's something they call civilian joint task force. Some of these civilian joint task force, sir, they are using AK-47, they are using every weapon, because the state government, what they did was, okay, let us set up a civilian joint task force. We bring in people from their locality, we match them together, and they are under the Nigerian army. They work with the Nigerian army. You understand? So the army train them, they have access to AK-47 and the rest of it. Let us now have a legal framework where all our vigilante will now be matched under this thing. Okay, I'm a Lagos, I'm an away person from Lagos. You cannot bring somebody from Borno to come and be DPO of my place. He will not succeed except my people trust him and share information with him. Now, one of our brother here, was it Prince, said that Lagos, neighborhood watch, whatever. Sir, Lagos, by law, they cannot even be seen around election duty. They cannot. And you say if you go to Ikeja, I stay in Ikeja, and I can tell you that they are there. Probably because you don't know them or because you don't see them in their uniform again. Most people will tell you that you just look for their bicycle, you'll see them. As I'm talking to you now, if you go to Ikeja under bridge, I can tell you go to a Podo side, you will see them there. They are there. Security is local everywhere in the world. It is local. You can't take me. See, okay, let's say I joined the police today now. I'm a Lagos boy. I'm an Awobi man. You now take me from Lagos. You take me to Sokoto. Please, how do you want me to be? Just tell me how you want me. And to make matter worse, I'm a Christian. Be sincere with me. How do you think it will be easier for me? Let us have a system where our forests are manned by the forest guard. We have state police. We have neighborhood watch. Because we need layers of security before we are being overrun. People, see, what we are suffering in Nigeria today is the fallout of the fall of Libya. People from Central African Republic are running into this country. They are trying to overrun us. Don't let us politicize security. Don't let us politicize security. Although you said...
Mr. Amaba, please, I do apologize for interjecting. I wanted to ask you a question because of time, right? I've listened to you and I've heard the things that you said. You mentioned that, there are people coming from the borders and everything. Now, these are the things that a lot of people are scared of. What do I mean scared of? Is the fact that, some of the things that people are scared of is the fact that, yes, this might help to cause insecurity, but then again, we might have inbreed insecurity. What do I mean by that? If you have a person from Lagos State and the police commissioner is from Lagos State, and then there are individuals who are not from Lagos State. I'm using your state as an example. Please, if you are not comfortable with that, I'm quite happy to use another state, right?
No. Please do.
Thank you, sir. Now, so you have individuals who are not from Lagos State, and because there is a problem between one person or the other person, they feel like the commissioner is our person, we are going to speak to the commissioner. Don't you think that, it will give those people more advantage than others who are not from Lagos State? Don't you think so, sir?
Thank you very much, sir. Let me break it down for you. People are forgetting one issue, and that issue is that we have actually had state police in this country before. Although you remember then that we used to have federal police, we used to have state police. We used to. That's number one. Number two, you look at the court system. We have federal high court, we have state high court. At the end of the day, everything boils down. Everything will still go back to the Supreme Court, which is, you understand? So, I'm an away man. Something happened in Lagos. Somebody who is not from Lagos, invited the police. Whether we like it or not, they must define the duty and the jobs and the responsibility of these bodies. Presently, it will shock you to note that the civil defense are doing the job of the police. The police are doing the job of the civil defense. The police are doing the job of immigration. Sir, whether we like it or not, this fear will always be there. The only solution to this fear is to have a very robust legal framework. Solution is very simple. Once the National Assembly call for public hearing, please, see, everybody, lawyer, non-lawyer, student, everybody just come up with your idea, come up with your paper, go there. If it is 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes they give you, submit your paper, tell them this is why I think we should not have this. This is why I am scared of this. Because even the governors now, they know, they've seen it, that whether you like it or not, it is high time we have what we call state police. Although you go to page 9 of Bola Manifesto, it is there. It is there. He didn't mention state police, but it is there. It says state by state local policing. It is there. So whether you like it or not, see, sir, it is high time. It is high time. Although say something that there are places you cannot travel alone in this country. He's not lying. He's not lying. Sir, Kogi State used to be one of the most volatile states when it comes to insecurity in this country. One thing, as much as I used to abuse one, or I still abuse one of them this morning, Yaya Bello's brother. He's a friend, he's a colleague. So anytime I see him, I call him Yaya Bello's brother. The simple truth is this: he did not joke with security. If you go online, you will see what they've done. They brought together all the local vigilantes, brought the Nigerian police force together, brought the army together, and the governor said, "This is what I want. What is the solution?" They gave him, we need social equipment. He bought it for them. Today, I'm not sure for the past 1 year you've ever heard of anything like they kidnap anybody in Kogi, or they did this in Kogi. It's because somebody said that enough is enough. What can we do? You look at state like Benue, and you ask yourself, I hear you asking, is it Todo or who? You ask somebody that, what about the local vigilantes? Are they still working? Sir, I passed Otukpo, and I will tell you one thing. I'm very sorry if you are from Benue. I am very, very sorry. I am very, very sorry to say this. I don't know what you guys have done to God Almighty, but the problem of Benue is leadership. I am sorry to say this, but I will say again, the problem of Benue is leadership. Because, I don't know, nothing is working. The place I passed there from Nasarawa to Enugu, nothing is working. I'm very sorry, but please. And it all boils down to leadership. Leadership. You look like Lagos, you look at a state like Osun, Ekiti, Ondo, this and that and that. When Akeredolu and the rest of them came up with Amotekun, they had issues with Malami, who was the Attorney General of the Federation then. Because according to Malami, why do you want to do this? You want to bring ethnic militia? No! People were being killed in the farms. The police could not control this. We had people, we have vigilante. Please, we need a legal framework to bring them into and, organize them and go after these people. And that was what solved our problem. And I believe, I might be wrong, but I believe that at this stage and time, we need to go a different route. And what is the different route? We need a different layer of security. And that different layer is the state police. The Nigerian police force, we love them, we appreciate them, but from 1930 till date, they've not been able to do what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Omaba. A pleasure listening to your take and your contribution. Now, let me quickly. Because you talked about, before I pass the mic to Mr. Doctor, I think he's a doctor as well. Before I pass the mic to the next speaker, let me quickly react to what you said, because one of our guests here, I said we have a visitor. We have a senator. We have two senators here. Let me read out. He said, "You guys are talking. When it's time for." I'm paraphrasing because I don't like to give things out. He's talking about. He mentioned. He's talking about what you said about coming out for the public hearing, right? Mr. Omaba, are you with me? Because I want to make sure you're listening. Hello, am I audible?
Very audible.
Okay, Mr. Omaba is not responding. So I was saying the guest we have here, he's talking about that it's very important that people should come for the public hearing. Okay, so just to echo what you said. I just wanted to point that out. And I have other things I would like to respond based on what you've said. But let me pass the mic to Mr. Onyedikachi. You have the mic. Good morning, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Yeah, so the issue at hand is the state police thing. And to be honest, I like being practical with everything. I don't think state police would work at the moment for Nigeria because we are not matured enough. I think it will be abused, to be sincere. It will be abused by the state governors. There will be issues, there will be clashes. You see, we've not addressed the fundamental problem, and that state police would be the fundamental problem about Nigeria. We've not addressed it, and trying to bring state police this and that, it would, rather than even improving security, it will worsen it. To be honest, it will worsen it, because what you will do eventually is the governors already in place now will try as much as possible to weaponize it to continue to stay in power. Right? Now, if they're able to get lackeys to, succeed them, or those who would cooperate with them, they will eventually use that as a weapon. So what you would now do eventually is to create criminality, a sort of, in each state, a state structured criminality. It will not work. It will not work. Reforming the police in Nigeria is easy. However, one thing that does round all over the country is that we are not a nation. We are still playing games with ourselves. Both those in the National Assembly, the senators, many of them, they know this. The nationhood problem is still there. And until the nationhood problem is solved, you cannot get any other thing you're proposing. It will not work. It will not work. All this state police, this and that, it will not work. I'm being honest and practical. The first thing, calling for public hearing and every other thing, good. Finding a way to, good. You saw during 2015, Jonathan tried to eradicate this Boko Haram thing, going full force. What was the statement everywhere? They ethnicized it. They politicized it. Since then and now, has it stopped? No. We should face the real issues. All these things are subliminary. They will fizzle out. The real issue is nationhood. Nigeria is facing that problem. And that is the devil in the basket in Nigeria. You can see what's happening. No matter how the idealistic most of the projects Tinubu is involved in, I'm not from nobody. Yeah, okay, creating coastal road, trying to, link this part and this part together. When the late Buhari was president, what did he do? Trying to build train from Castina to Niger. What is the economic significance of that? We face a problem of nationhood in the country. And unless you have those who are straight, especially the senators and the government officials from the south, they need to be courageous to tell the northern folks that, let's be honest, you people are the people causing the problem in this country. You are the people causing everything. And if you are not ready for us to face that nationhood, square and this thing, we can't do anything. It can't work. So the state police for me would not work. It would not work. The only thing you would do is to give the structured criminality in the states the power, such that you empower those already in power to keep using that state actors with weapons, and it just keeps going on there and there and there and there. It will not work. To be sincere, it will not work. It will not work. So all you are doing in Quest, for example, if Lagos have their own state police, then effectively, but for how long Bola Tinubu will be alive, he owns Lagos till whatever God calls him. Is that what we want? One man dictating the tune? Then whoever is in power, whichever state, dictates the tune? There are no checkbacks. No. It will not work. We are deceiving ourselves. We are deceiving ourselves in the country. And it will soon blow out because all these things they are doing, very soon, all this whole thing will blow out. It will go haywire and it will not make any sense for the country. I'm speaking authoritatively with, the fact that I research, I read things, I understand a lot of policies, and I know that this will not work. It is just beating around the bush. Beating around the bush. And that's the truth. So that's my own contribution. Thank you, Mindset. Keep your good work. It's good.
All right, thank you very much. I think the last time I think it was the last spaces you were a speaker. I think I addressed you as a doctor. I want to make sure
yes,
that
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always good to acknowledge that. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful submission.
Yeah.
So those who have listened to Dr. Ibezim, if you disagree with him, please you raise your hand, we'll pass the mic to you. Then you tell us the reason you disagree with him. But one thing we will not condone on this platform is name calling, right? Disagree with him, tell him that what he said doesn't really add up and everything. But it's a must that we have to respect people's opinion, right? As much as we would like to respond. Sorry, guys, I've seen quite a number of individuals raising their hand, but my co-host raised his hand. So we are working together just like so. I'm just going to listen to and find out the reason he raised his hand. Mr. Itodo, you raised your hand. What is it regarding, sir?
Okay, thank you very much for the time. The last speaker here, Mr. Ibizim, said it will not work. Please, can he tell us what will work? Because he was just saying negative things about it, and we're here to learn. So, there are listeners here that is willing to learn and understand what will work. So if he has an idea, because he keeps saying it will not work, it will not work. What will work? At least provide a solution, because people here has been providing solutions to this. Almost every speaker here has a say, like their positive side and the negative side. So what does he think that will work? Thank you. That's just it's a question to him.
So number one, Nigeria is already deeply enshrined in two negative things: ethnic and religious sentiments, borders in Nigeria. So the crave for this state police is mainly because of this recent trend of kidnapping here and there, killings here and there, even extending from where it was in far north down to the south. Now, to solve this problem, first of all, a radical approach has to be taken, just synonymous to what Jonathan did. The southern leaders, senators, and every other person should be truthful to themselves. They can stop this banditry and everything. Prior to reform, this is first of all to solve the issue of the killings. A radical approach can be taken. A martial approach can be taken. It stops at nothing, not sending as much troops, and even if you can get help from wherever you can get it, and flush these people out overnight. It's possible. You can do this. There are systems where you can employ GPS and you track where weapons, guns, anything that is metal, and you go there, spot these people and take them out, irrespective of who they are. And you don't pay bandits, you don't pay people. You do it radically, a radical approach, and damn the consequences. Whatever they say in the note, you don't care. That aside, there needs to be a reforming of the Nigerian police system altogether. But reforming the Nigerian police system requires, one, you must start afresh. Make sure that there's a reward system for the police. Make sure that recruitment is not based on where you are from. Make sure you give these people some listen, make sure that whatever the police people are earning, it's at par. Equip them the way they should be, not the head of the police, whoever becomes IG or commissioner of police who owns several houses, 100 houses, 200 houses. You must stop. By the time you stop the ethnical religious sentiment, it's not easy for you to stop the criminality, which is stealing. Like Jonathan earlier said, that corruption is not stealing money. People thought Jonathan was just saying rubbish. Jonathan was being ethical in what he was saying. People tend to underestimate Jonathan and underestimate those who went to school. He was being ethical with what he was saying. That Nigerian corruption is more of those two demons, the ethnic foundation and the religious foundation. For most people in the South, many of us, those things don't matter. But in the North, they still do not really want to get out of that realm. And they tend to forget something, that as years continue to push by, we're in year 2025. We can't continue to wait for them. And a time will come, this whole system will blow up, will blow open. To blow open, to blow open. So to me, state police now would not work. Because ideally, even in the South, where you have some people who still have some ethical compulsion, right? You now create a structure of criminality in it, which I think is not ideal for now. For now, if the government is serious, especially with this banditry and everything, over the years, they've been trying to fight Boko Haram and all these texts coming out. If they are serious, Nigerian government can go in, push in with all the resources available, which they've been doing, but they've been stealing it, and push in. If Bola Tinubu is serious, he can go up there, man it, and choose whoever it is and say, go in and flush everything out in 1 month, and everything will go out in 1 month. It will go out in 1 month. I'm telling you, if they are serious, to go out in 1 month. But they are not serious. They are not serious. They are just milking the system. They are not serious. So state police would not solve Nigeria's problem. Now, it is not the main thing. No, it's not the main thing. I would even prefer if they are sensible enough to harness themselves and say, okay, if the Northerners are not ready for a forceful pushback of these criminals or bandits with a quest or not with any quest, if they are not serious, then let's create a regional system. You man your side, we man our side. Then we can have a pattern and share it and decide of how we run our things. And if they don't accept that, then so be it. Doing state politics, to me, it will be harmful to the South, because even the elements who still have ethics in the South, it will become a problem, because you create a very small set of people who will control the system, which will be bad. Thus, allowing those who, with some ethics and some sense of belonging cannot come out, because you have very few people who are controlling the state. So it is wrong. State police now is not right. To me, it's not right at all.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ibesin, for your submission. Now, the northern governors are backing state police. Now, Bola Ahmed Tinubu did say that it's something he's considering. So, I mean, from what politically, the moment he said it's something he's considering, it's most likely that we might end up having a state police. That's what I'm taking from that. But thank you, sir, for your wonderful submission. I can see those raising their hand. Please let me quickly pass the mic to Queen. If Queen, you have the mic. Good morning, the lady from Ebony State. Please, am I still audible?
Very audible.
All right, so let me try it once more, see if she's here. Queen, the lady with the Virgin Maria on her DP.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's actually Saint Rita. It's not Virgin Mary.
Oh, I do apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Please.
No, no problem. It's really no problem. Yeah. So it's thank you for letting me speak. I had difficulty hearing because once you accept the mic, you can't hear a lot of things because of network. Okay, I'll just go straight to the point. So the thing about state police is that first of all, I think one of the issues we have with Nigeria is we don't have insight to see that the problem we have is cultural. So instead of trying to fix the problem, we just try to reach for external things. Now, one of the like the entire policing thing, like we forget that one of the things we forget is that every section of Nigeria is a microcosm of the entire Nigeria. Yeah, some places might have it slightly better or worse. When I was younger, I used to like superhero movies, but at a point I started asking myself, is this not jungle justice? Like, because the superhero is the jury, is the executioner. And that's the same thing that happens with vigilante groups. And I think that is the same thing that might happen with state police. Because I think that the system we have now, because of the diversity in the system, it helps to check, it becomes the checks and the balances. An instance, I'm from Ebonyi State. My state has been stereotyped in the southeast for a while. Like whenever a crime happens, they say it's Ebonyi people without any proof. It's usually faceless accounts, never any official documentation. I'm imagining the same thing in certain places where there is some tribalism, and now you're going to have state police. How crime and justice is going to be approached. Another thing we also have to consider is how I think vigilante groups are a glimpse into how state police can be. In my state, when
Sorry, is it from my end? Have we lost the speaker? Can anyone hear her?
I think we
We
lost
lost
her.
her. Okay. Let's try once more and see if we can try. If she can hear us. Queen, if you can hear me, we are not able to hear.
you know, can you see?
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. So I'm not having just say for this is that it's going to first of all become like government to the governors of the state.
Sorry,
They're going to
sorry,
have more
sorry,
power
sorry,
over the
sorry,
police,
sorry.
and when that's more
Queen, I do apologize. Can you hold your thought for a minute? We can hardly hear you. It would appear that you're having network problem. But the last thing I want is somebody to misquote you, right? So I think the best thing you can do is if you find a much better, a suitable place where your network is better, then we can allow you to continue. I mean, it's not that we are kicking you out of this space. It's just that we can hardly hear what you're saying. Are you following? Hello? Okay, I do not think that she can hear me. So let's continue. Queen, please find a more suitable place and do request for the mic again. Or if you're still on the platform, let me just mute your mic. Then, sorry, can somebody help me out, please? Am I missing something?
Not at
Okay.
all. Not at all. Her network is
All
bad.
right. So, Mr. Itodo, if you can reach out to her, if it's possible, if it's safe to do so, reach out to her on her DM and let her know that we're having problem with, we can hardly hear her. So she can request again and we would allow her to continue where she stopped. But on that note, let me quickly pass the mic to Service Culture. Good morning and thank you for joining us. What's your take on the state police?
Hi, Mindset. Good morning. Good morning, everyone on the spaces. Um, in my opinion, I think we have some form of state and community policing already going on in Nigeria, right? I mean, what does policing basically involve? Involves, maintaining law and order, like provide security and ensure public safety, right? By state or even non-state actors. Now, let us analyze the current semblance of state policing currently going on in our states, various states in the country. You find that what keeps getting missing is also what is affecting the Nigerian police force. So we are missing a very vital part of police, in my own opinion, which is accountability and also will I say, a system that checkmates itself is missing. We have local OPC, we have local vigilantes, we have state level wide Agone chamber, there are various kinds of policing already going on. But what we find consistently happening, if you observing, and it's across all the regions, is that these locally empowered policing by non-state actors are being currently hijacked, being abused, and that lack of accountability that we all cry about in the Nigerian police force is also happening in these locally, empowered individuals, non-state actors who are doing some form of community policing. You have a street that has their own security, right? And all of a sudden, they come up with laws that kind of contradict the constitution. They set up gates that was not set up before. Everybody just abuses power. We have that fundamental need to abuse power. And it doesn't even help that we currently do not have a very strong judicial system that makes policing effective. Typically, policing is best from community, because like most of the speakers have made very valid points here. If you are from that locality, it's easier for you to be traced. It's easier for the village, the people from that area to be able to know who are not in and who isn't in. I mean, there's some communities you go in and you have them very security conscious. If they have individuals who walk funny, or who they don't even identify, the next minute they have some people trailing them. They have some communities who are very proactive like that. But on the larger scale, if we actually want to look at what is happening, we currently have state policing going on, community policing going on. I mean, what are the vigilantes doing? What are they going to do? Do we have governors coming up with different forms of security operatives? And look at what we are seeing: abuse of power, lack of accountability, no systems. The same problem we are suffering from in the police. So if you ask me, I would say that while we're still having the challenges of, governors acting like emperors, I think somebody mentioned that earlier, and I completely agree. One of the things I would love us Nigerians to put a lot of focus on is pushing for a stronger judiciary system. And I particularly love the current NBA president, Mr. Afamosigwe, and his push. I mean, I watch a lot of the NBA things going on, and I know that he's trying to push for a fair and just society. You see, when you don't have a fair and just society, the system of accountability that enables the lack of abuse of power, which can now make your policing effective, becomes hard. It becomes difficult because if you are missing that very major ingredient that helps your policing effective, then what you just did is crowned local emperors, local government emperors, state level emperors, national level emperors. If you cough anyhow, it's either you're picked up by the emperors in the community or you're picked up by the emperors in the state. And we are seeing that happen even when there's no official state actors. I mean, we cannot even begin to talk about in some states where thugs are the community police for some leadership. Now, let us begin. For me, I feel like state policing is ideal, but currently, the current situation we are in right now, with a weak judicial system, I don't think is ideal for. We are going to compound our problems. And if we compound our problems adding to this, it will make things worse for us to be able to come out from the rubble that we are currently in as a country. It's very sad at the place level we are in right now. And a lot of all these things, the last speaker tried to mention culture. Yes, we have a cultural need, where there's lack of accountability in our culture. There's a lot of lack of accountability culturally. And now that is also affecting a lot of things, including what we call policing. I mean, just go to normal, let's say, association meetings, starting from there. I mean, the PRO or whoever is in charge of ensuring that the meeting it becomes a god. You go to the house, whoever is being seen as the head of the house becomes a god. It doesn't even think it should be held accountable for anything, cannot be wrong, cannot be corrected, cannot be done anything. We still have something as basic as that being a challenge. Do we want to compound our problems? So I think that if we as a society start pushing for a more stronger judicial system where Nigerians can go and seek redress when they have challenges, maybe it will begin to help strengthen our policing. Because right now, our policing in Nigeria, not only at the national level, even local policing, is still bound to the highest bidder. It's still bound to whoever is paying the piper. Whoever is playing that piper dictates the tune, not the constitution, not the rule of law. whoever is playing the piper. Do we want to increase this oppression that is currently going on at the national level? I don't think anybody wants to do that. And if everybody introspects and think about situations where you've dealt with a local vigilante that tells you, I am doing my job. The person that brought me here said that I should, and that is what is going to happen. Even if it's negating the state's laws, even if it's negating the national laws, currently they are the god of that locality. And what they say at that particular stands. If you don't want, get out. This is our community. This is our society. This is our streets. So that is the reason why I struggle with supporting the need for state policing. We are not there yet. We need to support strengthening our judicial system. We need to support building a just society. We are still struggling with those basics. If we are able to get a situation whereby the system of accountability happens. Currently, we don't have any arm of government checkmating any arm of the executive. The executive is almost running, without like any checkmates. I mean, the Senate is supposed to do that. The legislative is supposed to do that. The judiciary is supposed to do that. It's not happening. So do we want to compound our problems? No. We need to work for a just society. State policing is going to increase the number of oppression, the number of emperors we have. And currently, oppression is a huge problem in our society. So that's my opinion on this mindset.
Thank you very much, Service Culture, for your wonderful submission. I mean, some individuals might disagree with you, and there's quite a number of individuals here, I will tell you, that have agreed with what you've said. I mean, this is why we have this conversation. But before I pass the mic to the next speaker, kindly let me quickly read out what Mr. Frank said. I cannot confirm this. I mean, this is what Frank put on the comment section. He said, mindset, as we are discussing state police, I'm getting information that the police has blocked the venue that GRV wants to use for a meeting. Imagine the abuse used by the federal police. How state-owned won't be. State police is a no. So he's saying that, some of you know GRV, the guy that contested on that Labour Party in Lagos State to become the governor of Lagos State. So Mr. Frank here is saying that the venue that he wanted to use has been blocked by the police. As I said, I cannot confirm this. I'm just reading out what is being said there. And to my co-host, please, thank you very much, Mr. Itodo. I want to believe that we are not dropping people, right? Please, before we drop anybody, because people are saying on my DM that they've been dropped, let's just let them know that if they have nothing else to offer, they can kindly leave the platform. But I don't think, we should drop them. I hope you're not dropping people, please. Mr. Itodo.
Yeah. Okay, I dropped
Yeah,
1 or 2 persons. It's
please,
fine. I won't
just
do that.
those who have contributed. If you think there's nothing else for you to contribute, you can leave the platform so we can make spaces for others. And those who are complaining, you can request again. Mr. Itodo is doing a great job. I mean, he's one of the best co-hosts I've had, so he's making my life easier. Thank you very much. As I pass the mic to Amnun, then I'll come back to Gege, then I'll come back to Miss Queen. Amnun, you have the mic, please. Gege, good morning. I know you're here. Amun, Mr. Ra, I always butcher your name. I know you're not offended by that. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, mindset. Peace be upon you. I'm not offended. Morning to your co-host that's doing a wonderful job. Peace and morning to all the people in the room, the previous speakers, and to the Muslim brothers. Peace be upon your prophet. I understand that today is a public holiday because today is the prophet's birthday. Anyway, so to the issue of state police. So I understand, let me sound like a broken record. I understand that we will all come up and express things based on our understanding and based on the way we see things, the perspective where we're standing and how we look at life from where we're standing. So I would also do the same, and this will be based on my understanding and based on my perspective. It's interesting that a lot of people have presented wonderful opinions, but with conversations like this, when we raise the bar, we need to restrict the opinions to an extent and have a conversation based on facts. So the clamor for state police is basically based on the ineffectiveness of the federal police. So what is the problem? So in life, most times, even in my, if I use myself as an example, in my family, I have children that believe in me, that feel that I can do everything, even at times when I am broke. So if we look at the situation of the world is moving faster than we in Nigeria are coping with it. What am I saying? Basically, if you enter the average police station in Nigeria, you see a lot of problems. You see a lot of problems. How do you want people to police people? So a situation where the federal government can afford to fund the police because based on their budget, if you look at the budget for police yearly, you look at it, the police need equipment. They need so many things. Case in point, we have situations where we don't, well, I use the word, there's no synergy. You go to the bank, one of the major ways they will identify you is through your BVN. If you have financial problems and they flag your BVN number, they have your details, they have your, what do you call it, your fingerprints and all that. You go to the immigration, they have that. You go to the driving license people, they have information. You go to the police doesn't have anything. So how is it that these people have all this information about the citizens and there's no central database where the police can access this thing? So I think forming the state police, it will open up. It's an innovation. It will open innovation. Sorry, it will open up things. It will make us realize that we need to move. We need to move past what we're seeing currently now. There are some certain states, I think the previous speaker did mention something similar. There's some certain states who are innovating where you see different, let me call them institutions who are performing the basic things the police should perform, the neighborhood watch, the traffic people, all these things, most of these things we see, they're basically police. Even the Federal Road Safety Commission is basically police. You see in some other countries in the world that you have the police doing these things. Now, with regards to the character, I would ask anyone who is interested to give me an instance of any country that has wonderful police. Most of the countries I've been to, or most of the countries I communicate with people to, when I enter conversations with them, as I look at their country and their police institutions as being nearly perfect, they're complaining about those things. Is it in America that you say the police is wonderful? It's the same police in America that killed or constantly kill black people and let white people go away. Is it in the United Kingdom that we say their police are wonderful? This is the country where we have um, a former governor who was arrested, who was under detention. But then after a couple of times, we saw the governor back in Nigeria, and we heard he traveled out of that same country dressed like a woman. So are you telling me they didn't know that? So anyway, back to it. So if we have our state police, like people have said, I don't want to repeat most of the things they've said, but if we have the state police, the problem of funding is transferred onto the state. When you have security issues in the state, with with the exception of terrorist crimes that the federal government should be involved in, when you have those problems, then you'll be able to hold the governors accountable for that. You'll be able to push the governors to increase the policing in their state. Again, with the community policing, we see situations where depending on the system that we would adopt that will work, you see situations that are also recommended by the community. I know, for instance, in Maryland, with the sheriff. The sheriff is voted in. He's responsible to the people of that county. He's voted by the citizens of that county to be the sheriff of that county, while the sergeant of the sergeant in charge of the precinct is appointed. So you have situations where you know people. It makes policing easier. You can contact people, you can contact families, just like when you're on social media now. You look at somebody's profile and you see a mutual, you can send a DM to the mutual that this guy, what kind of guy is this? Do you really know him? So those are one of the problems. But in landing my plane, the basic things about financing. We want to do many, many things, but we don't understand the financial backing of that many, many things. So if you're in a position of power and people are saying, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this for me, this is what we want you to do for us. And you're saying, what this person wants me to do is only one item out of a dozen items. And if I do it, that means I have to neglect 11 items for one item. That is the major problem. That is where I'm going. We have to look for a way to finance policing. The average graduate, if you do an experiment, I did an experiment last month. I was asking 10, I was successfully asked 10 youth coppers that if I could get you a job in the police, would you accept? All of them laughed and they shook their head. Nobody wants to work for the police. That's the problem. The average policeman, when you look at him, you will shake your head. There's no equipment. There is no modern day equipment. I doubt if most of the stations have internet facilities, or if they have a database, or even if they have a voters register, a list of anything to identify people. I can walk into the police station and just give them any name as my identity. The best they will do is that, do you have your driving license? Let me confirm you're the person I'm saying. How do you police people? How do you catch people? How do you trace people? How do you, even the Uber app can trace where your Uber car is coming from, where you are, how many minutes. How does the police work? What are they doing in 2025 that you say, yes, this is policing? That's the problem. So what about the finance? Where do we
Sorry, it appears we have lost Mr. Ra. Can anybody hear him?
It's breaking
It's
as well.
breaking, right? Okay, Mr. Ra, if you can hear me, your line is breaking. Let me mute his mic so he will know that he's not. Mr. Ra, your line.
To call
Sorry. It's okay. Let me. Sorry, I'm the one that removed him from the speaker section. So, Mr. Ra, I am the one that removed you. Your line was breaking, and I tried to mute you, but for some reason we can still hear things coming up from your end. Mr. Itodo, please, can you kindly check your DM? I've sent you a message on your DM. Before I pass the mic to good morning. There was this lady here, Queen. She was speaking earlier on, but she had a network issue. If you do not mind, can we allow her to continue, or then we come back to you? Is that okay with you, Gege?
No problem at all, sir.
Thank you very much. Queen, you have the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Marita, for giving me the opportunity again. Okay, so the state police state, I want to point out to all of us that Nigerian states are heterogeneous. States were created by arbitrary lines. So essentially, whatever the things we are complaining about in the Nigerian police force will probably be replicated in this states according to their heterogeneity. Now, I'm also concerned about minorities. I talked about my state. I'm from Ebonyi State. In the southeast, we are like the minority of the southeast. From 2020 upwards, there was this trend where just like there was this trend of mostly faceless accounts saying the crimes in the Southeast were committed by Ebonians with no proof. I didn't any official proof. I kept looking for official handles, official police handles confirming this, and nobody confirmed it. And imagine Ebonians living in other parts of the Southeast when state police comes about. You understand what is going to be. Another thing I'll talk about is the tribalism in Nigeria. We've not solved the problem of tribalism in Nigeria. I want us to take our mind back to the story of the Apos. Imagine how many Apos situations we are going to have with state police. Then another group I'm also concerned about are women. I think part of this way at the time I think it was in Delta State where the police command was talking about indecent dressing. Anambra State, the other time, there are vigilante groups, not state police, but the vigilante groups, I believe, are glimpses into state police. We're talking about arresting women for wearing bras. So one of my biggest concerns about state police is because state police is going to give disproportionate power to smaller group of people, and is also going to make these minorities to be going to be very concerning in states like mine, where there's my state is the poorest state in the southeast. So power is disproportionately distributed to a few people have much of the money in the power. So how are they going to handle this power? I understand why people want it, but want state police. Insecurity in some communities where some people think that this security is caused by pride to their community, and state police is going to help protect them from it. And this is a very valid concern. So I think in situations like this, is there we will have a combination of both state police and federal police for those people that have raised these concerns. But additionally, I also want to say that I think the insecurity in Nigeria, we look at it from the policing point of view. In my state now, you're going home, you're seeing a bunch of police officers standing and stopping random cars. And when I'm passing, I see that the cars there are mostly cars driven by young men. If you're a young woman, you can drive and go. If you're a middle-aged man, you can drive. But once it's a young woman, will stop you. That's not how to fight crime. You don't fight crime by blocking people and wasting people's time. You fight crime by actually using intelligence and getting it has made it in such a way that these criminals are leaving digital footprints. Why can't we use this technology and fight rather than stopping people along the road? Then another thing I want to talk about is other ways we can fight security in Nigeria. That's just because we look at this fighting security in Nigeria from the context of policing, which is why the State Policing Commission has come. Decentralizing development. The truth is that if you look at most of particularly the it usually happens in very poor places that are except from the rest of the country. If we decentralize development, we are going to reduce, like, if everywhere, instead of every time every state wants to put everything in their state capital, and we take development, we spread out government parastatal, spread out both government officials, hospitals, and everything to places, to rural areas, there'll be less insecurity in those areas. And also, our insecurity is also because of the economy, and then people don't have social safety net. So there's this culture of hoarding that has now been mechanically passed down. Everybody just wants to hoard and hoard and hoard, say for the next generation, because you don't have any that wants to hoard and hoard.
Sorry, Miss Queen, I have to come in again. I do apologize, but your line was really, really bad, and we can hardly hear you. I think, please, guys, help me out. Is it from my end? Can you guys hear the lady that was speaking earlier on? The speaker?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay. Any other person? Can any other person hear her? Okay, thank you. So, Queen, we struggle. I mean, I got the point, some of the things that you said, but I do not want it to be that we didn't want you to speak. Your line is really, really, really bad. But, some of the ones we got from you spoke about the Apple 6 and other, you talked about Ebonyi State being how people would say things that happen in the Southeast. They would say it has to, it's somebody from Ebonyi. So those points, we got those points, but I would love in a situation whereby you find a much better network. So we can hear you clearly. But before I pass the mic to Gege, let me read out two things that people say on the comment section. The lady that spoke earlier on, service culture evangelist, I believe, says my co-host dropped him. Please, Mr. Itodo, can you see if you can bring her up? And then we have Haji Abiodun say, for me, the debate on state police in Nigeria is not something you can just answer yes or no. The truth is, the way our police is set up today under Abuja control is too far from the reality people face in their communities. A commissioner of police in a state doesn't, I think that was it. Okay. Whoa, wow. It's quite a lengthy, okay. I might come back to read it again, please, sir. But let me pass the mic to the next speaker, then I'll come back. Gege, you have the mic. Good morning once again.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief as usual because I don't want to hog the mic. The first things first, I think before you discuss state police, we have to go back to first principles, try to understand what exactly it is that we are trying to achieve. Because policing doesn't operate in a vacuum. To have an effective police force, you also have to have an effective justice system. At the moment, our courts are a mess. A judge, I can literally procure a judgment against anybody on any issue. We have cases before the Supreme Court where rulings are upside down. So state policing requires holistic reform of the justice system. And I've seen no evidence that President Bola Tinubu has that on his agenda. The second issue is related to funding. What is going to happen in the funding space if you want to create state policing? Who is going to pay for it? It would require perhaps a form of restructuring where the federal government once again relinquishes more of its budget or more of its share of revenues down to the states so that the states can afford to pay for the policing. Then you then have training. At the moment, when you speak to the average Nigerian police officer who speaks to you on the street, many of them are barely literate. So they need to have sophisticated understanding of the law. They need to be taught how to use firearms. You don't just shoot at anybody at will. And then we need to also have clear state rules on what exactly would be the ambit of state policing powers versus maybe the federal version, maybe a federal FBI or the military. So these things require serious thinking. And it's not clear to me that this administration has developed the type of thinking that is required to get this job done. Now, finally, and most importantly, state policing is not necessarily going to solve our security problems if we don't have serious intellectual input behind it. Now, I'll give you an example. You have, as I've said on this space maybe a few months before, for those of you who work in international organizations and do business across the world, you meet people both in public and private sector who are what we call ethicos. In Nigeria, we call them ethicos, people who like book. So they study things back and forth. They look at all the scenarios, try to understand why things are happening the way they're happening. So for policing, for example, it's not enough to say we have Amotekun, we have this. You need people who say, okay, look, in Europe or in the US, if I call the police, maximum within 10 minutes, they are there for an emergency. So you need a chief of police or a commissioner for police in the state who says the target for this police is that within every nook and cranny of Edo State, for example, if anybody picks up a phone and calls the police, the target is that within 10 minutes, they must be there. The second thing is you then have to get proper policing phone numbers. I mean, you go online sometimes, police post numbers, if there's this issue, call this number. It will be some 8-letter number. How on earth is somebody in emergency supposed to be remembering 080-233-71 blah, blah, blah? You need short and sharp numbering like 222-111-333. So these things require a level of intellectual rigor that I don't think this government has the ability to deliver. I mean, as we are speaking, the president is on annual leave again. This shows you how unserious the people proposing this policy are. And I say this because I went to high school in Nigeria, but I did A-levels abroad, university abroad. I've worked abroad now for over 16 years for both, for international organizations. I'm a lawyer by training. You go to meetings, you meet serious people. Like you're talking to somebody and you can see that as they are discussing maybe their role in an energy company or their role in a tech company, you can see their eyes lighting up because these people are not there to chop money. They are there because they are ethicals. They like tech. They like energy. They like power. They like currency. These are their hobbies. They love this stuff. I don't see that in any of the people proposing these ideas. The president is not in the country. If you ask him a few questions now about this idea, he probably doesn't have any idea of anything. As Ambrosia of blessed memory before he left Twitter said, nobody can produce a 30-minute video of the president talking in depth about any policy issue. Yet, we are celebrating whether or not state police is going to happen. I don't think we've done the thinking that requires. So just to conclude, you need reform of the judiciary. You need proper training of the police. You need training of the lawyers. And then you need a proper logistical and funding framework to ensure that whenever you introduce this thing you're introducing, I can call the police and they can be there within 10 minutes max. So this is the level of thinking that is required, and I'm not sure that our government has done that. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Gege, for your wonderful submission. Please, if anybody disagrees with what Gege said, as always, you can put a comment on the comment section, or you can raise your hand and let us know that you disagree with him. But what we would not condone is name callings or abusing people. It's not something we condone here. I can see Odunayo and I can see Buki raising their hand. Please, we have Mr. Ra earlier on. For some reason, he had a network challenge. But he's back again. Let's allow him to finish. Then we'll pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you. Ra, you have the mic.
Okay, thank you, Mindset. So real quick, not to sound like a broken record. So basically, the most important thing for me is redrafting, like the previous speaker mentioned, redrafting new people. If I could use the slang, modern day people who are dedicated to policing into the police force. But then again, the issue of the funding for the police is very important. And it's my opinion that if I can speculate that it would be easier for states to fund the police in their own state rather than depending on the federal government. There are certain states that you see that most of the patrol cars are already being funded, or if I use the word, donated to the federal police by that particular state. And what he's also talking about has to do with rapid response. We can see in certain states, one or two states have made effort to increase the rapid response, but this thing boils down to technology. We're in times where most of the backbone of these things are dependent on internet infrastructure. These are the things we need funding for. And like I previously said, with regards to identifying individuals, um, a database. There are other institutions in Nigeria that have records and information of the citizens that the police does not have access to. Case in point, the vehicle licensing people, the auto reg, the immigration, the customs, the banks, and all these things. They have information on even the telecoms. For you to have your SIM card, you must have one form of information or another there. These are things that police should have access to through a server or through a cloud, and they can use those fingerprints and those things to identify people. Then bottom line, we also need, I understand that emotions are up and sentiments are up, and this can cloud the conjectures that most people are presenting, like the previous speaker. So we also need to understand, and then I'm landing with this mindset, we also need to understand the primary assignment of the police as opposed to the justice system. What is the primary assignment of the police? I land right there. Thank you very much. I have mindset, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for your submission. I do believe they are still going to stay with us because there are people who would like to ask questions to yourself, Gege, and other speakers. On that note, let me quickly hear from Odun. Odun, quickly, please. We have new speakers. You have the mic, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate it. I'll leave after now. But let me say very clearly that any law or constitution or whatever is made is not made in pursuant to today. It made in pursuant to beyond today. So if you're making laws that you think is about Buhari, Tinubu, or is about Lagos State, is about anybody today, nobody stays in power forever, for instance. So definitely you can't stay in power forever. So that's why law should not be no law. Nobody should see the law of the state policing as a prism from the perspective of APC today. No, the Nigerian system will outlive the APC or whatever system, right? So it will outlive them. So definitely it's about this future of Nigerian state. Now, somebody talk about the doctor said, oh, that we need to talk about Nigerian state. I agree with you that the sovereignty issue need to be discussed. The Nigerian question need to be asked, and we need to answer it in the affirmative with all sincerity of purpose. However, while we are doing so, the question is, should we now wait for people to finish dying before we can start addressing the issues that affect Nigeria today? Yes. The fact that even though you amend the constitution of Nigeria, or you create a new constitution of Nigeria, or you create a system that is organically Nigerian people's thing, that does not stop. It do not stop death immediately. So we need to look at the immediate problem right now and start solving them while we are looking at the bigger picture on how to solve all those problems. And I can agree with you that I can say very clearly here that even the state police is part of the addressing the Nigerian question. It's part of the addressing Nigerian questions. So when White Best said, "Oh, there was the archive that said they should centralize power," no, no, there was nothing like that, right? 1969, 1964 general election that midwife the election that created the Western region to have so what we call state of anarchy, where they brought in somebody was because of the fact that they saw that the people in the region were creating problems at that place, and like the government should take over power, and government was called in to take over power at the federal level. So there was nothing like because of the police system. Police system was never a federal level at that time. It had never been a federal level, even in the 60s. It was state level or regional level. Police system had only been federal level, even at that time. But what we have today now is that we need to understand the nuances of these current challenges we have today. And how do we address them? We cannot shy away from this problem and say, oh, anything. No, let's remove our mind about whether somebody will use it, whatever it is. What we look at is how do we solve the problem of people that will use it? Right? If you're talking about vigilante does not have any law that backs them. That's the honest truth. You need to give impetus to law and create a legal framework. We may not obey it immediately, but there's a leeway for us to addressing those issues in the interim, like in the gradual manner. So when we talk about the fact that we are afraid to do the right thing because of what Tinubu will be or what governor will be today, how many governors have been in power for since 1999? So the answer is is that we need to look at Nigeria and look at what will work for Nigeria as a country. People are being killed every moment. It may not be your family member, it may not be your friend, it may not be people from your community. But as I talk to you right now, people are being killed. Just because you're in Nigeria, not because you are in Nigeria, you are just being killed. Right? Somebody, my friend, remember talk about Kwara State. Before we hear this thing, we think it's about Bonu or Yola or Bonu or Yobe. But today, this thing have taken over almost all part of Nigeria. There's no place that is sane right now today in Nigeria because this security affects everywhere. So we cannot shy away from the responsibility of Nigerian state to protect the Nigerian citizens. According to Section 14 sub 2B, that's the job of the Nigerian state. The welfare and property of Nigerian people is the normal reason why we have government. So whatever way we can protect it, we'll go about it. Thank God you realize that the governors from the northern region are assenting to it, are saying we must have state police. So when people say it is the north that are having problem, or it is you are looking at it from the principle of your cultural ethnic perspective, and you're not right, first of all. Because if the northern come and say you are the problem again, it is me against you. You're not going to get it right. But we're looking at scientific and empirical things that have worked all over the world. How can we make it our own domestication that can work for us in a way that fits Nigerian purpose and Nigerian needs? So we must not look at it from the prism of religion or ethnicity. So we may have cultural challenges, but policy system is not the problem. We can create our laws, and that is not what we can remove our mind from. We must create our laws. We must create a law that will reduce human interference. And I said it before. That doesn't mean that we can only ameliorate it. It cannot eradicate it, right? So there's two different things. You cannot remove completely these things, but you can ameliorate it to the extent that people will have, they will do their job within the ambit of law. And we come to speak on it that 14 sub 2C give us the power to, even as citizens of Nigeria, to protect, to participate in our governance. So we have to participate. We cannot leave it for governors and say, oh, we have voted for senator, we have voted for president, then we leave them and go home. No, we have to participate. We have to watch them. Because external vigilance is the price of freedom. So in my conclusion is that state police is just not just long overdue. Like I said before, one of my project work in my university, Fashola wrote on it when he was governor in 2007. He wrote on it very well. That was what caught my attention about state policing. And I think very well that it is not when Fashola wrote those articles, he did not write them with the mind of 2025. I believe that he wrote them with the mind of what was going on in Nigeria at that time. But today, the issue we have today now, those articles cannot even have been overwhelmed. So the argument of state police is not even necessary right now. The National Assembly should put up the work and start amending the Constitution of Nigeria to amend Section 212 so that they can effect state policing system and create the modalities for having it, so that we can have a system that people can even get job. Now, the police act today say you must have a police officer in every police station. You must have a lawyer in every police station to reduce the human rights. We can implement such provisions that in every station, in every local community, we'll have a lawyer man in these places so that they can be able to reduce interference of human rights abuses. These are laws. You can't stay in your place and say we cannot do. No, we must move ahead as a country. And doing so is the state police is a way forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Odunayo. Always a pleasure to have you on the platform. I know there are quite a number of individuals who would like to ask questions to Gege, Mr. Ra, Odunayo, and Service Culture. Please, if you're not able to come out as a speaker, you can put out your comment at your comment section. So I pass the mic to Jindo. Jindo, you have the mic. So good morning. Jindo, I hope I'm audible.
Very audible.
All right. So,
yeah, thank
okay.
you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Am I audible,
yes,
please?
you are. Good morning.
Thank you very much for this privilege, mindset. I just have to point out some very important things concerning Nigeria state and advocate for state police. State police is good. The police structure we have now is not bad. 2, the problem we have is the leadership of those structures. We talked about law. My question always is, the laws we have, do we really make use of them? There was a time Nigeria has the best policing in the world. Who were the leadership at that time? How was the leadership recruitment or as at that time? And what is the difference between that leadership recruitment at that time and the leadership recruitment at this time? Let me give you an example of what I've suffered. And that is making me to say this. In my community, we do have informations. And we feel that some certain people are doing some certain things that are not, that we invite criminals. And we went to the police to report the issue. And those people were apprehended. Within 30 minutes, 1 hour, those people were released. That information came that those people should be released. Where the process of corruption in the state police, in policing system is terrible, especially from the head, not even from the tail, because they receive instruction from the tail, from the head. Just look at the commissioner, the inspector general of police has stayed for how many years now? He's supposed to have retired. He's still kept there. Why? For political reasons. Those are those elements of corruption that is affecting security. In Nigeria, if the politicians can decide today that we want policing in Nigeria to be effective, I can tell you within 1 year you will have an effective police. They travel out, they know what to do, they know how those election. They want to have ways to manipulate the system. They don't want to do anything. So for me, the state police is brought to be effective is to wipe away corruption. Once corruption is wiped away from the system, judiciary corruption limited to at least 10%. Legislative corruption limited to 10%.
Sorry,
So,
is it from my end, or do we? Sorry, Mr. Jindo, please, can you hold on for a minute, sir? I do apologize. Is it from my end, because it appears that he keep cutting off and I can't hear him. I didn't want to interject, but I don't want to miss some of the things that he's saying. Is it from my end, or can you guys hear him clearly?
No, it's from his end, not yours. We can hear you.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Can I go down and come back if you are not hearing me?
No, we
Okay.
see, okay, no, 1 minute, 1 minute, because we're not going to be here for a long time now. The problem is here, sir, Mr. Jindo, is 1 minute we can hear you, the next minute you're off again. So we have some of the things that you said. So if you can round up quickly, since you're, please, thank you, sir.
Let me just round up. So if we can curb the corruption in the system from the nick, first, every state should know the number of people living in your state. They should, every police should have data of particular people living in the state, the migrant to the state, and the out of the state at every time. You've helped to solve some percentage of insecurity. If the borders know the people are coming in and those that are coming out, they have those systems to check it. And police are well trained. The only one we have already are well trained. I tell you, security will reduce. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful submission. Mr. White, you raised your hand. Let's quickly hear from you, then I'll go to Buki.
Oh, thank you
Rookie.
very much. Odoyo called me, and I wanted to say something. This is the danger of intellectualism in this country. If we check before the removal of fuel subsidy, a lot of people wrote articles about how we should move fuel subsidy, how it will help this country. When it came to the removal of devaluation of the currency, a lot of people wrote articles supporting the devaluation of the article. Now it has come to space policy. And when I reference the point that in the 60s, you can check my word for it, Nigeria was not centralized like this. People wrote articles against decentralization. Against decentralization. People wanted this country to be centralized. So the dangers of intellectualism every time is that when an idea is being touted, sometimes it is not thoroughly thought through. We have people that just come, espouse ideas that nobody sits down, nobody thinks about it, nobody thinks about the pros and cons, and we just push it. And after 2-3 years down the line, we now blame the government in power that, oh, the government in power, they don't know what they are doing. How can you do this? This should have been done before. That should have been done before. And that is what we are saying about the state police. I have not said state police is a bad idea, but is it something that we have thought through as a nation? Do we have enough funding for state policing? This is a lot of questions we need to ask. We have a judiciary that is in tatters. During the last election, we saw how people were shouting that the judiciary is compromised. Is that the same judiciary you want to give to the hands of state police? So we need to start asking ourselves very permanent questions, not, oh, because of insecurity. Insecurity. If we want to treat insecurity, we can create insecurity outlets that will battle insecurity. We can create special laws to battle it. But if we're talking about state policing, we need to think about it. Then secondly, the idea that the president must think about it or come and explain to everybody about state policing, I don't think that is totally necessary. The president has people for that. That's why he has appointments. He can get 20 people, 30 people that will sit down, devise a framework, and they will discuss about it. So mine is not I am against state policing, but state policing that people are touting like it's the solution to our insecurity might not be a solution to our insecurity. I think our solution to insecurity is the kind of people, first of all, we will recruit into the Nigerian police system. We will recruit into the security forces. Their remuneration, how do we pay them? How much are they being paid? What is their welfare? How much do they get? These are questions we start asking ourselves first. We can give police, some state governors that don't even make up to 100 billion a year. You give them state policing. How would they pay the salaries? So you don't have police going on strike. You have police extorting people, killing people on the road because of what? And I've said it earlier that because someone is your brother, does not change the fact that he has penchant to do evil. He will do the evil he wants to do, regardless of whether he's brother or not. Even if you go to the Bible, the first crime that was committed in the Bible was between two brothers. Two brothers, not enemies, two brothers. So the idea that, oh, because these people come from my area, they're my brothers, they will do what is right, it's not true. Let us start looking at our recruitment process and select the right people into power. Whether we're talking about security, whether we're talking about political posts, that is where our problem lies. Our problem is leadership. As far as we keep employing people that don't know what left and right, that are doing rubbish in the police force, that have no business in this, whether you create 20, every local government can have their own police force, and we'll still have this problem. There will still be insecurity, people will collect bribes, people will kill each other, and nothing will change. So if we want to discuss national issues, these are the things we start looking at, and less of posturing. For me, state policing is just posturing. Until we know what we need to do, we will never get it right. Thank you very much, mindset.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. White. You said until we know what we need to do, and we would like to know what is it that we need to do. That is a very important question. You throw that out there, but we like, if you know that thing that we need to do, Nigerians would like to hear from you. But before I pass the mic to yourself or some other person that would like to speak, I just wanted to announce to the House that our great co-host, the man that have made this job very easy for me today, have just told me that he's leaving. So we're not going to have Mr. Itodo co-hosting, and I must thank him for the time and the professionalism that he used this morning to co-host this place. Mr. Itodo, thank you very much. You can take your leave anytime you wish to, but anytime you have the opportunity to help us to co-host, please do raise your hand. I really, really appreciate you, and thank you for helping us this morning. Do you have any other thing to say as we pass the mic, Mr. Itodo?
Okay, thank you very much for the privilege. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed myself here, and I will be here almost all the time. Once the space is live, just saying here, I'll come in to contribute my quota. Uh, my few words is the truth is we've been having the federal police for quite some time, and we are having these lapses. So why not try something different? You know, because what happens, what will work for Anambra might not work in Benue. Just let's just look for a holistic approach towards ending this insecurity. Because Benue State used to be the food basket of the nation, but right now there's no basket anymore. There's no food in the basket because people cannot go to the farm. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Oh, so on that note, I'll pass the mic to Rocky. I always get your name wrong. Please do not. I apologize.
It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the other speaker, he raised an issue about the issue of restraint of people's residence and also to control movement. Basically, it's already happening in the dark region in Europe, the German-speaking world. Maybe it's a continuation of what Adolf Hitler did, maybe, but it's extremely effective. If you move in, let's say, for example, you rent a house, the landlord give you your document, you sign your contract. The government don't really care about that because you have to fill another form. Your landlord have to sign that form, and then you take it to the city hall, which may be equivalent in Nigeria as your local government headquarters. It's free of charge. They will register it, they will scan a copy of your passport, your identity card of whatever your nationality. They will scan it, attach it to that form itself, and then they will give you another form, like a certificate. It's called Medicete. Without that certificate, you cannot open bank account. In some countries, you cannot buy SIM card. In Belgium, you can't buy SIM card. Is that terrible? I said you can't buy SIM card. Nobody will register you. So just imagine they tying your house to your phone number, and the minute it's cancelled, they get an alert. If within 60 days you don't even reactivate it, they deactivate your phone number. Is that terrible? That's what I'm saying. It's already happening. You're not going to reinvent the wheel. It's already happening. And if we do that, because some people will not arguing in some rural areas, but they have electricity in that house. They pay electricity bill in that house, but you can't restart that house. It's basic foolishness. Every local government can handle that at the basic level. Again, we need a law to back it because there are also penalties over here. That's why I said the government on their own have to step up and do it. It's not an issue of the people, no, at the local government level. Now they are fully funded, so there's no excuse. They have money to fund that operation at the local government level. They can do that. Now, secondly, some people are raising the issue of if you have state police, then there'll be ethnic issue, there'll be discrimination. Well, I'll say not really true. After the coup of 67, Nigeria was booking to form military command, and then you have Lagos, because you also have Ibadan, and then Lagos in the west. The western region expelled every non-Midwesterner from the Midwest. You can look it up. They did it. Those from the north, it wasn't Gowon who ordered their transfer. They were to go to Kano and Kaduna, but he stopped them at Okene. If you follow the Nigerian Civil War, you know why he stopped them at Okene. The eastern region already expelled non-Easterners, leave our region. The western region were already pushing. Even Bawutala was one, because they said they have to move the families first of the officers. They were at the Keja airport before the invasion of Midwest happened, and then the Division 2 was created. That was the end of the idea. So maybe if that continued, it's over 50 years now, we would have grown up to understand if you want to join the army, join in your state, stay in your region. You want to join the police, stay in your region. This argument about there will be discrimination, most likely it will not happen because we already know you join your security force in your region, you don't live there. And for those also arguing, let's take it for the sake of argument now, in your state civil service, you have all the tribes in your state civil service. Are they not working together? So what's the difference with them having a state police? All the tribes in that same state, they will work together in that same police force. If you can work together in your civil service as civil servants, how come you cannot work together as policemen in your own state? That's a basic, that idea is not really true. That's not a problem. Yes, there will be issues, but you always work together in your state. Now, this issue of community vigilante and so on and so forth will be raising. I'm sorry, it's not an equivalent of state police. The training given to the two forces, they are different. Their mission statement is different. What they are even told to look out for is even different. The vigilante area, are they trained about the rule of law? Yes, we know our policemen are crazy in Nigeria. We all know it. But at least I've never heard or read anywhere a Nigerian policeman that was charged to a orderly trial in the police force. That's the equivalent of court martial. He said, I didn't know. That's why I took 100,000 from a Nigerian. I didn't know. That's why I took 1 million naira. No policeman will ever see it because they have been trained. They know the rule. Go to your vigilante. Were they giving the same training? Nope. So basically, the idea of saying we can now pick them, just give them uniform and just move them over to Gun State Police. I'm sorry. There will be a mindset shift for that to even be possible in the first place. Because of the issue of abuse, and we all know this Nigeria. Without black food in a black man's belly, you give him gun, black things will be on his mind. We all know it when you see them on the road. So basically, I'm begging you all, remove the idea from your head that vigilante in your area can become policemen. The training and even how to even recruit them in the first place, it's even different. You know how they recruit vigilante in your area. You know. I don't need to explain to you. You know the type of boys they look out for. Is it the type of human being on the same to the police force? Basically, it's next to zero in most cases. So that's the problem. Now, another issue is the issue of constitution. It has to be back constitutionally. Because in a state police force in the hand of Tinubu, I'm sorry, it's the equivalent of having Agbero in uniform all over Nigeria, basically. It's military command. You might not know it, but it's military command. You think Agbero, they operate randomly. It's not random. It's well structured. And now you want to say you want to have police force. Who will handle the recruitment in the first place? So that's basically constitution. If they don't place total control in the House of Assembly or National Assembly, I'm sorry, you're wasting your time. Zero control from it. Yes, we say on paper, yes, ideally, it should be under the control of the parliament or the people, not executive. Because in this our Nigeria, we know the governor will intimidate. We know governor picks speaker, we know, but at least let the control be outside the hand of the governor. Funding, everything controlled from the House of Assembly, outside the executive. If not, there will surely be clash and there will be problem. Now, talking about the issue of security architecture, we have to change everything. I mean, we have to burn everything to the ground and start afresh. Because you are saying, okay, let's bring police into state level, number one. So what happened to Abuja Command? What will happen to it? Yes, there's an Abuja Command. What will happen to them? Will they become the Nigerian FBI, in quotes, operate on federal? Yeah?
Hello?
Yeah, you can speak.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not hearing you again.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I said it's very important we be very mindful of the words we use. Not that I do understand what you mean by burning things down, but somebody would join in and thinking, okay, what are they burning down? I hope you understand where I'm coming from, sir.
Of course.
They would just try and take this. Yes, they will. It would just be everywhere. Mindset space. They are thinking of burning down the police station, but that's not what you're trying to say.
I understand the point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The point I was making is we have to start afresh. I'm not talking about recruitment. I mean the structure. All the governors have to meet with the president. Where are we starting from? Because if you say the issue of 36 different police forces in Nigeria and then Abuja, so what's the input of Abuja? Is Abuja our clearinghouse? We need any issue, we call Abuja for information. How do we work together across the states? They have to discuss that issue even before talking about police force in Nigeria at the state level. Because this is also tied to funding. But if you are saying we should operate at the state level, that's why I'm asking what happened to Abuja? Will Abuja still have a say at the state level? Or will it just be, like I said, the issue of FBI, modeled based on the issue of FBI? Except so, if not, basically there will be problem. This is Nigeria, let's be real, this is Nigeria, there will be problem. That's why I said constitutionally, they should define their rules. Clearly, everybody understand what's going on. Because if you are saying we should operate at the state level, remember we have the DSS and other security forces. It will also affect them, basically. That's why I said, will Abuja be the clearing house or Abuja will be the central command? Because if Abuja will be the central command, I'm sorry, there's something like state police. But if Abuja will be everybody, you have any issue, call Abuja. Except so. That's why that issue is also very important. Now, the issue of funding, I don't want to go into the issue of funding basically, but let me give you a practical example. I mean, in our current Nigeria, we all know what's going on in the Niger Delta, pipeline issue, vandalization, and the others. The federal government right now, they are funding protection of the pipeline. But remember, this ought to be the job of the marine police. Yes, Marine Division of Nigerian Police, this ought to be their job. Not even Nigerian Navy, Marine Division, Nigerian Police, this ought to be their job. Are they really working? Basically next to zero, they're not working. So they have to now bring in civilians, each like the Tompolo and the others, to come in and guard the pipeline. Now you're not saying, okay, let's go to state control. Who is going to pay Tompolo 5 billion every month? Is it the Delta State government that will give Tompolo that money, or Abuja will need to pay? If you say, okay, let's create a marine division in Delta State, what about other states across the Niger Delta? What's going to happen to them? That's why I said the issue of funding is not just paying salary. There are other operations going on currently across Nigeria. Like they will say, it's a rolling contract, it doesn't stop. Who is going to fund it? That's an issue people have not even talked about. It goes beyond just beauty stations and paying salaries. Now, lastly, this issue of provision of a better security. I'm sorry, I don't really believe in that. Like I see, and people saying, if you never see governor before, you don't go to the call governor. That's the same we have in the Delta State. At the peak of the Niger Delta militancy, because many people don't even know this, what's going on in Imo State almost happened in Delta. I repeat, what is going on in Imo State right now? Almost, I'm not talking about the issue of killing people randomly. No, I'm talking about the criminality as far, the violence and the robbery and the other stuff, kidnapping and the others. It almost happened in Delta. Then the boy was the governor. He didn't say, oh, Basanjo, come and help me at my state level. My hands are tied. I'm the chief security officer that cannot give command to commissioner of police. He didn't say that nonsense. Whatever you need, tell me what you need. I'll give it to you, commissioner of police. Ask anybody on that, just one phrase, quick response squad. Ask them, they will tell you what happened under Ibori. Operation Wipe. Ask them, they will tell you what happened. Any boy that refuses to listen, Operation Wipe will take you. Everybody know that. This is not the issue of let's go to Abuja. I mean, at the state level, they dealt with every single one. That's why the cities were very peaceful, but the creeks were very hot. You want to go and fight in Nigerian army, go to the creek. In the city, you don't dare do any nonsense. In the town, no single soldier was killed. You can check that record. No single soldier was killed in any city. Everywhere was peaceful. But in the creeks, it was very hot because everybody knows that's the epicenter of the problem. Look at Imo State. Anybody can do whatever they want. They are talking about Abuja. You not get a governor. If you have a governor, you know what you ought to do. Those useless boys, they will, I said, just 60 days, they will take they will pick each and every one of them out of the state. I'm talking of 20 years ago, they could do it. And I'm talking of today with modern technology, with drone technology. Some people are saying we need to talk to Abuja. I'm sorry, you're not get a governor. Are you the mic at this point?
Okay, thank you very much, Rocky, for your submission. On that note, I'll pass the mic to Tosin. Tosin, you have the mic. Let's be very mindful of time so we can carry others along. Tosin, you have the mic, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I want to commend the presidency for his reformation. Not everybody will be happy with the reformation, but at first he said it will be bitter, but it is something that at the end it will relieve the fever, and that is that. And the reason why we're calling for the state policing at first, we should not forget, is because of the insecurity. Now, Nigerians are complaining that Nigerians are dying. They cannot go to the farm. They can't do anything. They can't get food because of insecurity. Okay, now the presidency is coming to say, okay, let's provide a solution to this insecurity issue in your own region. Now, all these regions that are talking, they have their own state governors, and they've not brought up any viable solution to this insecurity matter. But the presidency is coming to say, okay, let's bring state policing. And we are still hearing from public space that they should not bring it. It's kind of funny. These same people are complaining. At the same time, they are still complaining on a solution. They are not providing a solution. But that is for that. My own submission is, I just want to talk about the importance of this state policing, the good side of it. The good side of it. Number one is addressing over centralization and bureaucratic delay. Now, the current centralized structure of the Nigerian police force, headquartered in Abuja, creates a bureaucratic bottleneck that hinders rapid response to localized security threats. State police will decentralize law enforcement, allowing quicker decision-making and tailored response to regional issues. Governors, despite being chief security officers of their state, lack direct control over the Nigerian police command, which reports directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja and ultimately to the President. But state policing would empower governors to manage security more effectively within their jurisdiction. Now that's number one. Number two, it will improve local knowledge and context. State police will enforce and compose of officers recruited and trained locally. These are people that are in the community. They will be trained locally and will have deeper knowledge of the culture, social, and geographical location of their community. Their knowledge enhance intelligence gathering, crime prevention, and community engagement, making policing more effective in their states, in their communities, in their localities. And that is that. Number three, it will enhance community policing and trust. Nigeria as a nation, we've lost trust for the Nigerian police. We have lost trust for them. Nigerians do not believe that the Nigerian police can help them. State police can foster stronger ties between law enforcement and local community, promoting trust and cooperation. Now, police has always been coming up with this awareness that if you see something, say something. But people do not even trust the Nigerian police. That even if they see something, who would they say it to? But with this, it will enhance community trust. This state police, it will enhance community trust between the communities and the police because they see these people as their own. Number four, it will reduce burden on federal resources. Let's take our mind off of how we're going to pay them. Nigeria has never really had problem off of how we're going to be paying these people. What we've had problem is transparency. We can call for transparency in this, but we have to establish something before we call for transparency. The Nigerian police force, with approximately 371,800 officers as at 2021, now this is a statistic from 2021, is overstretched. Imagine 371,800 police policing a population of over 250 million people of a nation. Is overstretched. They can't do the job. They'll be exhausted. There is no way. They can't even do the job. They will be overstretched and overexhausted. They can't do it. But this state police will reduce that burden on that federal resources. Number four, it is addressing regional security challenges. We cannot run away from that. We can't run away from that. Nigerian diverse region face unique security issues such as Boko Haram, insurgency in the north, banditry in the northwest, militancy in the south. We're not even talking about the one in the southeast. The one in the southeast is even worse than everyone put together now. It's as if what is happening in the southeast is not even part of the nation. People are not even talking about that. And they have their own people, they have their own influencers. They're not even coming up to even speak for the general public to even talk about it. Now, the last part of it is that which we're forgetting mostly is the workforce of Nigeria. We are complaining that there's no employment, but we're forgetting that this state policing, we also employ people and take people out of poverty, big time. Out of poverty to employ a lot. We have a lot of people at home, no job. Vigilantes cannot do this. They are complaining every day by day that there's no job. This is an opportunity and an avenue to solve one or two problems in Nigeria. Personally, I think this is a win-win for everybody. Let's forget the fact that let's look away from that area that people will now use it as the government will now start using it. They will not start abusing it because it's their own state. No, let's look away from that. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. But first, let's solve what is on ground. We complain too much without any solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tosin, for your wonderful submission. Now, I like as you rounded up, you said, when we get to that bridge, we'll figure things out. I'm paraphrasing. But before we get to that bridge, if you're going to a bridge and the bridge is not straight, the bridge is wonky, right? The bridge cannot carry 5 people, and 7 people decided to go to that bridge. Before they'll decide to, how they can cross, they're going to fall into the river, right? So it's very important, in as much as when we get to that bridge, I mean, it's an idiom a lot of people use, but it's very important before you plan going to that bridge, you ask yourself a question: this vehicle I'm driving, will you be able to cross this bridge, right? I mean, how many people can this bridge carry? It's very important that we look at it from that angle, because this whole mindset that it doesn't matter, let's continue, things would actually work out better. It might be the reason we have not made it in this country, because we have the mindset it doesn't matter, right? I am not saying we should not have, give people a chance to, bring state police. Personally, for me, my view is there's advantage to it, there's disadvantage to it, as I said when we started the platform. But I really liked the way you made your point. You read quite a number of things out, and on the issue of people speaking about insecurity, there's insecurity in every part of Nigeria. If anybody chooses to discuss it, and then they choose not to discuss it, if it's affecting people in Zamfara State, it would affect somebody in Lagos State. You might say no, right? If it's affecting somebody in Oyo State, it would affect somebody in Enugu State, because we are all Nigerians. If there's something going on in Benue State and you think you're not going to get involved, speaking about it or anything, but Benue is called the food basket. If they don't produce enough the price of yam will go up, and then that's what it is, right? But thank you very, very much for your wonderful submission. As I pass the mic to, I can't pronounce this name, the man with, okay, Rafindo, if that makes sense. Rafindo. Is that Rafindo? Okay, please, can you help me out? Am I still audible? Hello? All right, so we have a new speaker here, Mr. Rafindo, but he's not responding. Maybe I'm butchering his name. If you can hear me, please, sir, you have the mic to speak. Let's try the last time. Mr. Rafindo, at is it Sekama or Sekama? All right, he's not responding, so I think it's best to remove him as a speaker so we can pass the mic to Omoba, then I will come back to service culture. Omoba, you have the mic, please. Omoba is not responding as well.
I am here. I'm here, sir. I raised my hand because of what my brother Ruki said. You see, I think we need to get where the federal government and the state government are coming from. If you notice, beforehand, most of these governors were anti-state police, especially our governors from the northern part of the country. They were anti-state police. But if you look at the trend for almost a year now, most of them are the champions of this thing. Biuki, you said something about that. What will be the structure like? Kind of. I don't know, because I'm not a lawmaker, but I want to believe that they will likely structure it along the pattern, the way the National Judicial Council is structured, where the governors don't have total control of their state judiciary. Probably we are going to have, we have a National Police Council already, but maybe they are going to make it in a way like the National Police Council will now function like the National Judicial Council. And you said something about that agency that I don't like mentioning, the one that wears suits. I don't like mentioning them. It does not affect them, because what we are going to have is like the police. We are going to have police at state level, federal level, but the immigration, the custom, the army, that agency that wears suits that I don't like mentioning, BUK, the agency you mentioned that I'm talking about. Those ones are going to be like our federal, our federal agencies, our federal forces. Now, the Nigerian police force will likely now be in charge of maybe mining, the Marine you talk about, where instead of the Navy doing the job of Marine police, so let the Navy basically do their own job. Why we now have a federal police force that will be in charge of our inland waterways. You understand? So basically, most of these things can actually be broken down, and we have agencies of government doing a particular job, because most of these agencies now, they are basically doing the same job. You have the Nigerian Police Force, Traffic Division, we call them Yellow FIFA, doing the same job with the Federal Road Safety Corps, who, by the way, are also clamoring for arms and ammunition. You can say, you see, these are the problem. Now you're now going to have a Federal Road Safety Corps asking for weapon. You give them weapon. What do you think will happen, sir? So for me, basically, there are some agencies that I don't like using the word useless, but if let us follow the Oronsaye report, match them. Custom immigration, one agency. Road safety, federal police, one agency. Then let us have our state police. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me pass the mic to Service Culture. You raise your hand.
Oh, yes, I did. Thank you, Mindset. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. I just needed to speak about an angle that I haven't heard so far, and that's the fact that the challenging with our current security and policing situation in Nigeria is being looked at like rocket science. There's this thing I've seen over time growing up in Nigeria here, that instead of us facing root causes of problems, we try to create alternate universes that, we think is the solution. And it's happened so many times that it's beginning to get, that's why we have a lot of conflicting institutions. We have a lot of conflicting agencies. And now let me not even go too far to other agencies. Let's even talk about the policing in Nigeria. We know that policing, can be done by state or non-state actors, right? Now, in Nigeria, we have created a lot of conflicting security agencies that at some point you're asking yourself, what are all these people's roles? You have VIO, you have police, you have road safety, you have, oh my goodness, if you even begin to list them, it's exhausting. It seems like if you divide if you divide Nigeria into um, over 50, almost a certain number of percentage of Nigerians are in some form of security outfit or the other. And you're wondering, why is there still an increase in insecurity if this many people are in different forms of policing agencies? And it brings us back to this very vital fact. When I see problems as a strategist, the first thing I'm thinking is, why am I having problems? I look at the orientation behind the solution. The solution that is on ground that isn't working. I look at the culture that is enabling that particular solution. And then these things begin to help you address what is the goal of policing. I mean, worldwide, everybody as in worldwide, the good thing about policing is that it's not just tied to just Nigeria. You say, okay, policing is heard for the first time and the only time in Nigeria. Policing is something that is being done worldwide. So there are actual practices that are expected from police, especially in places that expect law and order. One of them would be probably administration of justice, community engagement. The reason I'm taking my time to break it down, because maybe when people look at policing, look at it as if it's something that is alien, something that just fell from the sky and we are the only ones practicing it. These are practices done worldwide. And even though some countries might localize their strategy to execution, policing is policing anywhere in the world. You would expect law enforcement, enforcing laws and order. You would expect maintaining public order, ensuring that there's peaceful coexistence in communities, etc. You also expect crime prevention and detection from our policing. We also expect, some kind of specialized services, like providing clearances, certificates, and the whole nines. Now, if we look at our current police structure, it can do all this. It can do all this and even more. We have seen how swift our Nigerian police can be when there's a political undertone to a certain investigation. We have seen how swift they can be. I promise you, almost when it comes to information harvesting, when it comes to intelligence, I promise you that is not what we are lacking. And if we are sitting on this and talking about state policing, every single state plus the FCT have representatives in this police force. Now, looking at it as a strategist or just someone thinking out loud, why is it so hard if all of a sudden state policing has become essential because we need people who speak Ibibio to be in Ibibio communities? We need people who speak Igbo to be in Eastern communities. You need people who are brothers in the East and in the West to be. Why are you not posting these Western people to these locations? Because they are there in the police force. There is no tribe currently that is not represented in the Nigerian police force according to federal character. And now, if that has become an issue, and I completely agree with what Whitebird said, if we want to really solve policing, I promise you funding, again, would not be a problem. Because if you look into these communities, if you look into states, there are people who love policing. And we have seen some of these individuals being highlighted by specific members of community for just enjoying their job. We have seen some certain individuals being highlighted for going the extra mile, especially in a country where the barest minimum is the highest point. Now, if we are saying all these things are the reasons why state policing is the only solution to the current very glaring insecurity in Nigeria, then we are not being truthful to ourselves, because every single structure we need to solve all these problems that we are highlighting as a very viable reason for state policing is already there. It's just to have them activated properly and executed. You can look to recruitment. If you feel like, okay, everybody should take it back to the communities, recruit people into national police, send them to their states. It's very simple. Why is that rocket science? Now, if we begin to look at, okay, with the funding, and we even need to look at how to fund the police. Now, currently, Nigeria has we have a very bad economy right now. Everybody knows that. We have a lot of people earning way below minimum wage. So I will never agree with funding or salaries being the reason why our Nigerian police officers or personnel act the way they act. Because if you have the orientation that because you are empowered to guard a people and then you are given weapons, instead of using it for the reason you are constitutionally required to use it for, you are using it to extort fellow Nigerians who even earn below you, and it's okay. And then we need to reward. The reward for your bad behavior is to pay you more so that you can stop. That hasn't stopped politicians from stealing or looting, which we've had very documented, publicly available information of them doing that. Some of them are indicted and some of them have gone to jail for that. Now, we need to go back to the orientation behind a lot of things in our country. We need to look at our culture that enables a lot of things. If we don't do that, it will keep every single thing you bring up will affect you. Now go back. If you even look at, bylaws being created, some edits in the constitution, we see that some things are even clashing. Some organizations are even clashing with other organizations that you don't even know who is responsible. We don't have clear accountability paths. We don't have clear roles and designation of things. We only react to when these things have become a problem. I promise you, if the political will is there to make the Nigerian police function in its right manner, there are very fine police officers right now in the Nigerian police force who will take it upon themselves and fix this. They know it. They are in there. They know where these challenges are. I still think that setting up another state policing, to me, has another undertone, different from actually solving problems. Because what I see most times is, Whitebird says something, it is intellectualism. Everybody needs to have an opinion. And then opinions sometimes do not even solve these problems. As a creative problem solver, I can tell you that every single resource needed by the Nigerian police force to achieve greatness is available. Every single resource is available. The problem seems to be execution. And when we as citizens, instead of encouraging a lot of clashing things that we know is going to become a problem, why don't we start asking for the basics? Okay, the one that is already available, why don't you create a system of accountability? I mean, we've seen police personnel on the street, on the road, in addition to abusing their powers, which is normal, which has almost become a culture now, they are now fighting against systems of accountability that citizens are trying to put in place. We saw situations where a citizen wearing his glasses to protect himself by ensuring that whatever interactions he has with the police is documented in case there's claims of what didn't happen. We saw the police officer attack this individual literally for doing that. So they don't even want to be held accountable for their actions. We've had situations where a lot of these our police personnel do not have names on their uniforms. So if you say you want to report as a citizen, they've taken off their name tag, and it's now becoming a culture for you to see a policeman in uniforms without name tags, which has given an opportunity for non-state actors to also sew the uniform. And of course, they do not have name tags. One of the numerous gaps that have been created due to lack of accountability. If Nigerians have been complaining a lot about illicit use of firearms, people shooting sporadically, there are systems, there are steps that can be taken to checkmate these things. Now, it is only when you have checkmated all these excesses and we still feel like we have not achieved all that we need to achieve, then we can begin to look at a broader solution. Right now, we have not utilized all the resources of the Nigerian police. And if you are very aware of how the security system in Nigeria works, if you are very close to a lot of police officers and they tell you some kind of things, you would know that the Nigerian police is not as helpless as it is being touted to be. Helplessness is not the problem. Lack of skill set is not the problem. We have very fine officers that have trained outside the country. If we have the right leadership with a very will I say with the political will to actually get this thing done, we have seen it happen. We have seen, I mean, because of the fact that we keep having these side things, it's like a cycle. Now we are currently dealing with insecurity of kidnapping and banditry. There was a time it was armed robbery where you had highway armed robbers. What happened? We also tried to say, oh, let's do this, oh, let's do that. We've still not seen that these consistent gaps is the reason why after a waiting period, a new set of criminality comes up. It's a cycle. We've seen there was a time it was robbing banks that was in vogue. Most bankers that survived that time will tell you the story. My dad was almost killed, And then there was a time when traveling on the road, luxurious bus was risky because they would kill everybody and rob. There was also a time where, sending letters to communities and telling them you're coming to rob was a thing. I'm listing out valid things that have happened over time. And what seems to be recurrent is the fact that everybody begins to act like our police is helpless. But in these situations, we've had publicly documented instances where they were working in cahoot with some very criminal elements in the police who are exploiting gaps of what? Lack of accountability. So, if we have not fixed the basics of ensuring that there's a just society, if you've not fixed the basics of ensuring that your accountability system is up to par and also able to checkmate itself, why do you want to add another burden on the system that is already stretched thin? Right now, just this morning, Mindset read something about the police blocking the location GRV wants to have a meeting. I don't know how that fits into community policing because there's not been any established breaking of law. Nigerian citizens under the constitution have a right to meet together and have meetings, how does that affect the police? But guess what? I went over to check if GRV himself has spoken anything about this. And truly, it's true. He did a whole conference. And then there are pictures of videos of a lot of police officers at that location stopping citizens from meeting. But I don't know if of recent we've had that number of police stopping armed robbery incidents, stopping banditry, stopping actual things that harm Nigerian citizens. So again, What is the mindset towards solving these problems? What is the mindset towards alleviating insecurity? Every time you look at the insecurity in Nigeria, you begin to think, is there another agenda towards this? I am worried. I am genuinely worried because at this rate, it's like we are heading towards extinction as a, as a country, because it's okay to have, we have gotten so used to people just dying, and we have gotten used to not having a police force that is now every all man for himself. I advocate, and if you check on my timeline, I advocate that if the state national policing and all these different kinds of local policing cannot protect Nigerians, law-abiding Nigerian citizens cannot protect themselves, cannot be protected by by states or national policing system that is paid for by their tax that they pay, then I think it's about time that we are empowered to protect ourselves, because it's very hurting. In fact, just now I came across a post where a guy was narrating how armed robbers were busy trying to break into his house. We've had situations where Nigerian citizens, law-abiding citizens who do not have means to protect themselves, are like sitting ducks at the mercy of these criminals, praying that they are not remembered, praying that their security of burglary or security doors is strong enough to repel these thieves or these actors that know that they have enough time to do this. You call the police number. If you are lucky, you may get a response. If you are not lucky, I've had a situation where I called a certain police number for a young lady that was assaulted, and they were telling me that they don't even know where the police station is. This is an official number. So please, while state police is very good in an ideal system, the current system we have right now is not fully utilized. And until we have fully utilized and say, okay, beyond reasonable doubt, every form of resources that we have accessible to the state, to the national policing is working fully and is not enough, then we can begin to look at other solutions. But if we think about this truthfully, we know that is not being properly utilized. And I would not end with my submission without speaking to the person who kept calling Imo State back to back to back. It would be great if people say what they know, you know. Insecurity system, the national insecurity system in the country is affecting every single state. No state currently is exempted. Singling out Imo to make a point does not make any sense. I was in Imo State some months ago. I was in Imo State last week. I was in Abia State some months ago. So before you make some kind of comment,
Sorry, service culture. I have to come in. Please
yeah.
move your point, women. I've been trying to give you time because of time. You know,
Oh,
one thing
sorry.
that I do. 1 minute, please. One thing I do on this platform is I try not to interject. And if you guys know me very well, or you know me a little bit, timing is something that I don't joke with. And I've raised my hand, and for you to know because of time. And if I interject, like I've done now, a lot of people will feel uncomfortable about it. But it's very important when we're on these platforms, we do things to carry others, along, because, I just try as much as I can to make sure that we carry everybody. It's not only yourself or other, there are other people who would like to speak. So let's be very, very mindful of time and carry everybody along. If you can round up quickly, please. Thank you.
Apologies that I missed your sign. I wasn't looking on my phone, and I sincerely apologize for that. I didn't see it. If I'd seen the sign, I would have done the needful. Thank you so much for giving me the time. And I think since you've given me the time and you interjected, then there's no point just rounding up. I'll just say I'm not for state police. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you for your submissions. Unfortunately, I wanted to end this platform by 10 or 12 o'clock, and it's 16 minutes past 12. I do apologize for those who always think you can allow the speaker to continue, but timing is everything. To me, I don't joke with my, with time, but I must thank Miss Service Coach. I wish I know your name. I would have addressed Priscilla. I believe that's for your wonderful
My name is
submission.
Priscilla. Priscilla
Priscilla, yeah,
Amadi.
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Miss Amadi, thank you very much. And to Mr. Ra, Mr. Tosun, Mr. Roki, and Mr. Omoba, and every other person that has been part of this conversation this morning until this particular time. You guys have been amazing. It's been a very interesting conversation. Yes, we have people for, and we have people for, we have people against it. Feni Ferry and the Northern governors are for state police, and some senators. I mean, when they go back to the House, you hear quite a number of them, but those that I have spoken to are for state police. And then, you have some House of Rep members, some of them are for state police. And then you have few who say, they're going to weigh it up and everything. It's left for Nigerians to continue to talk about it. Don't believe that your voice don't add anything, right? You don't know who's listening. You don't know who would have learned something from you. That is the idea of coming on Spaces. Spaces is not a place that we just come and we talk. I've learned a lot from every one of you guys, right? I've listened to the lady that spoke and every other person. That's what this thing is all about. So would there be a state police? I would say on this note, there's a possibility at least I'm 75% sure that there will be a state police. Only that 25, I say 70%, but based on the interactions and the messages I'm getting here, it looks like there will be a state police. I don't know when, right? But the thing for me is, do I think it's a good thing? Yes, it's a good thing. If it's handled well, right? If it's handled well, I think it's a good thing. My fear here is let it not turn out to be things that you see governors would use against the people. Would that happen? I can tell you without missing a word, yes, there will be things like that, because any governor that wants to go for another term will use it against the people. So we got to find out how they will work with it. So on that note, I wish you guys well, and I will come up some other time. I will continue. Is there any other thing any other person wants to add up before we round up quickly? Do you have, if you're missing anything, those on the comment section quickly, please.
Yeah, mindset, just a minute. Can I just add something? So I think one of the things we also need to do, I don't know if this will have to be something in the constitution, is I noticed that we place more emphasis on the military. So a situation where the military can allow, if there are reforms in the police sector, that we disengage the military from certain things and allow the police to do their own bidding once it has been reformed. But I do understand the reason why there's emphasis placed on the military is because they have more capacity as of today to carry out some tasks for some important dignitaries than the police itself can do. So that's one of the problems. The military should, and I don't know, most of the states, most of the township is developed. There should be a situation where the military goes back into their barracks and start to do what they're supposed to do and allow the police. We shouldn't be seeing the military, but today I'm in Lagos. You can't drive without seeing the military up and down. That's one of the problems also. So I don't know about the constitution. I don't know what that says. I don't know what they can do with that. That's just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Since it's 12:20, let's try and see if we can run this talk by 12:30. At least is a actual time. So, Miss Amadi, I have a question for you. If you're still on the platform, right? Is she still there? Hello, is Miss Priscilla still with us? Can anybody hear me? All right.
Yes, you're loud. You're loud and clear.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay, she's not responding. I've got a question for her. I would have loved her to respond, but it appears she's on this platform, but maybe she's not very close to her phone. Because the thing is this, right? I understand where she's coming from, and I think she have a very valid point. You cannot continue to do the same thing and try to see if you can find a different answer. Okay. At the end of the day, the individuals that will be part of the state police, if it ever happened, it will be the same individuals who are still in the police, who are still in police right now. Maybe we'll probably have new recruits, right? But what have we done to change the mindset of those people? I hope she can hear me. I would have loved for her to respond. Miss Priscilla, if you're still here.
Yes, I'm here. Please, could you
Okay.
come again?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Now, I have a question for you, and
Okay.
I get your point about changing the mindset of those who are there. Now, there's this big problem, and I know you wanted to talk about Southeast before I interjected. So now there's this problem that we know is there, right? We cannot shy away from it. Is having the police on the road collecting money, and if we are being honest to ourselves, it happens mostly in the southern part of Nigeria. Do you agree with me?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Yes, and especially the southeast. Now, don't you think that if we have a state police, right, then the governor then will be in charge if there is anything that happened, and people will complain that we don't want these people on the street, on the highway collecting money, then people can go to the governor and say, what is going on in this particular state is too much. And the governor, because it's a state police, and the person in charge would then be able to say, we don't want this anymore, right? Because as it stands right now, those guys are there on behalf of the federal government. They are working for the federal. So the governor cannot even tell them to move, and they will move. I want you to respond if you want to, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mindset, for asking me this question, because I actually was having a conversation with the PPRO of Imo State. There was an incident where a certain individual or certain police personnel was extorting the car I was in and insisted that it was asking for ridiculous things that do not exist. And we intentionally followed through because I needed evidence of what happened. So I followed it up with the Imo State PPRO. Now, here's what's going on, right? It's not about state policing at this point, because there are some locations that don't even have actual police extorting money. There are some locations that have military extorting money. There's also some locations that have state actors extorting money. Mindset. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. So it's about the
Yeah, go
fact
ahead.
that it is okay to collect money from the people, because again, back to accountability, there is no system of accountability. And the conversation I had with this individual and the PPRO, an amazing young man, he listens. He said that it's very difficult for them because, again, for them to prosecute these situations, they have to be evidence. And you know the whole nines and how strict they are about the checkpoints. Now, it's about the fact that this on checkpoints that are being set up, most of them look like they are not legal checkpoints, because I have right in front of me, because I travel a lot in the country. I've been go to the north, east, south, east, western part of Nigeria. I stay in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. Now, the thing is here, what happens mindset is that they just drive to a certain location, see that they've driven a certain location and amount of time with no roadblock, and they set up roadblocks, take out their name tags. I have seen, like right in front of our car, it happened. The pickup just parked and then set up roadblocks and started collecting money. That system of accountability is not there. So if we have it at state policing, what are the odds that it will not be abused way more than it is being done now right now? We don't know that. But using the data set of what we have right now, using the current mindset, because it's not only police that is extorting. We also have people in black uniforms and red embroidery. I don't know what is written on that thing, but they have red thingy on their caps. I know that they are not police because that is not police uniform. But they are also set up their own checkpoints and they're extorting money. We know in some locations in this country where vigilantes or even street young urchins, young men on the street will just block the street and extort money. So the issue of extortion, again, we've seen it cut across various strata of social living and even various strata of security policing in the country. It's a mindset thing, in an orientation thing. That is what we are dealing with here. I don't know if that answers your question, mindset.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, but the thing in here
Yeah.
is, thank you. You mentioned other security agencies. I
Yes.
wanted to focus more on the police because we see quite a number of them. I
Yes.
mean, if not for
It's a
if
lot.
some of them. If some of them put out checkpoint, and some of them you see them collecting money from every vehicle that's passing through. So what I'm saying is
Yes.
don't you think?
Uh-huh.
I mean, that the governor or the person in charge, let's say this thing happened. I don't want to use any state
Yeah.
because people feel uncomfortable
Yeah.
with that. But let's say it happened in any state,
Mm-hmm.
and the person say, in this state, we have so and so policemen collecting money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not something that one would then run to Abuja and looking for the IG.
Mm-hmm.
Then it would come back to the person in charge of that particular state and say, what the policeman in this particular state is doing is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that having state police will curb things like that? It will make life a little bit easier for people to identify that this problem here has to be stopped. And if they continue, then everybody in Nigeria will know that this particular state, the police in this state is so bad. That's the point I'm trying to raise.
Yes, while is a very good point, and being that it's an ideal situation that would happen if we are being ideal, we are in a country where nothing is ideal, right? We're in a country where the reason why you want to do something ends up not being the reason, not being the solution at the end of the day, or the reason why you want to do something ends up becoming like causing another ripple effect on another thing. But here's what I feel like would be more important to Nigerian citizenry right now is security. ensuring that their lives and their properties are protected. In fact, I have been in conversations where some individuals said that if these security guys were actually doing their work, we don't mind setting up funds for them to fund them. The challenge is there's no security, and then the people are not even being protected. And then in addition to that, the body set up to protect them, but according to the constitution, is extorting from the people, hence breaking the laws that they are supposed to uphold, they are supposed to protect. Right? So if we say, okay, we are going to depend on a state governor to tell them, we've had some situations where some state governors have been proactive in this regard. There are some states, I think there are some states that some state governors have been very proactive with following up and ensuring that police act better in their states. Now, when it comes to ensuring the security of their lives and properties, I think that the state governors, some of them have tried to come up with things that is supposed to do that, but they end up using it for political reasons. What worries me is that every year we keep dealing with politics instead of governance. I mean, after a political year and elections have been concluded, the next thing we should be dealing with, you do politics for when you get in second term from the first year. And then when you leave, you are doing politics. When you are about to do your second term, you are doing politics of putting your stooge. It just never ends. It's a never-ending cycle. So Nigerian citizens almost never get governance, always politicking, left, right, and center. And that's a problem for us, don't you think, Mindset?
I mean, that's we need governance, not only politics, but
Exactly.
we can as humans. It's
Yeah.
it's not a Nigerian problem. It's politics affect everything we do as
Yes.
humans, as long as we are on this planet Earth.
Yes, for sure.
You know, whether you live in a different country or a different state or whatever you do,
Yeah.
it has to do with politics. I mean, if you move to Australia, their tax, they might come up with the government there might come up with something that would
Sure.
affect you. So everything we do as humans is politics. That is why I love it. I enjoy
I
politics. A
love
lot of
politics
people,
too.
of course, it's boring. It's not entertaining. It's boring. But if you look at it from the angle that everything and anything we do is all about, it's all about politics, then we might focus more on it. But I do get your point that it's very important that
Governance.
we focus on governance. Unfortunately, governance in this administration, I will give it 10-15%. The other things, yeah, I know
Where did you
some.
get 10% from?
I mean,
Mindset. You had to have
no.
manufactured that.
I
Because right now I
no,
think
no,
you're
no. I'm
running on
just
minus.
no. I mean, this is my view. This is my view. Some people who are very close to the presidency might disagree. They will say it might probably be about 80 or 90 or 50%. But that's the way I look at it. Governance, in terms of looking at what's going on in the country,
Yeah.
I cannot score them high. But in
Yes.
terms of playing politics, they are playing politics
That's
and they
all
are getting away
happens.
with it,
100%
right?
playing politics.
So I cannot fault the. I'm not going to be an individual who will say that the government should not play politics. Anyone in government should. That's what politicians do. They play politics. The only problem is you and I will do the little we can do. We add our voices and we see what we can do to make an impact. People will think that we've been here for how many hours and we are just talking and we are not making any impact. But I've learned something from yourself, from every other person on this platform. So hopefully,
Let me mind this in mindset, right? I didn't say they shouldn't play politics, right? I mean, they won't get to where they are without playing politics. But I'm saying that when would we get governance with the same intensity as it takes to playing politics? I don't know if that makes sense. If I've been able to clarify better.
when do we get governance?
Yes, good governance. Focus on governance. Because if you look at most of the policies or some of the actions that are being taken by most of our politicians, it's through the lens of politics, not governance, from my own opinion. And maybe people might have a different view to me, but from what I see, sometimes you're like, okay, how does this affect, the outcome of the people? I don't know if I'm being clear enough. I'm trying to be very clear.
That's a new topic that you're bringing up right now. So I'm not. That's quite a very different topic from the police thing. The
Yeah,
police thing.
it
You see,
is.
the thing for me here is this, right? Politicians will play politics
For sure.
and they will try and see if they can govern, right, and see what they can do to help the people. But in Nigeria, we have not really had any, maybe we can go back to 1999 when, after the military, we have the likes of Obasanjo who came in with the whole thing to see how to move the country forward. I think within that time, yeah, there was a bit of politics. I mean, what Obasanjo had in terms of in the PDP then, I think they only, not the only, some of the individuals that tried to stop him playing, started playing politics was when he come to the Senate, changing the tool with the Senate. Or we have Evans and Werum, then we changed to Bakari. So that, I think the problem then was to do with the PDP. They have an internal problem, and the only closest thing that came to them was NNPP. I mean, sorry, ANPP was the only one. So, but after then, I do not think that we have had governance because no, we have not had intentional governance because after then we had the late Umanu Yar'Adua. Then he had the politics of Buhari and the CPC and what have you and NNPP. So then after that you have Goodluck Jonathan, who this guy did not allow to govern. It was all about politics. Then you have Buhari. So it has always become this cycle. So I think in terms of governance, focusing more on governance, I do not think that we have had any government between 1999 and 2025 who I would score better than the time of Obasanjo. No. That's my view, but every other person can disagree with me.
I completely agree with you, Mindset. Completely 1000% agree with you. And that's why I do not trust the motive behind the state policing. And that's why I would not support it. But then at the end of the day, majority will carry the votes. We're in democracy. I do not support the mindset behind state policing. And maybe if the governance was right, then I would begin to look at it from the lens of, okay, it's about governance. Right now, I think it's just another political tool for politicians, in my view, because of their state precedence of always focusing more on politics than governance. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, we actually moved to a different topic. I think another thing for me is if we are thinking that it's just to benefit the presidency, then I'm just looking at it politically, right? Why would the northern governors want to back it? I'm looking at it from that angle. If we're, I like to look at things in a different way from other people. Maybe that's my mindset, right? I'm just thinking, if it's not going to benefit them, why would they want to do it? Because I can tell you for a fact, forget about those you see going to pay homage to him in Asarok. Some of those individuals are working, they're not going to work for him, obviously. It's very clear. And I think he knows that some of those governors, especially those that came as part of the CPC, they are not going to work for him. Not every one of them. Maybe out of 10 of them, you probably get 3 who are with him, who will say, listen, I'm going to work with him, to help deliver 10, 15, 20 votes for him. But the rest of them that you see going to shake his hand, he knows that they're not going to work for him. So I'm just thinking on top of my head, why would they then want the state police? Wouldn't that be to benefit them? Right, that to benefit him. I mean, I'm looking at it from the northern perspective, but that's another thing that we can discuss some other time. And I would like to hear everybody's thought on it. And I think it's been a very interesting conversation. Are we missing anything from Mr. Ra and Mr. Omoba and every other person? Somebody said Mr. Tosin was reading from Chalbi. Let me read that. That's quite all right. So somebody said, gosh, man, you guys always let me read this thing out. 1 minute. Somebody's mic is on. I'm not sure who that might be. Tosin, please, can you kindly mute your mic, please? Let me read. Somebody make reference to you, so let's see what we can. Okay, there's something somebody said. Okay, this is it really makes me laugh. I think it's Mr. Dozier said, Tosin, stop reading from ChatGPT. Right? There's nothing wrong if somebody wants to read their comment from ChatGPT. That's absolutely nothing wrong in it. He looked funny. He found something that makes life a little bit easier for him to read. I knew that he was reading from somewhere, but I do not see anything wrong in somebody reading something out. Guys, you guys have been amazing. There are a lot of people requesting for the mic. I think we have exhausted this topic. Unless you guys wanted to start another topic, we can change the topic and we can continue because it's holiday, right? Today is public holiday, so we can continue. But on that note, I wish you guys well, Mr. Omoba and Mr. Rookie. Is there any other thing you guys want to talk about? Apart from this police thing, we have exhausted it. Is there any other thing anybody wants to add? Guys, am I speaking to myself?
I think
No, yeah,
I think that
we can hear you.
I think that
Are
the
you willing to go
topic.
into politics, or are you, or perhaps you make it sort of like open so the individual will
Uh,
mention what he wants to speak about, or you want
no,
to
no, no.
dictate
If you, I mean,
topic?
I'm trying. I was trying to end this platform by 12 o'clock. Unfortunately, I'm
It's a
sorry.
public
That's how
holiday.
my mind.
We
That's
have
how
your
my
crowd.
mind works. It's either one,
So
two,
mindset.
or.
Sorry,
Uh-huh.
sorry. Maybe what you can do is, because there's so many people and you won't know what each individual wants to talk about, you can sort of like make it an open mic, and then when people request to speak or to ask questions, we'll just flow with the current topic. It doesn't have to be restricted into there. From there, you'll just have a robust conversation. So perhaps we
Yeah.
can start with what's her name, Miss Amadi Service. You know, she was talking about governance and politics and all that. You know, so for her, she might want to go on that same line. And if one or two people have something to say for or against, and then any other person that comes up will just indicate the aspect he wants to he or she wants to speak about. You know, that's just what I'm suggesting.
Thank you very much. That's a good suggestion. The only problem with this is just is that there are some topics I'm not interested in. I don't do gossip, right? And yeah, I'm not interested in a young person that traveled to Ghana or what have you. Those are not the kind of I'm too old to start listening to things that would not help me as a person. I'm not saying people should not discuss it, and then if you try to stop somebody and then people will feel uncomfortable. I say, why don't you allow them to speak? There are some conversations I'm not interested in. Anything that has to do with bigotry and and all those things. I'm not saying people should not discuss these things if you find anything wrong with it, but this platform, I'm just very mindful of the kind of conversation I have because I know my kind of audience, right? And it will very, I have, we have those listening, and I just don't want to make it everything or anything, and it's not going to work for me. Hence, I'm very, very mindful with what is being discussed here. But we can. I'm trying to see. Okay, let me hear from Mr. Omoba. Let me hear from Omoba. See what he thinks. Then we can carry everybody along. Okay, Omoba is not there. Miss Amadi, let me hear from you. What do you think?
I think I think Mr. I think Mr. Amora made a very, very, very valid case, right, with his statement. And yes, I agree with you. If you open mic now, it might resort to, some lower intellectual conversations. But yes, we could probably pick another topic and then everybody sticks to it. If that's fine by you, man, mindset.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Anything to do with politics, I'm happy to discuss it. But it's not all about me, right? Because
Yes,
I
true.
cannot speak. Yes, I want to carry everybody along. But let me hear from Rookie. Rookie, what is your take? What do you think we should do?
I'm open to a general flow of a conversation, but at least let's just say create some boundaries. So we just know, okay, we're talking about this topic and just around this area, not just throwing up different ideas that just derail the earlier conversation, basically.
What about you, Mr. Tosin? What do you think? Mr.
The
Tosin.
space has been nice. Actually, I've enjoyed my time. Um, whatever topic comes up, I would like to contribute. But personally, I want us to talk about patriotism. I think that is one area, as a nation, we are falling behind. Patriotism.
Okay, what do you mean by patriotism? What do you mean by we should talk about patriotism? You think people should be more patriotic to the country
Yes,
called
actually,
Nigeria?
yes. I think we as a nation, we are not even proud of our nation. Number one, that is why we still cheat, we lie, we are deceptive, we vote in bad leaders, we support wrong informations, we put in tribalism and religion over everything for the nation.
That's quite interesting one. So let me ask you a question right now. As a patriotic Nigerian that you are, looking at the way the country is, right? I'm not sure who you voted for or who you supported in 2020, 2023, right? Looking at the way, I'm going to mention some names. Look at the way the country is right now. As a patriotic Nigerian that Mr. Tosun is. Now we have Mr. Atiku Abubakar, we have Mr. Rabi Okwankwaso, we have Mr. Peter Obi, we have Omoyele Sowore, we have Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have who else contested the election? I forgot the names. I mean, I think I mentioned 5 names, right? Please, somebody help me out. If there's any other individual that contested the election that you think I've not mentioned, just remind me.
The current
Right?
president.
Bola Ahmed, sorry, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yeah.
And looking at the way the country is right now, question is for Mr. Tosin. If you have an opportunity to look at this individual that I mentioned, or even those I've not mentioned, you say somebody who will move this country forward and make life a little bit easier for Nigerians, who would that person be?
Just like I said before, we still have a long way to go. We are still not patriotic as a nation. Still, we are still bringing in the worst of us to rule us. Every one of the person you just called, the names you mentioned, these are people that, apart from Sowore, but even as Sowore himself rather, he has led a group of people before. But we can look at all these people and select. But in all of them, every one of them had flaws. But yet, we still produced, we voted them. We voted them. There is none of them that is a
No,
saint.
sorry, I do apologize, sir. Forget about what we did, or myself, Ra, service culture, Miss Amadi, Mr. Stefan, and Aroki. I'm talking about yourself as a protect. Listen, I'm going to bite my tongue right now. Somebody who believes that Nigeria should work better, as a patriotic Nigeria that you are, right? Looking at the way the country is right now, okay, I've mentioned some names. If there are a name that you think I should have included in that I have not included, who do you think will move this country forward? Forget about what we voted. I'm talking about yourself. Have we lost Mr. Tosin?
I'm here. I'm here.
So I'm asking you a question. Who do you think? Do you think Mr. Okay, can you mute your mic? Let me help you. Now, I've mentioned some names, right? Those who contested the election. You can add any other name. Who do you think can move this country forward?
From the 5 names you mentioned, from the 5 names you mentioned,
From the 5 names I mentioned, you can add any other name.
I'll still go with the current person, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay, so can you mute your mic, please? Stay calling back when I speak. Thank you. So you're still going to go with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but then there are individuals on this platform, even those who are not on this platform, who feel like he has not done well. Why would you want to stick to him if you not? Sorry, can you mute your mic, please? Let me land, then you can speak. Now, why do you want to stick to him if there are individuals who believe that he has not done well? Why do you think you will still vote for him come 2027?
Thank you very much. Once again, I will still vote for him. Yes, we have individuals here who will not accept what I just said, who will, they have contrary opinions to what I just said. The thing is, Nigeria is a complicated system with a history of corruption coming. Yes. Now, Nigeria as a nation did not begin today, did not begin in 2023 election. We've had policies before that has been laid down. We've had past leaders before. The man just assumed his own, and he's doing what he believes will revive the nation. And you might say something contrary to what he's doing, but gradually we're beginning to see results. It will not work at once. It will not. His own policies might not produce immediate results, but these are policies that 10 years from now we'll begin to reap the fruit of it. I did not, before anybody wants to attack me here, I did not get an appointment from the federal government or APC government. I did not seek any appointment, but we look at what they are doing. The man might not be perfect. Again, he is still not perfect, but he's doing what he believes. If all the state governors are working the way they are supposed to work and as they are getting their allocation and they are using it just the way they're supposed to use it for governance and for the states just the way they are supposed to use it for the state, I believe Nigeria would have moved past this level that it is now. So he's still the best person that should be there, irrespective of whatever anybody has to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tosin. Tosin believes that the man he supported in 2023 is still going to be the person. So let me start the conversation this way. Mr. Omoba, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. It's just that my network has been fluctuating.
Okay, are you able to speak then?
Yeah, I can speak. What do you want me to speak up on, sir?
Your line is a little bit low. It appears you're using your sorry,
Oh,
you're not
sorry.
using your earpiece.
Can you hear me? Is it better now?
Mhm. Okay, we can manage. So, looking at the names that I've mentioned, and you can add any other name, who do you think should be given the opportunity to move this country forward?
My Mr. Vice said. One thing about this democracy and Nigerians is that why I love us is that we all have our different opinion on what we see as progress, what we see as who we believe can move the country forward. I'm not a card member of any political party, but anybody that knows me will tell you that I'm a Bola Ahmed Tinubu supporter. Why? Because I literally knew what my state was before I became governor, and what my state was when he became governor, and what my state was after I became governor. So, and like I told somebody before, like in my own view, you don't reward failure. I don't want to hear when I get there I will do this. No, I will judge you based on what you've done before. You understand? So every one of them have one or two things they believe they want to do. But who do I? I'm speaking for myself. Who do I think I believe? Let me use the word believe can move us forward as at the place where we are in 2023, where the CBN was doing madness with ways and mean, and by law, I think you're not supposed to print more than is it 10%, 5% thereabout. If you want to do ways and mean, but Emefiele and they took it out of proportion. So as at then, I believe and I still believe that this is the only person that has the mind to bring this reform. And the problem with us is that I believe during that election or during that campaign, people didn't pay attention to manifestos because most of these things that he's doing, if you read his manifesto, they are all there. They are all there. And someone that grew up in Lagos, I know this guy before he became governor. I know him when he became governor. I know how stubborn he can be. I remember, Mr. Murain is here, will tell you, when he brought verification into this Lagos State Civil Service, the NLC chairman, Lagos chairman then, was the person that led the protest against him. Like, why do you want to do verification? We don't have ghost worker, this, that, and that, and that. You won't believe that Bola retired that guy. Yes, he retired that guy. So many people begged for that guy. No, he retired him because the state had to move forward. And he did what he did. And in this country today, I am proud to say it, there is no state that can compete with Lagos State Civil Service. There is none. No state in this. I can say that boldly, because everything in that civil service is computerized. Everything in that civil service is computerized. Somebody started it. It was a vision. Somebody had a vision. Somebody implemented it. So, and the funniest thing is, that is just my opinion. If you ask Biruki have the reason why he's supporting the person he's supporting. If you ask Amara has the reason why he's supporting. So our opinion differs. Someone else will come and tell you what Amoba said. I don't believe it. Yes, that's his opinion. But this is my own opinion. But like I always say, politics is a game of number. If your candidate that you are supporting has the highest number,
Oh, sorry. I do apologize, sir. Listen, forget about what other people think, right? Forget about what myself. Somebody's mic is on. Okay. So forget about what I think, what other people. I'm just asking you a question. Forget about my opinion and every other opinion, right? And I think you've answered the question because it's totally going. You're going back to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is not a problem. You have every right. People can attack you. People can disagree with you. But I wanted to get that your PVC, that one PVC. If there's an election tomorrow, obviously, from what you said, you're just going to give it to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is fine. There's nothing wrong in that. Okay. So I would have loved for you to just go straight and tell me why you're voting for him. Forget about what everyone thinks about it. But let me quickly go to service culture. Service culture, I've mentioned 5 names. You can add any other name. I think I should have added to the names I mentioned. If you have the opportunity, who do you think, based on the name that I mentioned and the ones that you're going to add, stands a better chance of moving this country forward?
Oh, thank you, Mindset. And I will not stutter. Straight up, Peter Obi. And my reasons are very clear. I read his manifesto, and it kind of attracted me because I'm a service-oriented individual. And if you check his manifesto, you see 3 instances where he mentioned a lot of instances where he mentioned service, and specifically where he mentioned customer service. That blew my mind. But then, amongst other things, I am personally I'm a welfare-driven person, and I'm an empathetic person, extremely in love with humanity. So his style of leadership, appeals to me because amazingly, he was a past governor of the state. And when he was there, he also aligned with these things that concerns me, and that's making sure that governance affects the grassroots. In his record as governor, he did that. And then when he wrote his manifesto, he was speaking to these things. He was speaking to things that would have ripple effects on steering the course of our country moving forward. And that's why I aligned with him. I mean, we all know how fiscal he is in nature. We saw how Buhari-led APC administration took Nigeria into recession twice within 4 years. So fiscal discipline was top of my list because if we are going to a very large extent, steer this country towards a good place, we need to have money. And one of the things that Peter Obi is known for is fiscal discipline. He knows how to generate and keep funds. He's not exorbitant, and that aligned with me personally because we were not at that place of making some. When Buhari left, we were already in a deep hole, a very deep hole that we had to claw out from. And having someone who had fiscal discipline, who valued transparency, who is particular about social welfare, who likes to interact with the grassroots, was top of my list, given where we were as at 2003, as at 2023 rather. So when I saw that his manifesto was like a pact, he had a pact with Nigerians. He said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And if you do not think that I'm okay with this, please do not. He clearly stated, I am not desperate to be a president. And again, that attracted me. course, politicians would say what they needed to say. But when it came to his style of leadership, I felt that that was what was needed in 2023 to be able to have an opportunity to steer the course of this nation forward. We needed someone with self-discipline. We needed someone who is actually, empathetic to the plights of the people. We needed someone who, who, you know, is connected to the grassroots. And I'm not saying rise palliative here. I'm saying actually concerned about issues that bothers the grassroots. And look at what is going on right now. There's a disconnect with the grassroots. We have the highest form of fiscal indiscipline ever. We do not, the welfare in this country is extremely low. And welfare also includes security, which is part of the issues that we are dealing with in this country. There is no state in the country that is safe for residents. There is no state that the welfare, you can boast and say, oh, the welfare is amazing. Some state governors are doing the little they can do. But I mean, if you look at the policies that have been coming out since, it's just tax. I don't think it's welfare driven. I don't think it's grassroots initiative driven, considering how bad the current economy is. So yes, for me, I would want someone who is willing to cut down the cost of governance because he admits that the cost of governance is too expensive for a poor country. We are too poor to be paying for a lot of things we pay for in our governance. We have one of the most expensive governance in the world for a very poor country. So fiscal discipline was very important to me. And you can say anything you want to say about Mr. Peter Obi, but you cannot take away the fact that he's fiscally disciplined, he's welfare driven, he likes to connect with the grassroots, he's mobile, he's fit. And we would want at least to stop having, oh God, would love to have a president who is not always on medical terrorism. Would love that. Would love a president who would look inwards instead of going out there and having medical procedures. Build the infrastructure. All those monies that have been borrowed. Why are you not creating an avenue for you to, take a stroll to these hospitals and do these things? But no, you are using state resources to go on medical tourism, which we went through that with Buhari. Now we are going through that with our current president. And I think that that's a concern for me as an individual. And it worries me because, again, it's taking out, let me check my phone in case if you are signaling me. It's taking out time, it's taking out finances, it's taking out resources. And these are very, very dire situations we are in right now. Nobody in this country can say that they are living, the quality of life in Nigeria right now is where they want it to be. Nobody. So that's why Peter Obi was my choice and is my choice if he comes out in 2027.
She's done mindset. I think she saw your hand up.
Hello, am I audible?
Mindset, are you there? Yes, you
Hello.
are now.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
This headphone sometimes it switches itself off. I do apologize. I said I'm enjoying this part of this conversation. It's quite enlightening. So I will then pass the mic to Mr. Ra. Mr. Ra, I've mentioned 5 names. You can add any other name that you wish to. Who do you think? Should, if you have the opportunity, who can you move in? Who can you push in to move this country forward right now?
Okay, mindset. I have a different perspective to it because I understand there's always a bias for an incumbent. But for me, in reality, and having a real conversation, thinking about who I would be looking at to be the president of the country, there are certain factors that I would consider. I would consider somebody who is, I want to use this word, but not in the popular context. I would consider someone who is Catholic. Catholic basically means universal, so in that context, someone, no matter what your A's are, someone that can resonate with the whole country. I would consider someone who would bring peace into the country. That's it for me. So I want to have a conversation not more on the individual, but more on what I think is equitable for the region the individual comes from. I understand the issues where people have conflicts in conversations that, oh, don't you think that it is necessary, or don't you think it would be fair for this region to present someone? I resonate with that. When I look at conversations where people say, oh, but we've had this person from this side, we've had this person from this side, we've had this person from this side. Don't you think that this is an opportunity to have somebody from this side? So I would be looking not as a specific person, but somebody from that side. If someone pushed the idea of, don't you think it's time for, in the South, we've had somebody from the South, we've had somebody from the Southwest, don't you think it's time for somebody from the Southeast? I would consider that conversation. But a situation where someone now dictates to me that from the South, I'm dictating that it should be this person or no other person. That's where I have issues with. So in putting any name, if the conversation goes towards that angle, that the Southeast, I would consider any of the sitting governors. I would consider any of the sitting senators who are performing, who are rational. I would consider even people that are not even in the government that might have that come from that region that might have served Nigeria before. I would consider someone that if she comes out or if people push her out, the whole world will clap and the whole world will support Nigeria. So for me to consider somebody from the Southeast, I would consider somebody that has the caliber of like Okonjo Iweala. If she's in the race, that would be a name I would push in. And I would say, okay, fine, this makes sense. Let's see how this will go. So outside that, sometimes in politics, you understand that it's not all about your intelligence. It's about your ability to balance. You might be a candidate that is the most intelligent person, but you can't play politics. Things won't balance. We've seen situations. I'll use Lagos State for instance. We've seen situations where we had a governor. He has always been an excellent person, administrator, but he couldn't play politics. Things didn't work out. We've seen situations in other states and other climes too. So it has to be a balance. It's not all about having policies or having manifestos. Can you balance? We've seen people who are close to the grassroots, but they can't balance. It doesn't work out. So that's where my conversation will be going, not just on, I love the way you put it, but of course, there's an incumbent. So if you have an incumbent, if somebody has started laying a foundation and you've not seen the building, I'm an architect, I'm in construction, I would say, wait to see the building before you know whether the building will be functional or not. We're seeing the foundation and nobody can argue about the foundation, but you can say, we don't need this foundation now. So, but if you have to add the incumbent, based on the sentiment of this guy has already started laying his foundation, I think he deserves a second term. I would choose him based on that. But taking the conversation out of what you've introduced, taking the conversation to the level of, to be fair on Nigeria, for the people who push that even in the South, we've seen people from the Southwest, we've seen people from the South, or we've seen an individual from the South. We've not seen an individual from the Southeast. That would be where my conversation would be. My conversation would be, okay, from the Southeast, if you choose this individual, don't you have other credible individual that there won't be any arguments or any pushbacks against? The whole world would resonate with that individual. That is where I would want to take the conversation of the Southeast to. Thank you. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
For some, you say you're an architect, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
All right. So in terms of you, if somebody gives you a land, you look at this land right now, or you said this will be here. We can put 4-story building here, or no, we're going to put 1-story building, right? That's the kind of thing you do. I want to believe that, right?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, you don't need to tell us everything that you do. So I'm just using that to.
What I mean is, as an architect, the basic concept of architecture is to try to imagine what you want and put it into reality. But going technically, what you have said, then that would involve me inviting a structural engineer that, okay, I want to put this building on this foundation. I want to do this. What do I need to do? My own is to, you say, oh, I have a family of 5. I need a place. I need this. My wife would need a prayer room. I need this. My own is to imagine what you need, what you require, and put it into reality. How that will stand, that's not my own. That would be the burden of the structural engineers or the civil engineers that were involved in the project. So that's what I'm saying. That.
Okay.
But basically, yeah, I get what you're saying.
All right. So you use the opportunity to advertise yourself on the platform. Remember, you have not paid for it, right? All
I'll
right.
come up. I'll come and pay tithes.
All right, but thank you very much. Well, the reason I say that is the little I know about politics, I don't know a lot. The little I know, the way you answer that question, I'm trying to see. Okay, you spoke like a politician because you just went around the circle and everything. You know how politicians ask some questions. It was quite interesting listening to, because if I have a client, I mean anybody who is a consultant, political consultant, listening to you wouldn't want to believe that you're not a political consultant, because the way you responded to that question is how politicians respond to questions, and that's what we try to tell politicians. Listen, you just go around and then you make your point, right? So at the end of the day, it was a very simple thing. You would go with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but you didn't want to say that. So what you did was
No, I indicated something. I said my when I started, I was indicative that anyone considering an incumbent, somebody who's already there will be a bias or a sentiment towards it. The second thing I also indicated is that for me, it wouldn't be about a specific individual. I would consider the conversation of a region, and I use the southern Nigeria as an instance, that if the conversation is thrown to me that we've seen somebody from the southwest being specific, we've also seen individuals from the southeast. Don't you think that when it's the turn of the south, we should have an individual from we've seen somebody from the south. Don't you think that whenever it becomes the turn of the south, the individual to be presented should be from the southeast? And I also indicated that for me, if I am being dictated to, that if the individual is from the southeast, it should be the specific individual or nothing. That won't resonate with me. But if it's from the southeast and other candidates who are equally credible and will bring a balance to Nigeria and even to the whole world. So the name I added was Okonjo-Iweala. If that conversation was hinged on that metrics, that's what I'm saying.
okay. So I mean, we are, both of us are saying the same thing, because at the end of the day, based on the question that I ask you, you're much comfortable, or you will be very happy. Let me choose my words very carefully, for the person in charge to continue. That means you want Bola Ahmed Tinubu to continue, right? That's the simple way of answering that question.
Yes. I want him to continue. He has started
Thank you.
something. Yes.
That's nothing wrong in it. I mean, it is your opinion, and people, whether they like it or not, you have your PVC, you still go out there and vote for him. That's the thing. Let's hear from Rookie. Rookie, please, I would love in a situation whereby you will make life a little bit easier for me. Based on the name that based on the name that I mentioned, based on the name that I mentioned, but you can add any other name. Who do you think stand a better chance of moving this country forward?
All right. First, my choice is Obi, and let me give a background to that choice. 2014, 2015, they said everybody's tired of Jonathan, he should leave, turn of the north. Back then, Tony Momo, of course, is my mentor. He was even the secretary of a CPC back then. So I was basically obnobbly with everybody. So this coalition came up there, and I was telling my friends back then, even up to Senator Ungu, chairman of CPC. I said, sorry, if Atiku is not getting the ticket, the economy of Nigeria will collapse basically. Not because Atiku is great or is good, no. He understands business. So if Jonathan is to go down, remember we had coordinating minister Okonjo-Iweala. For her to go down with Jonathan, it means somebody who understands business must take over for the economy to be stabilized. If not, there will be problem. The talk and back and forth, it happened, and the rest is history. They gave Amici and the others gave primaries to Buhari. We also what happened. The man that 40 years complimentary card, he doesn't have a complimentary card for 40 years. We gave an economy to him and expect some miracle to happen. They said they didn't know. As I made this mention, I said 40 years, no business complimentary card. You want to hand the economy over to Buhari? Like I said, the rest is history. Now, moving forward to this last election, it's still the same template. It's still issue of economics. I picked Obi not because I believe in him. No. His vision tally with my vision, basically. Because some people say, oh, I like what Obi is saying, I like the way he lives his life. That's bullshit. That's myopic politics. We're talking about national politics. Where is the country going to? Before you talk of where the person is coming from. Now, talking about the issue of Obi, there's something I think it came from the London School of Economics. They call it PPE, not your safety boot or helmet. PPE is an acronym for politics, philosophy, economics. if you are to pick a leader, always look out for these three things in that person, and then compare it to where you want your country to go towards, the direction. You might like your country to go sideways or you like your country to go backwards, your choice, but you must look out for it. Now, start with politics. Any individual you are going to pick, how does that man play politics personally? His views about politics, and then compare it to your country, where you want your country to go towards. Is it do or die politics, or politics of my people against your people, or politics of my guy against the other people guy? I must shop before other people go shop, I before others. If that's the style of politics, sorry, it doesn't work. And I know how Obi plays politics. Is everybody sit at the table, let's move forward together at that table. That's how he plays politics. Talking about philosophy, how does that man see life in general? Is he a thinker? I mean, you can stand and say, this is what this man said, and you ponder on it for over 1 hour about life generally. How does that man see life? If the way that man see life is not the way you want your life to be in your country, sorry, don't pick that man. Again, Obi study philosophy, so let's end at that point. We all heard all his videos, we have seen it consistently. He has been consistent, not a DBW, consistent for over 15 years. Talking about economics, and this is one of the most important part, like I said earlier, economics, that's what I will value, economics. I will give 2 examples. When India had issues, because right now we say, let me start with the present. They'll tell you, oh, India is now a world power, take over UK GDP and so on and so forth. They produce their own nuclear submarine. But many people don't understand this. Modi came from opposition to win the election. Many people don't know this. He was from opposition, the same position like Buhari, from opposition. Manmohan Singh had already ruled the country, I think about, it was 12 or 14 years he ruled India. This is a man who had distinction, first class, masters, and a PhD from Cambridge and Oxford. Was who work back then, was who working. I'm talking about Manmohan Singh, was who working at the United Nations when Indira Gandhi was in power. She was like, economics already messed up. Exactly like how we brought back Okonjo-Iweala. The same
Rookie,
parallel.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, please, sir, because it appears that I'm trying to see how we can carry this platform on, right? Okay. I'm quite interested in what you're saying, but because of time, I would have loved a situation whereby you guys make life a little bit easier for me. Now, if you ask me a question on this platform right now, who do I think should co-host this platform? I will just tell you, I want, let me choose somebody who is not a speaker, Abbas. Why do you choose Abbas? I think Abbas, okay, I think Abbas can do it because he has hosted the space before. That makes life easy. Who among the 5 individuals that I mentioned do you think can move the country forward? Give me a name. And this history, I'm interested in it, but I don't have time to listen to it at this point.
That's what I'm saying. Let me give the background to my choice. Like I said, okay, let me just skip over it. The point I'm trying to make is this. These men, they came from the business world. They didn't even carry a party card. They were picked from the business world, come into government, basic politics, at the same time running policy. All he did was his master's thesis. That's what he used for India. I repeat, his master's thesis, meaning he has the background already. He didn't just say, let me pick 10 advisors and 15 senior special advisors, tell me what to do. No, his master's thesis. Import and export conditions, I think, for India in 1961. That was his thesis. This is what this man used to change India. I repeat, his master's thesis. Not them say, his thesis. He already done it already, studied it already. And he didn't just say, I want to enter politics to come president of Nigeria. No, he's already done it in the classroom, done it in the business world, and he wants to translate it into public space. That's why I said, if the president does not understand economics in this entirety, I'm sorry. Because if you ask our politicians, which school of economics do you belong to? They don't even understand what you mean. All they say, our prime minister of finance, just be appointed, that's all they know. Give me advice. Which school you, the leader, belong to? Now they're giving you, that's why I won't say Obasanjo under Okonjo-Iweala. He turned that many advice he was given because he understood economics. Not totally, but he understood the advice they're giving to him. The same issue I had with Buhari when Buhari was coming. The same issue I'm even having right now. Any little issue is Edun Cardozo. Do you even understand what they're talking? Now, transfer to our advisors. That I said, this is my basic problem. Before you pick, even at the governorship level, it's the same problem. You want to raise IGRO and your man don't understand economics. That's why tomorrow, let me go on over this point. Look at Niger State, basically. He does not understand economics, but he understands how to make money. That's why he just use agriculture in Niger State. Basically, just agriculture. That's a security problem, but just agriculture. Niger State has changed forever. Many people don't notice it. They have changed that state forever. In time, people get it. But I say right now, they don't even know what's going on. Just one point, agriculture. Because this is what that Bago understand. So basically, I hit the mic at this point. I think the next person can come up and speak.
So with everything that you have said now, so who is your who do you think will move the country forward? Okay, now let me tell you why. No, 1 minute. It's very important, right? Now, there's somebody that would join the platform right now. He listening to you talk about the governor of Niger State and everything. It's much easier to simplify things. Okay, you make these references and everything, which is not a bad thing, but it's easier for myself, and I believe others who would like to listen to you. So this is the person, and then when you finish that conversation, you say, "This is my reason of the party for this particular individual." But thank you very, very much for your submission. So we have service culture. We have we have Miss Amadi and we have Mr. Biruki, who say that they are standing for Mr. Peter Obi, and we have Mr. Ra and Omoba and Mr. Tosin, both of them who are no longer on this platform, who believe that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should continue. Do we have any other person who have another candidate they have in mind?
You've not asked me to say.
Oh, sorry. Is that Stefan, right? Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, sir. We changed the topic, right? So I started something new. If you want to be part of it, we're not going back to the police, right?
No, I knew. Actually, the reason why I actually came up before this topic was solidified was I wanted to introduce a topic which I think would actually be better for, like, in my own sense, in terms of larger scope, and also help check some things that I have in my head that might happen. All right, but I know the topic you're talking about, like patriotism. I think it was Omoba that actually introduced it. Like, you now asked him, like, which candidate would he pick among the five people you made mention of, and why? Do you understand? So I was following the whole stuff. So should I continue?
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So my straightforward answer would be Mr. Peter Obi. All right. Just like Biruki said, I actually don't like people who talk too much about politics. The reason why I think I don't like them is that they think everything is about politics and they forget the economic side and they forget the effect it has in the nation. So, do you just want to talk about politics, or do you really want to help your society to grow? Do you understand that? And this point is what they don't really talk about when they are talking about their politics. Mr. Peter Obi resonates with me among all the candidates that you made mention of, because he is actually interested in the grassroots. He is interested in the medium and small scale businesses. He is interested in like service that the service lady talked about. And more importantly, he knows where he's going to economically. Do you understand? Mr. Peter Obi, there are things that he said that personally, even if someone else from the north says it, I would really give that person my vote, because it shows this person understands the current need of the society. Do you understand? They're like, during the campaign, they made mention of their how they're going to run their businesses. I mean, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was talking about, is it statistics that you will chop? That statement alone for me is a very big red signboard. Do you understand? So it means that you are not really interested in the economics, because you cannot talk about the economics without statistics. Do you understand? And again, Mr. Peter Obi is more interested in education, which is the building block of every society. There is no society that you're even America, even EU, like EU, as costly as it is, their citizens are going to school free of charge because they know the importance of education. Do you understand what I mean? So if you don't value the core foundations that build a society, I don't think that you know what you're going to do. It's not just about infrastructure. I mean, infrastructure is just like someone you say, oh, I will give you 5,000 naira. You don't do anything, just stay at home. At the first point where the person is getting that, and he will feel excited. But are you doing that person any good? No, you're not doing that person any good. It's not about sharing bag of rice and sharing palliative, although they don't even share. But it doesn't make sense seeing the key areas in our society declining every single day, and we are still playing politics of region and politics of nonsense. This is personal to me. All right. And the initial topic that I actually wanted to talk about was, do you think Africa needs to have a unified currency because of this devaluation and excess printing of currency by some state presidents? You understand what I mean? Because it really affects businesses. I was talking with I went to Toastmasters day before yesterday, and I was talking with one of the guys there. I think he's from Austria, and I was talking the
Sorry,
difficulty and
sorry, 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 Stefan. We're not going to change the topic. We're not going
no,
to
I'm
change the
not
topic.
changing. I'm not. I am still in line with the topic. I'm just driving to the point where I'm talking about the economics. I'm trying to break it down to the layman's understanding. You understand what I mean? Okay, so we're talking about the devaluation of the currency, which happened first of all, it was in Buhari's time and then in Tinubu's time. So I was saying that imagine a startup person who has like 2 million naira as at before 2015, that is 2014, when the exchange rate was around 100 and something, right? Imagine you having that, and then it's about 30,000 US dollars, and you can use it to do businesses. And then fast forward to now, which that same amount of money can't even amount to 3,000 euros. You've lost more than 800% value in that currency that you have. How will you be able to bring in something that you use for businesses? And people don't understand this is basic economics that will make your country either grow or crumble. And this is why I'm picking P2B. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sometimes a lot of people, I mean, you feel uncomfortable the way the space is being run and everything. As I've always make it very clear, this platform is not for everybody, and I will host it the way I believe it should be done, right? And if you feel uncomfortable in the way and manner that this place is running, you don't have to be here. I've always said this thing. I do not know how difficult it is for me to tell you guys. I will conduct it the base of my knowledge, right? If you think because of a candidate, I try to tell somebody, come back and explain things to me, then I'll be able to host it. You think that is against your candidate. This platform is not for you. Believe you me, and I will continue to ring it in your ears, and I'll continue to make you guys understand that I have a way and manner that I run my platforms. Right? Mr. Rookie said something, and I corrected. I brought him back. I said, make things a little bit easier for me. And those that support Peter Obi and feel uncomfortable about it, I do not owe you guys any apology. I don't owe you guys any apology. I just want to make it very clear. So you can insult, you can call names and everything. It will not stop how I run this platform. Okay? So if you're uncomfortable, you can excuse yourself and go somewhere else and do your thing. But as long as I live and I'm here to run this platform, I will conduct it to the best of my knowledge and make sure I do it the best I know how to do it. On that note, I'll pass the mic to Jindo.
Okay, thank you very much. And for me, the person I voted for, and I will still vote for, is P2B. My reason is based on his discipline as an individual and as a corporate individual. He was disciplined in terms of finance, in terms of economic, and he has a target for himself. Even as a governor, he set up his target: education, health. That's why I call it Millennium Gold. And at the end, he was able to give an account of his stewardship. If he gave out a footprint, everyone saw it. I left this here, I left this here, this is what I've done. Transparent for everyone to see. Insecurity was able, it was not even the one that measured itself, it was the government, the federal government that said insecurity have improved in your state. So this is one of the reasons, because he's disciplined and he knows what to do at every time, because he does not sit in one place. He drives whatever he wants until he gets to the logical end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very. Oh gosh, you know, I think I'm going to follow you because you make my life easy. Gege, you have the mic, please. I'm just going to follow this individual. Gege, you have the mic, please.
Sorry, Mindshift. Sorry to interrupt you. Omoba he said he's requesting that you should check your phone and bring him.
All right, I'm not able to see him, but thank you. Let me pass the mic to Gege. Mr. Jindo, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Just checking mindset. Have we changed the topic? So it's now who you support?
No, yes. So let me explain what happened, which we exhausted the conversation, and there was an individual, Mr. Tosin, talked about being what did he use again? I don't want to butcher the word. There was a word he used, and then I asked him a question, and then we started this conversation right now. So I asked him if you have Mr. Peter will be Atiku Abubakar, Kwankwaso, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Amori Oshowere, who will he vote for? And he said he's going to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then I asked others the question. So if you want to respond, you're welcome to.
Thank you for clarifying mindset, because I know you place importance on everybody sticking to the topic. So I just wanted to be sure, so I wasn't falling foul of the rule. So I think if the question is, who am I going to vote for if I have the choice, then I think the answer is simple. It will be Peter Obi. The only two serious options, anyway, I think will be between Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi for a number of reasons. The first is Kwankwaso, his antecedents are there. He's not a unifier. He's not a nationalist. Kwankwaso's political outlook is North first, and not just North. He belongs to there's a wing of the northern elites that they call born to rule. That is Kwankwaso's mindset. So you're not going to get any kind of serious national equitable governance if he's in power. So he's disqualified. Bola Tinubu speaks for himself. First of all, nobody knows his real background. Nobody knows anything about him. Nobody can even tell you the primary or secondary school that he attended. You have his drug-related forfeiture in the US, and then you have his track record on all the violence. And then you even hear his economic ideologies, which are totally incoherent and make no sense. So Bola Tinubu is the kind of person that even many of the business people or tech influencers who support him, I've asked a few of them who I know directly, I said, will you hire this man to work in your business? None of them can answer the question. They evade the question. How do you interview somebody? The person presents a CV with no secondary school, no background, and you ask them, they can't give you an answer. That's not even a serious candidate. He's actually a blackmail risk because the US government is in possession of more information about him than us. So my guess is they're probably blackmailing him. So he's actually a national security threat. So the choice is between Atiku and Obi. Atiku is also a nationalist. Atiku's outlook is to try to make the whole country better. He's not northern centric. Obi is also not southeast centric. Obi wants to make the whole country better. The problem Atiku has, and his advisors are unwilling or unable to tell him, is that he's too old. In 2027, Atiku will be 80 years old. And I've said before, many of us here whose parents God has blessed to be alive, once your parents crossed 70, you could clearly see the slowdown. Even those parents who were active business people or active civil servants, once they cross that 70, they wake up For a few hours, they go back to sleep again. You can see that they don't have the same energy. Even those of you that live abroad, when your parents come to visit, maybe once a year and stay with you, you can see it. Sometimes it's heartbreaking, but you can see that your father and mother don't have the strength that they used to. And these are people in their 70s. Now you want to give a man in his 80s Nigeria to run. Even a young person at my age, I would struggle to govern Nigeria because of its unity structure. So you cannot give that to an 80-year-old. You already know. When you see Atiku on TV, you see the way he walks, his gait, he looks unwell. He doesn't look like he will have the stamina. And what happens in the Nigerian presidency when that sort of stuff happens, that's when you get all kinds of nefarious characters entering the corridors of power and using power in the name of the president. You see with Tinubu now, before the election, we were all singing hand they shake, leg they shake. It was Wole Soyinka that told everybody to shut up. Now the man has gone on 10-day annual leave. This is almost like his 5th annual leave. And we're only halfway through the year. We've not reached December. The dude is always abroad on one annual leave or the other because he's not well. So we can't repeat that with Atiku. Because that is definitely what is going to happen. It'll be the likes of Dino Melaye and co running the country. And nobody has time, or Atiku's kids running the country. And nobody has time for that kind of nonsense. With Peter Obi, first of all, he's young. Second of all, he has a commitment to public service. You need a leader who understands that he's there to serve, not to be served. Buhari basically conducted himself like a monarch or an emir. Buhari believed everybody was there to serve him. But you see with Peter Obi, where there's a tragedy, where there's a crisis, Peter Obi is there. He's mourning with the people because he understands that a leader is the servant. So that's the first thing. The second thing is Obi is well-read and knowledgeable. You saw during the previous campaign where he'd be talking about what is happening in Malaysia, talk about China, quote statistics, quote figures, quote academics. Bola Tinubu and co and APC people were insulting him, saying, nah, statistics will go chop. In a way, that shows you how unserious these people are. Because for those of us who have professional careers, when you sit down with the CEO or the CFO of a company, all they do is talk to you about numbers. They show you statistics, show you data. They talk to you about what their competitors are doing. They talk about China. They talk about the US. They talk about Indonesia. They're discussing geopolitical risk. They're discussing financial risk. So for somebody who works in that kind of organization to come online and be saying, nah, statistics will go chop, that shows you how duplicitous a lot of educated Nigerians are, very dishonest people. So Obi understands figures, he understands business, and he has compassion. And last but not the least, Obi is a Democrat. We also need a leader who will respect the rule of law, respect due process, respect the 3 arms, both the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, someone who has respect for institutions so that things are done properly, not by the whims and caprices of one man. And I say last but not the least, Obi also has the momentum. A number of young people are tired. They're tired of the old Nigeria. They want a new Nigeria. He's fresh, he's vibrant, he has energy. Sometimes you see Obi in Jos. You look on the internet again, Obi is in London. He can be in 3 cities within 24 hours. Bola Tinubu, on the other hand, if Bola Tinubu travels from Lagos to Kano, you won't see him again for 3 days. He's resting because his body needs to recover. And I understand. When you're that age, it's not easy to travel. When you travel, you are tired. So in a way, these are old people. Obi is young, has energy. So that's who I would choose. The difference is clear, really, as they say. It's only people who are deceiving themselves that are even arguing about who the options are. The difference is clear. Which of them would you hire to run your own personal business? That's the question. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Keke, for your wonderful submission. Let me quickly read out what's going on the comment section. I think Bayo, I can't pronounce your name. Bayo Backup said, "Which kind mindset be this? If you don't like what Gege has said or what he said, you can come up on the comment section, or you can come up and request the mic and tell him who you wanted to vote for. The mindset that people will not tell you who, if you dislike Obi, that's your business, right? If you think what he said doesn't sit well with you, there's nothing I can do about it. Everybody has the right to add their view. Gege have said this very clearly to everyone who cares to listen, that his candidate is Peter Obi, and there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do is just listen or just request for the mic and be part of the conversation. I do not think that we have any other speaker who would like to add anything. Those on the speaker section, I believe every one of you have spoken already, so there's nothing else to add. I wish Mr. Ra, you did draw my attention to somebody, right?
Yes, Omoba, he was up before. I think he dropped his. He says he has sent a request.
I didn't
I
drop
don't know
him.
if you
I
can
didn't.
see him
I
now.
didn't drop him.
No, I said he dropped. He dropped by himself, but he's trying to get back.
And my biggest problem
So
is I'm not an iPhone user, so I use my Android, and it's very difficult for me to see those of you that use the iPhone. So I'm not sure what we can do.
yes,
So it's not that I don't want.
it has happened to me before. I know. I understand.
It's not.
But I told him to leave the space and come back and try and send the request again. Maybe you'll see it. He's a previous speaker.
Yes, I can
Yeah.
see. I can see his comment on the comment section. He said, "Myself, please, can you give me the mic? I need to punch out the lies I'm hearing here. Thank you." I don't know what else. How else we can bring you up? I've done my best to see. Unfortunately, the individual who was helping us to co-host is no longer here, Mr. Itodo. Only if we have another individual who is happy to help. Is anybody happy to help to co-host? If you have not blocked anybody, but if you have not blocked anybody, please, if you're happy to help to co-host, then I will pass the mic. I would make you a co-host. Before we do that, let's see how many people requesting for the mic. It says 17, and the only person commenting on the comment section is Mr. Omoba. That's the only individual. So, do we have anybody who would be happy to help me to co-host and bring these individuals? Not only Mr. Omoba, we have other 17 individuals who would like to be part of the conversation.
Myself, may I comment briefly and then probably give the space for others? Possible?
Okay, just hold the thought for a minute. I'm trying to see
Okay.
if I can find somebody who can help me to co-host. But if I'm not able, if there's no anybody who's willing to, then I can pass the mic to you. Nobody? Okay, please go ahead, Miss Amadi. Go ahead.
I'd have loved to help you co-host, but I love sanity, so there are some blocked individuals in my block industry. so, so I just wanted to state this that when it comes to choice of who is the best, everyone will look at it from a lens of whatever perspective that they have. And like you always say here, it's valid. However, if you want to look at the bigger picture and improvement of the quality of life for everyone, not just you, your village people, and some friends around you, you will begin to see people who tilt towards service, empathy, humanity-based leadership would be something that attracts you. Welfare-driven mindset would attract you. Service orientation would be like top of your list, right? And in all these people, I listened to quite a number of them. No one of them appealed towards service, towards serving, towards welfare, towards the grassroots more than Mr. Peter Obi. I'm not just saying it. He actually embodied it. He had a track record, right? It's very attractive to appreciate a set of leadership that is leading to that is not democratic, because you seem to feel like you are enjoying those outputs. But when you are on the receiving side, it is not fair. Irrespective of anything, leadership should always welcome dissenting voices, should create room within the confines of the law for there to be opposition, and create room for politics to become robust, and judiciary to become robust. But when everything is now seeming like a one affair, and then economy is not showing any form of improvement. And if I recall, the current president, in a tweet in 2014, stated that the buck ends on the desk of the president. And as a strategist, first thing on my head is, if someone is not doing so well at the first term, why would you want to reward the person with another term? In fact, in my own opinion, I don't think that any bad leadership should last more than the first 100 days, first 2 years. That is why we have all these things in our constitution to checkmate the excesses of bad governance. But it seems that over years, what again politicking has done is strengthened, weakened institutions and strengthened some other institutions that encourage this. Because Every day you wake up and you achieve things, you don't get it back. So why do we have to stay for 4 years and tolerate bad governance, tolerate insecurity, tolerate cluelessness, tolerate back-to-back recession because of what? Why do we have to do that? If things are not working fine, then the other arms of government are supposed to, jump up, ask questions, start, looking for how to do impeachment and all that. These are all things that are provisioned in the Constitution to strengthen democracy. But what has happened? Democracy has been weakened. Democracy has been made, to seem like it's now a 4-year term, but 8 years. No, there is no part of our constitution that says it must be 8 years. And again, like the last speaker spoke, Gege, if you have someone in charge of your business for 4 years and the person did not deliver on basic agreements, what do you do? Do you let the person do another 4 years? And again, I also heard on this spaces where someone said that if the spoke about architecture, I'm sorry, but if the foundation of your building is weak, you don't continue building. What do? You change the engineer on site, change your strategy to your foundation. If possible, demolish previous foundation and start again. I am an advocate for the fact that our institutions should be strengthened and enable the voices of the people to be heard. Instead, what happens with every single new electoral cycle is that politicking is being strengthened to be able to weaken institutions that enable accountability and elongate the lifespan or the ruling span of that particular person, even if the person is clueless, even if the person is a skeleton, even if the person has spent 2 years out of 4 years out of the country, it doesn't matter. Let the person just be there for the interest of a few. When would the interest of the full country be put into play? And I like the fact that somebody mentioned patriotism. People that throw around the word patriotism against Nigerians for me, in my own opinion, do not even really understand what patriotism is. Because if you understand patriotism, you can't call Nigerians and call patriotism in one statement. Nigerians have been so patriotic that a lot of the terrible politicking has not dampened our resolve to save our country. It has not dampened our resolve to use our resources to go the extra mile to represent this country. It has not dampened our resolve as individuals when we travel out with our personal our own personal funds. We go learn 1 or 2 things and come back and start figuring out how to make it work in our private endeavor. Even though we have some kind of rolled out policies that will kill your idea, Nigerians still keep trying. So anyone that says that Nigerians are not being patriotic is not being truthful, or if possible, that individual may not understand the full scope of patriotism. Most of the things that we relate to and try to tie to patriotism are actually outcomes of bad leadership, of bad governance, which is leading to breakdown in law and order, bad insecurity, and the whole night, and people just scrambling to survive. People are just on survival mode. But if you look at it, look at what we saw, what happened in sports. We see what happens in our science sector. We see what happened in our business sector. Nigerians keep going out there, keep trying to raise funds, keep trying to set up businesses, even though the landscape is not exactly favorable. And when we come to what is going on in Nigeria, I think the issue of patriotism is extremely ambiguous. It's going to be extremely objective. And it will not be fair to a lot of Nigerians. I know Nigerians are going out of their way to do the best to put Nigeria in a good light. In fact, most of the terrible representations we've had of our country has been from some governmental individuals, which is publicly attainable knowledge. Is out there, is on the public. So please, while we are looking at governance, let us look at it from the eye of the person who cannot speak, the person who may not have representatives or representation, the person in the creeks, the person in locations that internet is not available. Why is that in 2025? Why are we still battling with basic things like energy? Why are we battling basic things? Basic things is what we're struggling with in 2025. And it's not for lack of funds. It's because, again, politics is taking precedence over governance. What hurts me most time is politics is being used to reward, governance is being used as a reward system. These people voted for me, so they deserve this. When you had a past president come out on air and say 97%, 5%, I don't know how that mathematics came about, but then it was a proof of, his statistical mindset. How do you say that? When you become president, you are not president of some people. And if you do not understand that fact, I have a problem with that leadership. And maybe because I'm service oriented, maybe because I always tilt towards that angle, maybe because I'm empathetic. But if I say I want to rule in a certain place, it means that I'm bringing out myself to serve. But that doesn't seem to be the orientation. And everyone, and I think that if we do not change that mindset as a people, we will keep coming up with different kinds of character that do not seem to advance our, you know, our growth as a country. We are not lacking resources. We are not lacking humans. We are not lacking the intelligence. We are not lacking. What we are lacking is just that political will to not make politics about some people's region or about some people's tribe, and just make it about merit. And I will state it here categorically. Most people who supported Peter Obi did not do it because of his region, his tribe. We did it because on the ballot in 2023, no one came close, in my own opinion. No one came close. And as someone who grew up, who was born and bred in Lagos, there are a lot of things you cannot tell me about Lagos. When it comes to leadership in Lagos, there are some governors you will call first before you call Tinubu. You would call Alaji, what's his name? Kai, how did I forget his name just now? It was in my head. Then you would call Fashola. Jakonde, God bless you. You would call Jakonde. You would call Fashola. What are we saying here? You would even call, in some instances, some people will even play somebody before Tinubu and then Sanwo-Olu. So please, I beg us in the name of God. I'm not saying vote for P2B. I'm saying let us begin to put the welfare of everyone, not just ourselves, not just our family and friends. And what I think I find very, very dishonest is the fact that most of the people who supported the current president are not in the country. A lot of them got funds, left the country. I mean, if you so much love Tinubu, why are you not here facing his good governance? Why didn't you come back and stay with him here and enjoy the good governance? There is no place in this country you buy bread cheap. There's nowhere you buy meat cheap. Even the rice palliative is based on, political leanings. When are we going to place the welfare of the whole country? Because if we do that, we'll get a better country that'll be favorable for us all. And please, what I have shared here is from my own perspective of service, from my own perspective of welfare. I'm not here to talk about people's personal opinion, just mine. And please, if we are going to look at things from this angle and grow as a country, let us do that. And no one will look at ballots and not place Peter Obi tops. Of course, it's my own personal opinion. And if it comes at 2027, he will get my vote because I do not vote for tribe. I do not vote for assumptions. I do not vote for unaccountability. I do not vote for someone who does not think that he's serving me. I do not vote for someone who thinks it's his turn to vote to be president. Out of 200 million, it's my turn. I do not vote for people who feel entitled to leadership. I do not vote for people who do not hear the cries of the people. Instead of reducing the cost of governance because we are poor, you are increasing the cost of governance with SSCs, having SSCs. We do not need all that. We need a better country. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Amadi, for your submission. Unfortunately, it's 1:50. I would have loved to bring a lot of people up, but because of time, we're going to round up quickly. It's quite interesting. I hope one day you people will be in my mind and understand how timing is everything to me. I just don't know what I can do for people to understand what timing means to me, but it's a difficult thing, and there's nothing I can do about it. Because I realize it's an African thing. We got to be very mindful of time. We have a lot to say, but then again, we carry everybody along. Mr. Rao, quickly, sir, because I'm going to round up in the next 9 minutes.
Okay, mindset. Every time you call my name, it sounds like a different name. So two things real quick. I wanted to speak to what the previous speaker spoke about in um, selecting, if she had to mention the governors of Lagos State, she would mention certain governors before she would mention Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So the how will I call the figure of speech there is that without what Bola Ahmed did, the other people that she places emphasis on, they wouldn't have existed, or they wouldn't have had the opportunity. Then the second thing, one of the greatest misconceptions that people have about Fashola, when it comes to most of the things that happened under his watch, apart from him becoming the governor, if not for the fact that the state is on autopilot, So all accolades must go to the governor. There are people behind the scenes that run these things. Now, under Fashola's tenure as the governor, there was a minister, there was a not minister, commissioner of works. His name is Arek Beshola. Most of the construction that you saw being Fashola is a lawyer. He's not an engineer, you know. But whatever happens in the state, the governor gets the applaud. So I wanted to correct that. You understand? So if not for the things, if you said you were born in Lagos, so I guess I would speculate or I would assume that you're not gaslighting me. So if you were born in Lagos and lived in Lagos all of your life, you'd have understood the way the structure of Lagos State was when it came to the democratic government. And you would also understand, without admitting, all the things that the governor then in 1999 and 2000, all the things that he did, despite the pushback from the federal government. So I wanted to point that out. Then the second thing I wanted to point out is I was the one that said I was without advertising, that I was an architect. And you took my words out of context. So based on what you say, I think you should restrict yourself to things that you have perfect understanding about. So if the foundation is wrong, it doesn't mean that you will stop your building. You would restrict your load bearing capacity on the foundation. That's it. I don't deal with, I explained, you took the things out of context. I was explaining to mindset that as an architect, I'm not the one doing the actual building. That's the work of a civil engineer. We multitask. I face what I need to face. The other people will face what they need to face. So again, in you making your presentation, you know, you actually opened my mind, because initially from your previous presentations, I had looked at you as an open-minded person. But again, I think sometimes when we overemphasize certain things, we tend to make mistakes, and we tend to repeat ourselves, and we tend to show our bias, and that's what you have done. So politics for you is different from politics from the second person. Your sentiment is different from the second person's sentiment. Your opinion is different from the facts. I like to restrict myself to facts. I don't go back and forth on other people's personal opinions, because I understand that it's a personal opinion. You're a lady. I respect you. I respect your views. So I wouldn't want to take this conversation to a point where we spoil the space. The space is rounding up. So let me just keep quiet at that point. Thank you, Mindset, once again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. But let me, because if somebody's joining the platform now, it would appear that Miss Amadi said something against your person. I don't think she said anything against your person. I think what she was trying, the point she was trying to put across is, that she believed that her candidate is a much better person than your own candidate, right? So I do not think that she's just speaking on your, on your personality or anything of that such. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm getting from it. I don't think. If we're discussing politics, obviously, so she have to defend her candidate, which I think is what she did, right?
Thank you,
No, I'm
Mindset.
not even speaking
So
about. I'm not. Sorry, service. Just a second. Sorry, madam. Sorry, I'm sorry to do this. I'm not even speaking about whether she's speaking about her candidate or my candidate. What I'm saying is that she referenced that the point where we had a discussion about the foundation, and that I am an architect. So what I'm saying is that in the context that she used that analogy, it was totally wrong. So I had to come up, because this is my profession. I'm defending my integrity and my profession. So what she said technically doesn't make sense, because she took my words out of context. This has nothing to do with whether I have a candidate or not, or whether she's speaking about her candidate. That's all I'm saying.
okay,
That point where she referenced that architecture and the foundation, it was totally out of context.
okay, all right, then that's fine. Wow. All right. It's very interesting right now. And we have quite a number of individuals who want to be part of this conversation. But the problem I'm having is I am not able to bring them up. And I've asked anybody on those on the comment on the speaker section to help. Unfortunately, nobody's willing to help to be a co-host to bring you guys up. Mr. Or mobile, you say you want to speak for only 3 minutes to respond to Gege and Miss Amadi. I would love for you to do that, but unfortunately, I am not able to bring you up as a co-host. Sorry, as a speaker, because I can't see you on the platform. Right? Okay,
You,
Miss.
you can make me a co-host temporarily.
Who might that be?
Stefan.
Stefan, please, I hope you have not blocked a lot of people on the have you blocked quite a number of individuals?
If I see rubbish, I just pass. I don't have time to.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. So one other question, please, if you safe to do so, if you safe to respond. Are you an iPhone user or Android? Because the problem I'm having is that I'm using Android, and they're saying that
I'm using Android as well.
So the individuals having problem are iPhone users, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah, I think that's what the problem is. Someone was trying to help me out the other day, and I mean, I can't let go of my phone just because I want to host spaces. But let's see what we can do. Let me try. Let's try. Let me make a co-host. Maybe it my work. So you're a co-host now. Those who want to be on the platform, please follow Mr. Stefan. He will bring you guys up. So, Miss Amadi, you raised your hand again. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, I had to respond to the direct attack by Mr. Ra mindset and the intentional misrepresentation, using the word gaslighting, and then what else did he say? After referring to the fact that everybody states their personal opinion and he's stating his personal opinion, took mine out of context to make a point. Mr. Ra, you know, when you were speaking all the while, maybe because I understand communication, I thought I saw through your conversation, your communication strategy. But what I would not let you successfully do is try to paint me in a certain light because you have an agenda. No, I'm not going to let you do that. Just like you, I have a personal reputation to protect. Every single point I made was specifically narrating something, and I'm glad Mindset mentioned that. You know, everybody has a bias. You are speaking from your bias. It is from your bias that you make opinions. It is from your bias that you inform. And I specifically clearly stated my bias here. My bias is service. My bias is welfare. My bias is grassroots. And I stated that is what led me to my candidate. So your bias is whatever you didn't clearly state your bias, but you went ahead to state your candidate, and that's good. But what you're not going to do here is try to paint me in a brush to push your agenda, or I don't know what it is. Please. While we are having a civil and intellectual conversation, which Mindset has said repeatedly he was enjoying, let us keep it to that. You're not going to come for me personally. You're not going to come for my reputation personally. If you're an architect, if you were the architect, good for you. But as a project owner, as a building owner, if the foundation is faulty from the jump, you are starting the project again, because I don't want to be in my house one day and my building collapse over my head. And that, again, was my personal opinion. Anybody else can do whatever thing that they want to do, that's them. But if an engineer tells me, which is what I stated earlier, if an engineer tells me that this foundation is faulty and I want a six-story building, I am going to get a six-story building. I am not going to stop or allow a bad engineer's work to make me reduce it to 4-story or 5-story. And everybody here have their own opinions or their own approach to life. I am going to change that foundation. In fact, I will make it that it is now something I can carry 12, because I'm officially scared of my life, and then make it strong enough to carry 12-story in order for me to have my 6-story building. Again, personal choice. My bias is clear. I have too much love for humanity. I am extremely empathetic. I always lean towards service orientation, and that's why I call myself service culture evangelist. So please don't play cards here to ruin people's reputation. That's very important to a lot of us here. And that's why some of us are particular about the kind of spaces we are on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Amadi. Unfortunately, Mr. Ra is no longer on the platform, and I think I addressed what he said against your person. I mean, for me personally, some individuals might not be comfortable with this. I do not see anything wrong in what you said. That's what that's my position. Because we are having a conversation, you have every right to defend your candidate, which obviously is what you've done. Supporting, and these are the reasons I'm supporting. There is nothing wrong in that. That's my own view, right? I hope Mr. Ra can hear me. I'm one individual who people would dislike because of my stand. But one thing I do know as a person is I speak my truth. I didn't say the truth. I speak my truth. And sometimes it might not sit well with people. But it's been a very interesting conversation. And I like the fact that we respect one another's opinion and we address things and we move on. Gosh, again, Mr. Ra, you left the platform. Okay. Okay, let's not go into that now. Do we have Mr. Stefan? How are we getting on with others, bringing other people up? Are we succeeding? Are we making any?
It still shows that no one is requesting for mic.
All right. So Mr. Omaba said, Stefan, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Ask for the mic since. Are you able to see Mr. Omaba?
Let me look for him in the listener section, and then
let me help you out. Let me help you out.
Can I try? Can I try
Okay,
for a minute? I use iPhone.
Okay, that's fine. I hope. Okay, let's see if you can bring Mr. Omaba up. If you can, that would be helpful. Let's allow him to air his view. And Mr. Stefan, I was going to say something. Please, if it's safe to do so, you can follow Mr. Omaba, but you can unfollow him right after the conversation. So just to give him an opportunity to be a speaker, please, if that's okay, and he will follow you as well. Guys, bring as many people as you can see.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, I don't know. We don't have any other speakers, so I'm hoping that we bring up more people. But yes.
I just saw 6 people, and I made them speakers, including a certain Mr. Omoba as well. All right. That's what you wanted, right?
I mean, not only them. If you can see more, please bring as many as possible, please. That will help.
I've brought everyone that is here.
Hear from Mr. Omaba. Omaba, you can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, myself. Amadi, thank you for bringing me up. Thank you very much. The reason why I said I really want to speak is because I listened to Gege and I listened to Amadi, and I'm wondering, because I remember when I spoke, my set was very, very simple. Tell us why you supported a candidate, or if there's election, you are going to support this candidate. Anyway, but I've been saying back and forth and basbos and everything. So let me quickly correct some things. Gege said Atiku and Tinubu are old, and that they are sick, the way they work and every other stuff. And I'm wondering because Obi is 64, right? Obi is 64. If we are talking about old or age or so on, there are lots of people who contested that last general election, and they are 40-something years, including Showore is like 50-something, right? Yeah, but so if you're talking about age, I don't think Peter Obi should be even among them because he's also old. He's 64. 64. Okay, you talked about some people are not nationalists, some people, you mentioned Kwankwaso, that he's more of a northern elite kind of person. You said you give them different connection, but I'm wondering, is it that you've forgotten or you pretending not to be aware that during that election, the campaign, right, the 2023 general election, Peter Obi called I'm a member of the Living Faith Winners Chapel. Peter Obi called my own bishop where he used the following word: Daddy, this election is a religious war. That thing was published by People Gazette. And Peter said he's going to sue them. And this is more than 2 years. He has not done that. So will you say someone that wanted a religious war, who see an election as a religious war, is a nationalist? Will you, sincerely, with your own mind, your own church mind, will you look at me in the mirror and tell me that somebody will call a pastor or a bishop, let me use the right word for my bishop, a bishop, and say, Daddy, please tell your people in Kwara and Kogi that this is a religious war, he's a nationalist? Do not forget, this same man, when Ngige in Anambra was contesting under the ACN, used the following word against him, that if vote for Ngige is a vote for a Yoruba people. Oh, so please let us, you see, that's why I said something when I came here, and my set was like, I was specific, like, you don't reward a failure with promotion. No, if you are a teacher and somebody fail exam in your, let me use the word a lecturer, you're a lecturer and somebody fail your course, you don't promote that person. That is why the structure says that, or the system is that you have a carryover system. It was a failure. Number one, till today, none of you has come out to tell us one single classroom he built as a governor. He was governor for 8 years for crying out loud. He didn't build one single classroom, either for primary school or secondary school. And when we talk about education, you will say he did nada. One single classroom he did not build. You are comparing such a person with somebody who built 24 brand new schools. Secondary schools alone, 24 brand new ones, including 4 millennial schools. If you are talking about age, he's 64. Showowe is younger. Adebayo of SDP is younger. So many of them were younger. How come you didn't talk about those ones? How come? You're talking about what else do you say? You said that is giving Malaysia statistics and everything. Most of these things he gave are false. You know that. I know that. And you're talking about somebody is not a number guy. This guy that you so much hate was an accountant with Mobile, a multinational company. He was an accountant with Mobile. It is there. Your phone is there. Use your phone. Ask Grok. Ask your Google. You said, okay, no, sorry, it was not you. It was my sister Madi that talked about being a grassroots person. This is somebody that did not conduct local government elections for
No, but
7 years.
I also talked about the drugs as well. The drug
Sorry,
forfeiture.
Kege, please let him land. Then you can respond to everything that he said. Please, I do apologize. Go ahead, sir.
No. My side, don't worry. Gege is my brother. We know we've been meeting on so many spaces, so we know ourselves. Amadi talked about oh, I've lost. Okay, that is a grassroots person. He resonates with the grassroots. No, he didn't conduct local government election for 7 years plus. Compare that to somebody that even went to court with the federal government because he wanted governance to get to the grassroots by what? By creating LCDA. That is 37 brand new LCDA to complement the 20 local government in Lagos. Now, as for Gege, thank you for reminding me. You said I should talk about the drugs. Now, I believe we are all learned here. And for those who don't know, please use your phone and quickly fact check me. In the United States, the DEA is the agency in charge of drugs. Please, Gege, was it the DEA that took this man to court? That's number one. Number two, if he is guilty of a drug issue, do you believe that the United States of America will return over $1 million to him? See, can we for once be sincere with ourselves? And I said, remember when I was very specific. I said, I have my reason for following this guy, for supporting him, and my reason was very simple, based on what my state was before he became governor, what my state was when he became governor, and what my state became after I left as governor. And I listened to Amadi saying that somebody will rate Ambode. Don't even come and tell me that. I'm from Lagos West. Ambode literally abandoned my place. From my 2 to Badagry, he abandoned us, and he took what was supposed to be done, took it to his place in Ekpe. Waste collection in Lagos State, and it's an open challenge, sir. My set, please, it's an open challenge to anybody. Waste collection in Lagos State. Please, anybody come up and tell me the state in this federation that has such or a better system than Lagos. When Ambode came, the first thing he did was to cancel it, then bring a Lebanese company, Vision Scope. Use your phone, go everywhere online. You will still see Lagosians complaining about waste, dumping of waste everywhere because Vision Scope do not have the required number of truck to pack waste in Lagos. Odabode is a perfect administrator. But I've just mentioned two places where he failed as an administrator. And the third thing he did was the moment you had any issue or you spoke as a civil servant in Lagos against probably a government policy, massive retirement. That was what he did. Don't believe me, please use your phone and fact check me. Use your phone and fact check me. He literally abandoned my true Tokoko. He abandoned it completely. But that body abandoned completely. So when I listen to this kind of stuff, I just start laughing because to me it is funny. It is funny. I also listening to you saying he's traveling earthwise and every other thing. See, my shit, please, I'm begging you, please fact check me. I don't mind you getting somebody that will be doing this fact checking.
No, 1 minute. I'm not here to fact check.
Okay, sir. Okay,
1 minute, 1 minute. I'm very mindful of time. 1 minute, 1 minute, Mr. Omaba, do hold your thought for a minute, please, sir, if it's safe to do so. I'm just mindful of time because Gege would like to respond. We have other new speakers who would like to respond. And if we can run it quickly, then we can give these others opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Somebody was governor. Both of them were governor. One, in his first time as governor, constructed brand new general hospital at Alimosho, Ibejuleki, Epe, Mushin, just to name a few. Renovated the one in Ikeja and the one on the island. Brand new primary health center, 65 he constructed. You want the video, I can literally post it to you. Compared to someone who was governor, did not build schools, whether primary or secondary school, did not build hospitals. Let us get serious for once. Let us get serious for once. And I've been hearing stories. See, use your phone. His PA was literally arrested with the sum of 250 million naira cash in front of Next Supermarket in Apapa. Cash is not cash. Same person bought 400 brand new SUV for traditional rulers in Anambra State. Please, let's get serious for once. Let us get serious for once. You can give me the reason why you are supporting your candidate, but when you start coming against other people's candidates, insulting them and everything, we can literally open the book and let you know that your candidate was not a saint. In fact, he's not a saint. He's not. He's not. He was never a saint. You are talking about cost of governance, but he bought 400 brand new SUV. And if you want to argue, his SSG, his tweet is still on this timeline. I can literally bring it up for you. His SSG confirmed it that yes, they bought 400 SUV for traditional rulers.
Sorry, Omaba, please, I do apologize. If I may come in, please. There are quite a number of individuals raising their hand and they would like to respond to everything that you've said, some of the things that you've said. Please, if you can, at least if you round up quickly, let them respond, then we can continue the conversation, right? If that's okay.
Okay, sir. Please, they can respond. Let me just.
Maybe you can time.
No.
Him.
1 minute.
If it is 1
sorry,
minute.
I do apologize, Stefan. It's quite difficult thing to time people. If you give somebody 3 minutes and they have not, they're just gonna make best of that 3 minutes, even if they have nothing to say in that 3 minutes. I think the best way is, please, guys, I will just raise my hand. When I raise my hand, at least you know that you start rounding up. But let's quickly allow Gege to respond to some of the things that Mr. Omaba said. Then let's be very mindful of time, please. Gege, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mindsets. I'll just quickly respond. I'll be brief to some of the things that Omaba said. I'll just pick up many of the important ones. The first is he talked about the drug forfeiture and tried to sort of downplay the seriousness of the issues. So first of all, it was found by the courts that $460,000 of the money in the account was traced to heroin dealing. So his account was the source, the route by which the dealers were passing and sending the heroin related the dealing. That's why the money was seized. He then claims some money was returned to Bola Tinubu. If you've read the court documents, the reason why that money was returned was because his uncle said that money belonged to him. That's his uncle in Nigeria, who's now dead. The father of the Owando founder said that the rest of that money belonged to him. So nothing was returned to Bola Tinubu. That money was returned to Bola Tinubu's uncle, and the one that was claimed to be for him was found to come from heroin. The second thing is we're talking about healthcare. We're talking about the health of the candidates. Peter Obi, yes, is 64, but you see him on TV, you see the way he moves. He's healthy, he's agile, he's alert. Even Bola Tinubu's own friends are not going to tell you he's healthy and he's agile and he's alert. I don't want to give too much away because I like to protect my sources. But I know people who literally see the president every single day. And they themselves would tell you that this man is not well. That is why he's again in France, telling you he's going between France and London. He's going back to his doctors. You yourself need to count. So let's set aside politics. If this man was working for you, would you not be worried that what is happening with this my employee, who is constantly off sick every month, away for 10 days? What are we talking about? Thirdly, you're talking about Peter Obi and pulling figures out of the blue, claiming he's quoting fake statistics. That is nonsense. Everything Peter Obi said is public knowledge. It's all in the media. What is the fake news that Peter Obi said? With regards to Peter Obi's achievements, you're forgetting that this is not Peter Obi saying these things. You have testimonies from other governors, even opposition governors, governors in PDP and APC, ministers in Buhari's government. Even the government of the day gave him an award saying, for example, for Millennium Development Goals, he was the governor that met the targets. So we're not speaking from what Peter Obi said. We're confirming what third-party characters have attested in his defense. And last but not the least, we're looking at governance on ground. Inflation is up. The economy is not growing at the rate it should. Insecurity is up. Poverty is up. So, and that is Bola Tinubu's record. So I'm looking at data. I'm not even looking at hearsay and back and forth arguments with you. So even on the current data, Bola Tinubu's performance is woeful compared to all the people that came before him. He's not been able to deliver anything tangible yet. So I don't know how you are looking at him and compare him to Peter Obi and saying Peter Obi is a failure. But last but not the least, as you know, I know a lot about this president. In fact, I've been to his house. I've been to his house a few times. His London residence. So I don't want to give too much away. So I know these people. Like I tell you for free, the man is too ill to govern. But if this is what Nigerians want, I wish them all the best. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much. You see, one of the things I love about Gege, not only him, but some individuals, just how the timing, how people keep the time. I love when people do this. Thank you, guys. So, Mr. Omoba, you raised your hand again. Do you mind waiting for the rest to respond to some of the things you said, then you can continue from where you stopped? Is that okay? All right. So thank you, sir. And let me quickly go to Ijele. I think that's the name ID Ijele. Good morning. Sorry, say good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Mindset. He called me. Oh. He kept quoting me. Mr. Omoba kept quoting me.
All right. That's okay. That's okay. You're co-hosting with me. So let's
Okay.
allow those who thank you very much. So anybody that would like to respond to what Mr. Omoba said, please do raise your hand. And apart from my co-host, then we can. But let's be very mindful of time as well. Mr. Ijele, you have the mic. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, is it from my end? It appears his mic is on, but it's not speaking, right?
I'm the one.
Hello?
Oh,
Okay, I can't hear you, sir. Please, somebody help me out. Can anybody hear him?
No, I think
think
his
he's
network is
No,
breaking.
coming and back.
he's
Breaking.
breaking.
So, Mr. Ijela, please, if it's safe to do so, can you kindly leave the platform and rejoin again? Maybe that would help. If I'm not able to bring you up, I believe my co-host will. Who else want to respond to what Mr. Omaba said? Anybody? Okay, Pharmacy, you have the mic, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me just be brief a little bit for what Mr. Omoba said. Now, you said Peter Obi's secretary was arrested with 250 million. I've heard that stories for over 10 years. But the APC, as popular as Peter Obi, they have not, in a way, bring them, as in bring the person to court to say, okay, fine, this is what you did. But I can tell you vividly, prior to the 2011 election, your principal, Tinubu, was docked for operating a foreign account. I don't know what it transpired between 2011, between whether because I know he later supported Jonathan, and that case was trashed out of the case court. But the truth of the matter is that he was docked in court. So that means they might have an allegation. It might be true or not. So if you say that somebody was caught with 250 million, I think that person should be docked and all that, and the case to pursue. Even if you are going to lose the case, at least we'll know for instance that somebody was docked for this case. But today, nobody has been docked. Then prior to the drug conviction, two guys, Agbele and so, were convicted, and they were using Tinubu's accounts. The reasons why the FBI refused to pursue the case with Tinubu, because they felt they've already gotten the suspect, and there was no need wasting money. In short, Moss caught Tinubu severally, and one of the case ended with this. He said, "Fine, okay, fine, we're going to confiscate this money." And it was like a pre-arrangement that, okay, fine, if you confiscate this money, you will not bring any charge against me. And it was signed and all that and such. And that is why the FBI will refuse to even go further into the case. But the basic truth that if Tinubu was in the US as at that time, he would have been arrested and the case would have continued. But they felt they will not need to waste money when they have already gotten all they want and all that. And that's it. And thank God Gege said it. The reason why the money was instituted was Tinubu extended family that came up and said the money was theirs. And after going back and forth, they returned the money. Now, Peter Obi, I was a sympathizer of the PDP. So I believe, one of the reasons why I supported Peter Obi, I believe that power should go to the South. Because that was what they did to Jonathan, the likes of Atiku. And in 2019, when they say power should shift to the North, all the Southern candidates stepped down. And Atiku and everybody did the primaries with what they call the man in Sokoto, where he won in Port Harcourt. And now everybody agrees that in 2023, it is the turn of the South. Now, one of the problems I have with the turn of the South is because the Southwest have done 8 years as president and 8 years as vice. So what's the issue? Why coming out?
Okay, it appears we've lost the Mr. Pharmacy. Can anybody hear him?
I can't hear him.
Hello?
I think we've lost him.
Okay, that's okay. That's fine then. Because of time, what we're going to do is, if Gege or any other person have responded to Mr. Omoba on one particular topic or some of the things that he raised, please, because of time, let's just leave it, because Gege have responded to it. Let's not continue, so we can carry every other person along. If there's any other thing that he has said that any other person want to respond to, that's fine. But if the other speakers have responded to it, I do not think it's going to help all because of time. We have others, because the topic has now moved from what we are discussing to another thing, and I would want us to come back to what we were discussing earlier on. So on that note, Mr. Jean, do you have the mic, sir?
Yeah, thank you. What I want to just add is that he said something about P2B not building an hospital. Amako Hospital in Oka was like, it was very bad at that time. We were the one that used to go there for community service. That's how bad that hospital was. But when P2B came, within two years or less than 2 years, you changed the pattern of the hospital, and it's still there till now. So I just want to let him know that he should go to Amako Hospital in Oka. Today we'll see that teaching hospital there. It was Peter Obi that put that hospital in the shape it is today. That is just one thing he said, because he said Peter Obi did not build any hospital, did not build this. I want to let him go there and see it. It is a structure that is there already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And please, guys, before anybody puts something on the jumbotron, you must seek the host or the co-host permission. You don't just go and put something on the jumbotron. Please, it's very, very important. All right. Let's quickly go to Mr. Kenny. Kenny, go ahead, sir.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I've been standing here. Please, the host, can you give me my time now? Can you hear me?
All right. Okay, sir, you can have your time. We're welcome back, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My concern this afternoon is very small, and I'm going to a bit, you know, I'm going to be brief about it, and I want a sincere answers from us, the Nigerian youth, on this space. I am so concerned. I'm so worried that I have been hearing us, the youth, bantering, talking since 2022, that we started this pace and bantering and insulting each other till 2025. After 2 years after the election of those who said, I am for a Miloko, I am for this, I was for obedience, and I believe in the that as before even the election until today, I still believe in him as the leader of the youth. But I have problem with some of the youth on this space. The thing is, you should have a reason why you are supporting somebody or why you believe in somebody. And you should have a reason why you should be in a gutter and still somebody will deliver you from the gutter while the person is also in the gutter with you. And I want to also to be for a sincere answer from some of the people that believe in Showore. Me, you see, if they believe in Agbado or APC and you are attacking Peter Obi, I don't have problem with you. But I have problem with the likes of people who are not, who told us that they don't believe in APC, yet attacking Peter Obi. What is the offense of Peter Obi? I want to know. All these activists or activism of today, why is Showore attacking Peter Obi on a daily basis? Peter Obi was a man who came out just 6 months to election and garnered over 6 million votes. Showore got about 50.
Sorry, Mr. Ijel, I'm going to come in here. Please, I'm going to mute your mic for a minute, and I would like to address this. You see, the way I run my platform is I have a topic and I stick to that topic. And for any reason, if anybody wants to discuss something else, you can draw my attention of the attention of the co-host, then we can discuss it. I'm not here to discuss Showere. I'm not here to discuss Deji. And you make reference to you say the Nigerian youth. I don't know what age bracket is a youth. I'm not a youth. In as much as I make time to speak with people on this platform, I'm a very old, and I mean, if that's what you guys would call an old person, I'm very, very old. So when I'm hosting spaces, and I'm very, very mindful, I do not understand why somebody would come on the platform. There is a topic that I'm dealing with, and I'm not here to discuss Deji. What does Deji has to do with what I'm discussing? If somebody's attacking Peter Obi and then you have a problem with it, respectfully, you can open a spaces and discuss it, right? This idea that someone will come in on a platform and change the topic, I don't take it, it's not something I condone on this platform. Okay? If you have a problem with people attacking Peter Obi and everything, you have every reason to go and attack those people and let me and those on this platform discuss what we want to discuss. I don't know how difficult these things are. You come in here, you drag the conversation somewhere else. This is why if I knew what I knew now, I would have ended that topic on the police and we focus on it. And this idea that people, the youth, I am not a youth, for crying out loud. Okay, if anybody's not willing to respond to what Mr. Omobat said or tell us the reason they will vote for a candidate and want to change the topic to something else, I am too old to have those kind of conversations. I'm not interested in them. On that note, I'll pass the mic to Mr. Kenny. Kenny, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Mindset. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the space. I greet everyone. I supported. And or campaigned for P2B aggressively in the last election. The reason why in politics, what I look out for in a candidate is number one is their character. Their character is my number one. And why Tinubu is not even part of the conversation is that up until now, anybody that comes to defend Tinubu, if you ask them, where is Tinubu from? They don't know. What school did he go to? They don't know. Who is his parents? They don't know. Does he even have siblings? They don't know. What country does Tinubu come from? None of their supporters, all these questions, none of them can answer you. How old is the man? None of them can answer you. So the supporting him is not even, it shouldn't even be in a conversation of, I mean, I call him alien, and I'm sorry if he feel disrespected, if he support him, because nobody that supports him can answer these questions of where this man come from. So coming to P2B, his character is why people talk about age, that, he's 64, other people are, but this guy outworks even young people. For P2B to be in 5 places in one day, you see him visiting people, even the young people that works with him cannot even keep up with his energy. So even if you're 65, if Atiku feel that he's 80, he's going to be 80 in 2027, let Atiku show us his workings now. Let him move around Nigeria. Let him start visiting people. I want to see what he can be able to do when he assumes office. I want to see it now. I want to see it now. I want to see him grant interviews back to back. And that is one thing Tinubu can never do. In fact, he brags about it, that why will he even talk to people? He sees himself more valuable than the citizens that he's applying to lead. Tinubu has never gone to any TV station to grant an interview. Tinubu has never gone to common Nigerians to answer interview. The Wike that is doing stuff for him, they call the pressmen in their mansion to grant interviews. So where is the service? Where is the service? What is the character of this man? Every single thing we've heard about Tinubu is bad, evil, bad guy, people that are associated with the drugs, the criminality. But every single person that has known P2B, even the people that criticize him today, has praised him in the past. His character is impeccable. This guy is, I don't know, somebody that the whole nation, the government of of Nigeria today is working against him, and he's still standing. And they could not find even one thing, they couldn't find him wanting for one single thing up until now. So his character is my main reason for supporting him. What he was able to deliver as a state governor is second. Or you go back to his track record of a private citizen, managing the banks. Every single road that this man has passed, every single way he has passed, he has been successful. What did Tinubu do before he became a governor or before he became senator? It's not clear. All they say is he's an accountant. How? Where? If they say go to Google, give us the account of this man. Provide me his siblings. Provide me his parents. Provide me his village. Provide me his primary school or secondary school before we can even start conversation. So he's not of. If you remove criminality in Nigeria today, Tinubu is nowhere to be found. He could either be in jail or, nobody will recognize him. But because of the way the politics of Nigeria is, it's all about criminality. That's what gave him gives him a comparison to be comparing somebody like P2B of today. So to end it, the character of P2B is what made me support him. As of Tinubu, we don't know who he is. As for me, he's an alien up until now. Thank you, Mindset. I yield the mic.
Hello. Hi. I think we're having a network challenges here. My 2 co-hosts are no longer there, and some of the speakers have dropped. Do not know what happened. And quite a number of individuals in the speaker section have dropped. So I think it might be an indication that we should start rounding up. Obazi, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you very much, Mindset. ordinarily, I would not join issues with the likes of Omoba, because we've been through these streets and, they keep bringing up lies. And there's this saying, no matter how many times a lie is told, it will not make it the truth. Um, P2B, they say did not, conduct local government elections. There was a court proceeding leading to throughout his tenure when the courts cleared for local government elections. He held that same local government elections. Then somebody has debunked the hospitals. Somebody who built a teaching hospital from the scratch. Um, um, Somebody who refurbished existing hospitals that he met on ground. Nigerians, we have this thing about just the same way, the highway, what's it called again? The one Bola Tinubu is doing. You have roads that are bad. Meanwhile, you take up, an elephant project. Then because you want to claim you're the one who started it. This is what the problem of Nigeria is. I have secondary schools all over all the local governments in my state. I refurbished them to become standard. Why do I need to start building a neighboring secondary school when I have refurbished, the one that is on ground? But they keep spewing these lies. You talk about somebody working in Mobile. Meanwhile, the secondary school he went to wasn't existent before when he said he went there. Um, Deloitte has claimed, they will not tell you about that one. Deloitte, that he claimed to have worked in, has denied ever having him as an employee. So it's okay. I can fake my documents and go to luckily enter mobile. The person who went to the documents we have from Chicago State University said the person who went there is a female. So all these things, we know them. We've been through this road since 2023, but you people keep regurgitating them. You know, it is what it is. Bola Tinubu is the president of Nigeria now, and he has failed, failed a big F in 90% of, you know, uh, uh, um, governance indicators. So let us deal with that. And, it is what it is, basically. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've lost quite a number of individuals on the speaker section. Mr. Omoba, you raised your hand, and I would like to respond to some of the things you said since we do not have any more individuals. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly correct some things here. Number one, is it Jindu? Please, myself, do I have your permission to post the my evidence from Amako Teaching Hospital, their website? It is on their website. Go on their website. You will see the history of the teaching hospital. Peter Obi did not construct that teaching hospital. As a matter of fact, that teaching hospital was established as a community hospital in 1956. The Anambra State government in the year 2000 upgraded that hospital. It is on the teaching hospital website. I'm not from Anambra, so it is not me that wrote it there. Please go there, go and fact check. It is there. And if you want me to post it, I've screenshot it and I have it now. I'll post it. That's number one. Number two, Gege said Tinubu is sick. Please, are you a medical doctor? Do you have his doctor's report? Because you can't tell me that mere looking at somebody you can just assume and run with it in your mind and believe that what you've assumed is the truth. I've seen 20-year-old that died. I've seen a day-old baby that died. I've seen, so Me looking at somebody, you cannot tell me categorically that I've been to his house in London. That's a lie. Me and you know that's false. You cannot tell me that me looking at him, you know that he's sick. No, it is you are assuming. You are assuming, and your assumption is not the fact because you are not his doctor. You don't have his medical record. So what you are assuming, that is your own assumption. That's number two. Number three, the FBI is not in charge of drugs in the United States. The agency in charge of drugs is the DEA. Please fact check me. DEA. So you said it was the FBI that took him to court. That alone should tell you that. That does. You see, I don't know what else to say. Now, pharmacy. I'm very sorry that I butcher your name. You know, Twitter name sometimes. Thank you. I'm very sorry, my brother. You said Tinubu was dog by Jonathan, and Jonathan government, when he now supported them, now took it out of court. That is false, and it's a lie. You know that it's a lie. Why? Because Jonathan became president. One election in May, was sworn in May. One election before May was sworn in May. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was taken to court by the Code of Conduct Bureau in September 2011. And in November 30, 2011, he won the case. Fact check me. So don't come and try to lie. No, don't do that here. We have our evidence, and I can give you if you want. He also said that Tinubu was not in the US when the FBI took the case to court. It is a lie, and you know it is a lie. He was in the United States. He was working in the United States. He was an accountant for Mobile. Fact check me. So don't, please. See, let us get serious. When I say let us get serious, let us get serious. Let us get serious. I've said Amaku was built in 1956. It is not me that said it. It is on the website of the hospital. You want it, I can I've screenshot it, I can post it right away. Now, Uba, you said Obi didn't conduct election because it was a litigation. That's false. It was ABGA, his own political party, that took him to court in 2012. He became governor in 2006. Do the mathematics. So don't come here and try to play around words. No. Now, Kenny said Tinubu parents are not known. Anyway, that is your opinion. Because even the man, I remember a couple of years ago, even challenged some of you that if you want to conduct DNA, he's ready. Mere looking at the president, look at the what's the name of this guy, Deji, the one that died, the football guy that died, journalist that died a couple of years ago, and look at the what's the name of the other Tinubu, the one in oil and gas. Just mere looking at them, you can see, but because you are zoomed in your mind, you also ask, you don't know the country is from. That is your opinion, dude. That is your opinion. That the fact that you assume something does not make that thing true. You said Obi manage a bank. It is a lie. He was never the CEO of any bank. He was a board chairman. Board chairman don't manage banks. They don't manage the day-to-day activity of the bank. See, let us get serious when we are in public spaces. Now, you talk about character, Kenny. And maybe you've forgotten that a certain Panama paper came out where somebody, because we refused to pay tax to this country, opened a foreign account in a safe haven, and he didn't declare it, which is against our law. Read the law, Code of Conduct Bureau. Go and read it for public officers. Go and read it. Now you said you talked about character again. See, he has been accused, and even an Anambra State governor, president and past, came out and said it. This man invested an Anambra State fund into a business that his own family owns substantial number of shares. It is against our law, Procurement Act. Read this law. No be me right time. Read them. So don't come and tell me about character. Don't. Somebody that came up with the Catholic versus Anglican problem in Anambra State. Don't come and tell me about character. No. An hotelier in Anambra accused him of demolishing his hotel. Recently, when Obi tweeted about something, the man still came out and said, when you were a governor in Anambra State, you demolished my hotel within a space of 72 hours. So don't come and tell me about character. Don't.
Okay. All right.
You assume
Oh, sorry, I thought you finished. So I'm running out of
No,
time.
sorry, sir. That you, oh, sorry, just 1 minute. That you assume something in your mind does not make that thing right or does not make it true. You said he constructed Amaku. It is a lie. Amaku was constructed in 1956. Amaku General Hospital, which is now a teaching hospital, was established in 1956. The Anambra State Governor under Ngige in 2000 established, upgraded it to a teaching hospital. It is there. I'm not the one that wrote it. Go on the hospital website. Their history is clearly written there. And if you are in doubt, I've screenshot it. I'll post it right away. I will post it right away.
Omaba, if I may come in, please. I know that you have quite a number of things you want to respond to. I'm going to be rounding up very soon because I've got other things I would like to. I'm about to do. So, if there's any other thing you want to write, because I would like to respond to some of the things that you said, right? If there's something else you wanted to say quickly in a minute, so I can respond to some of the things that you said, right?
Thank you very much, sir. Quickly, let me just say this now. Uba said something that I sincerely believe it is either we are being unserious or we are just playing politics with it. Anyone that's worked with multinationals will tell you that it is impossible. I repeat, it is impossible to get a job in any of these big multinationals with fake certificates. Now, you came and said that the person that went to Chicago State University was a female. Let us get serious for once. That just this assumption in your mind, I don't want to use brain. That one will sound insulting. I'm not trying to be condescending. You assume something in your mind and you believe it is true. Let us get serious. The university, go on their timeline, go on the university website. They listed their prominent alumni. This same man is there on the official website of the university. Go there. Let us get serious. You can.
Sorry, I'm gonna come in now because of time. I gave you a minute, please. It's very important that I come in now just to round up quickly, right? I know you've have quite a number of things that you would like to say, but before that, let me quickly respond to Mr. Benjamin. He said, "You people gather here to listen to a dumb fool marketing an old sick drug criminal for them like this in 2020." Listen, Mr. Benjamin, that is very, very insulting. You don't have to be here. If you don't like what Mr. Omoba is saying, you can respectfully get out of the place, right? The idea that you guys can go to any platform on the comment section and start insulting people is not condoned here. Nobody invited you to be part of the platform. Mr. Omoba did not invite you, neither did I invite you. If you do not like what he's saying, get out. It's that simple. Anyway, let me help you out. So I've told you guys severally, and I will continue to say it. If you don't like what the speaker is saying, you don't have to be here. And name callings is not something I will condone here. All right? And calling somebody a fool because you disagree with them, I don't care how you feel about it. This platform is not for you. But Mr. Mobile, let me respond to some of the things you said. I think the problem I have is that, you know, we bring a lot of things, we bundle them up. Now, you talked about Mr. Peter B. You know, you might disagree. I am not his supporter. So, but you might think I'm his supporter because I'm going to defend some of the things that you said against him. Now, Mr. Obaze, I think it was Mr. Obaze, never said that Peter Obi built that hospital. He said he reconstructed that hospital. Please,
No,
somebody needs to correct me.
It was not Ubalze. It was
1 minute. Okay.
Jindu claim
Okay.
he built the hospital. Uba said he reconstructed. Jindu claim he built it.
Okay.
Sorry, I interjected this. Sorry.
All right. Are you going to allow me to speak? I never talked about Dinda. I'm talking about the individual Ubazi. So if you're making reference to Dinda, I never mentioned that name. So Mr. Ubazi did not say that Peter Obi built that hospital. What he said was he reconstructed that building, right? I want us to be very, very clear with that. Now, when you spoke earlier and you spoke about the issue of Panama, and I think the biggest problem I have is that Peter Obi and his team don't know how to defend this thing, and I'm going to help them to defend this thing. If you think that Peter Obi have committed any crime in this Panama thing, I want to believe that you as an APC member, you guys should take him to court. You didn't take him to court. If you, I mean, you say it's a crime, go and look at the Constitution. Take him to court. Take him to court. This Panama thing needs to die, or a natural death. Because at the end of the day, if you think that the man has committed a crime, take him to court. As a matter of fact, sue him today or tomorrow. I think the biggest problem I have, and I keep saying it, is just that Peter Obi and his team don't know how to respond to things. Right? Now, I'm going to say something that yourself or individuals will find difficult to believe in ourselves. He said, I've heard about this issue of the recording. You said you're a member of the church. What church was that again? I don't want to misquote you. Mr. Mobad, you mentioned the name of the church. You said you're a member of one church.
Living Faith Church. Living Faith.
Okay.
Living Faith.
Okay. So, yeah.
Winners
Thank
Chapel.
you very much. Winners Chapel. So I listened to that recording when it came out. Okay. Now, what is wrong in what Peter Obi said? He said it's a religious war. And you guys try to say he's a bigot and all this. He's not, because for me, my understanding of what he said here is there is a Muslim ticket. This thing is going towards religious side. So I am a Christian, and I want the Christian people to look at it from that angle. What is wrong in that? No, somebody help me out. You have it. 1 minute. Listen, you have a president, right? You have a president who decided to have a Muslim ticket in a country as diverse as Nigeria. Okay? Now, you guys, I don't know how you guys manage to record this and, whatever technology you guys use to record. And he's telling to somebody, this is going towards religious, it's becoming a religious war because there is a Muslim ticket here, which for me, I'm paraphrasing, please, I do not think it's right. It's looking like a religious war. Okay? What is wrong in somebody saying, as a Christian, I want a Christian to support me because the Muslims are going to support a Muslim candidate? What is wrong with that? If you want to respond, sir, tell me what is wrong with it, and I would continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like I said, I'm a Christian. But the guy after me that came after me is a Muslim. Ade is a Muslim. Now, when I hear a presidential candidate using such word, Bishop, Daddy, please help me tell your people in Kwara and Kogi that this is a religious word. This is politics. Bola did not do Muslim ticket because he wanted to Islamize Nigeria. No, he did Muslim ticket because he knew that at that time the only way he could have won that election was to bring a Muslim from the core north. That was what he did. And please, sir, even Atiku, there was nobody other person in that presidential election, whether Atiku, whether Showe, whether any other person, I've forgotten the rest of them, that campaign on the basis of religion. No. If
Sorry, I'm going to interject.
Okay,
please,
sir,
permit me. No. Please don't make me look like I don't know what I'm doing, right? Listen, the idea of Bola Ahmed Tinubu with the Muslim ticket is political, right? He believed that getting the Muslim Northwest, right? That was his target, not the Northeast. I mean, he has the vice president from the Northeast, but he's have a target with the Northwest because he believed getting a bunch of numbers from there would help him. All right. Now, Peter Obi, as somebody who, he's a Christian, and he had some pastors or some reverend fathers or what have you that he speaks with. And then he reached out to them and say, looking at this right now, there's a Muslim here going after Muslim. This doesn't look good for our country. Please permit me, so I'm paraphrasing. This is not his words, right? And he said it is a religious war because you cannot have a Muslim person in a country like this. What is wrong in that? You're telling me that Tinubu is not the person that said it. Listen, a number of individuals in the North did not vote for Tinubu because he was the best candidate. They voted for him because he's a Muslim. They voted for him based on that Muslim ticket. So if there is any individual that Nigerians should be looking at it from that angle, that they played a religious war, that would be Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because Peter Obi's ticket happens to be a Christian and a Muslim ticket, right? So when people talk about this, he said he's a religious war. What is wrong in him saying to a pastor, look at this from this angle, okay? These guys are coming with a Muslim ticket, right? I am a Christian. I need help. I need Christians to look at this and say, next time, we're going to support you because you're the right candidate. We're going to support you because you have another person from a different religion with you, right? If Peter Obi is running a Christian ticket, then you will look at me in the face and say to me, mindset, no, I will not agree with this because he's going, he's trying to change Nigeria and change everything. But no, Peter Obi's vice presidential candidate is or was a Muslim. So how do you now tell me that he's trying to change and divide Nigeria with religion? It was Bola Ahmed Tinubu who played that the Muslim ticket that decided Nigeria. You can respond if you want. I'm happy to continue with you because I think the biggest problem I have with Peter Obi's team is that they do not know how to respond to things like this. And you guys have run this thing for a long time, and I've had enough of it, and I'm going to respond to it. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I think we are mixing it up. And where are we mixing it up? We are mixing it up in the sense that politics differs from religion. Bishop Oyedepo is not a politician. He's a clergyman. Peter calling Bishop Oyedepo, he knew why he called him. He knew Bishop had numbers. He knew Bishop had people, pastors, that are listening to him. That's a fact. Okay. Did Peter, during that campaign, went around churches? Yes, he did. Winners, Redeem, so many of them. You understand? Now, I said it and I'm going to repeat it. There was no point during that campaign where Bola came out and said, vote for me because it's a religious war. No. He said it, and in fact, recently he even repeated it, that I picked Shetima because I needed the numbers. I needed the numbers. Without, if he had picked somebody like Babachi Lawan, he would have lost. In fact, he would have even came fourth or fifth. That was a fact because he had issues within the party who never wanted him to win. Fallout of the primary was still there. The Yoshibaju camp, the Amici camp, it was still there. So he needed the numbers from the north to win. That's number one. Number two, did Peter call a man of God who was not a politician to tell him that, Daddy, please tell your people in Kwara and Kogi that this is a religious war? Yes, he did. Because if he did not, he would have sued People Gazette. Yes, he did. And why he failed to sue them was because he knows if he has gone to court against People Gazette, the entire world would have known that, yes, he did this thing. Why? Because Bishop will not stand in a court of law and lie. He will not. Anybody that knows Bishop Oyedepo, he will not lie. He would tell the whole world, yes, we discussed, he called me, we spoke. Simple as that. There's no big deal about it. Now, calling a man of God to say that, Daddy, please tell your people this is a religious war. No, he could have said, Daddy, look at what these people are doing. It was not, it was only Bola that used a Muslim ticket. Atiku Vice was Okowa, a Christian. Showore Vice. I don't know whether Showore is a Christian or not. I don't think any one of them used Christian, Muslim. No, the only person that used Muslim ticket was Bola. So how could he have said it's a religious war when out of like 8 contestants, only one party used same religion, use a Muslim ticket? If like it was the only Christian that used a Muslim as vice and the rest of them were Muslims or Christian or Muslims and their vice were Muslims, then it could have been justified that it was a religious war. No, this was a politics. This was an election that has nothing to do with religion. But what he did in Anambra when he came up with Catholic versus Anglican was what he tried to play. And mind you, sir,
sorry, I'm not my shift. I'm mindset. I don't know why you keep calling me my shift. Listen,
don't mind me. We have a fine woman called my shift.
Okay, I'm not a lady, please. It's very important. I correct you.
I will tell you I love women. Don't mind me.
Okay, it's okay. That's okay. That's fine. You can love women. You can love men. I do not have any interest in any gender that you choose to love, but that's okay. But let's be serious right now. Let's go back to this topic. Now, I don't want to, you're digressing to Anambra. So let me come back to the issue of the comment that you guys have already made reference that he said this and he said that. And my question is very simple. You have a candidate in a country like Nigeria who decided to go with a Muslim ticket, knowing how the country is, right? And then you have a candidate who is a Christian and decided to go with a Muslim, right? And then he had a conversation with somebody, and in course of that conversation, based on what you guys recorded, the tape that you played out, and it appears he said something akin to, this is a religious war. What is wrong in him saying it's a religious war? I want you to explain that to me, because in my own opinion, right, it is a religious war, because a country like Nigeria, you cannot in good conscience look at a country like Nigeria and say you want to bring a Muslim ticket. So he hasn't done anything wrong in saying that. The problem I have with the whole thing is because of the way Peter Obi and his team handle the issue. That's my problem. It just doesn't really add up, because the argument you're trying to say, let him sue him to court. He has not sued. If you want to sue anybody to court, that is Peter Obi's problem. But to tell me that because of what Peter Obi said, that he is a religious bigot and everything, I do not want to accept that. And I'm not going to accept it. Politically, what he said, you can interpret it the way you want to interpret it. If there is anybody that played a religious card in the 2023 election, was Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And Peter Obi has every right to say this is a religious war, right? Because you cannot, in good conscience, as a country as Nigeria, you tell people, you're going to have a Muslim ticket. And then the man said to a pastor, this is a religious war. What is wrong in that? My biggest problem with this whole thing, and I keep saying it, is how Peter Obi and his team handled it. And that gave people the right to come and, retwist this thing and make it as something that is not. There is absolutely nothing wrong in him saying what he said, right? There is absolutely nothing wrong in what he said. It is a religious war because we have a Muslim ticket against him. So what is wrong in that? What is wrong in that? You have not explained to me what is wrong in it. You said to me as a politician, he shouldn't say it. You shouldn't say
Sorry,
what.
can
Go
I
ahead, sir.
speak now?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, everything is wrong with it. And I'll tell you why everything is wrong with it. Number one, it was not a contest between Christian and Muslim. It was a contest between politicians, political parties. And in all these political parties, you have Christians, you have Muslims, you have traditional worshippers. That's number one. Number two, calling the person of Bishop Oyedepo. Bishop was not the INEC chairman. Bishop was not a political party member. Bishop was not APC, PDP, Labour Party, any political party secretary or chairman. He called Bishop because he knew what he wanted to do. What he wanted to do was simple: galvanize Christian votes to vote for him. Like I said, if you remember, sir, there were like 8, 9 political party or even more that had presidential candidates in the last general election. The only political party that had both presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate that have the same religion is the only APC. Now, assuming the other political party had the same thing, we would have said, okay, this is the only Christian candidate in this election. No, he was not the only Christian candidate. Adebayo of SDP was a Christian. So whether we, I don't know, I'm not too sure, but I think he's from Ondo, Ilaja side, no, Ijo side. So definitely he will be a Christian. So for someone to say this is a religious war, no, it is not a religious war. It is a contest of political party. If you wanted vote, you would have said, Daddy, we wanted your support. I need your support. This and that. No, using that word religious war. No, politics is a game of number. Now, look at the election. Somebody who used the same Bola is Muslim, Kashim is Muslim. They won with 8 million plus votes. Atiku, a Muslim, is Vice Okowa from Delta, a Christian, came second with almost 7 million. Peter came third with 6 point something million. You understand? So it means that people didn't buy into majority vote of the voter did not buy into Peter rhetorics of it's a religious war. Like I told you, I'm a Christian. My younger brother, Ade, is a Muslim. So how do you think someone like me will accept it? Now, the funniest thing is, last Saturday was my son's wedding. You know the funniest thing? He's a diehard. When I say diehard obedient, Salako, the popular Salako, knows him. Some of them were at his wedding. He's a diehard. So how do you want me to now look in my family and kind of, I have a Muslim younger brother, I have a son who is a diehard obedient, who was one of their leading we like say leader in our local government. So to me, you could have said, okay, we need your vote, Daddy, we need your support, help us and get. No, that is understandable. But using that word, religious war, we don't even fully well what he did when he was governor. That was why people like me, I said, no.
Sorry, Mr. Moba. You see, I give you the opportunity so me and you can have this conversation. But let me quickly read out what some of the things that people are saying on the comments. I don't really get involved in defending politicians or doing other things. Let me quickly read out. Mr. Toronto Gunner said, if there's nothing wrong with Peter Obi saying religious, why is he denying it then? Why did he then sue People's Gazette? Must we defend everything? LOL. Listen, as I've said earlier on, I think the way Peter Obi and his team handled it, they handled it the wrong way. Personally, for me, right? And I can defend it anytime, any day. You probably might not be comfortable with it. You have a candidate who's going with a Muslim ticket. You have another candidate who is a Christian going with a Muslim ticket, speaking with a pastor, right? A pastor, or is he a bishop, who you guys refer him to, Mr. Moba. Now, saying, I need help in some of these states, okay, because this thing is looking like, I'm paraphrasing, please, this is not his words. So when somebody's quoting, quote mindset, because we just listening to one part of the conversation, we didn't know what transpired before that or the conversation they had after that, right? Now, this thing is like this thing is a religious war. What do you mean by religious war? If I was part of the meeting, I would ask, he would now explain to me that we cannot have a Muslim ticket. This is exactly the way I look at it. And that's the way I look at it, I mean, till today. That is absolutely, what is wrong in him saying having a Muslim ticket is a religious war? What is wrong in that? My biggest problem with this is how him and his team handled it. And I don't owe them any apology. And I talked about this before, and I will continue to say it. It's just how they handle this whole thing that made it, amplified it, and every single thing. It just doesn't really add up for me. Politically, there is a way they could have handled this thing. This thing would have been dead, and everybody would have moved on with it, right? You say he denied it. That's his business if he chooses to deny it. He said he wanted to sue People's Gazette. That's why you guys will always bring it up and say, why hasn't he sued? What is wrong with me saying it? That this is a religious war. Of course it was a religious war in 2023, because in good conscience, nobody will want to bring a Muslim ticket in a country like Nigeria. So what is wrong in him telling a pastor that? I want somebody to tell me what is wrong, and you're still going around the circle. You have not told me what is wrong with it.
Sir, he said that you are not getting me, or I don't want to believe that you are pretending not to get my point. Because I know you are a very sincere person. Now,
no. You see, what you're telling me, right, is wrong. You repeat is you're saying to me, sorry, permit me. I do apologize for interjecting, please. You're saying to me that he should have said to the pastor, Isaiah pastor, that please, I need help, for you to help me to win, and this thing, that he shouldn't use the word, this is a religious war. That's what you're trying to explain, isn't it? Hello, am I missing something?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so it's not that I'm not listening to you. I'm looking at it politically. Okay, you're saying the way you would have want him to phrase it, the way you would have want him to present it. I'm saying to you, looking at it from where I'm sitting right now, whether he chooses to say is a religious war, whether he chooses to say Muslim ticket is not good for Nigeria, there is absolutely nothing wrong in the context of the way the country is and the way it was in 2023. And you have not given me a clear answer why you think.
Sorry, sir.
Okay,
sorry, sir.
let
me ask a very simple question. Have you listened to that tape?
I listened to it once when it was published, and that was the only time I listened to it.
Okay, that means you've not listened to the full stop. It's like 28 minutes.
No, I
The
said I
recording.
listened to it. Listen, maybe you're missing the point here. I didn't say I listened to it for a minute. I said I listened to it once. Once
Oh, good.
means I you know what, Mr. Omoba, I think let
No,
me
no,
go
no,
and
no,
find
no.
something to eat
Do you know
because
why I asked? Do you know why I asked? Do you know why I asked? Because now you are trying to help him break it down. No, I listened to the entire stuff. I heard what he said with the bishop. At no point did he bring. No, what he said was very, very clear. Daddy,
Mindset, please, can I come in?
Oh, sorry,
Uba, please,
Uba,
Uba,
let
please,
him
just give me
land.
like 1 minute, sir.
Go ahead. Now let me sorry, go ahead, Omar, but listen, right? Me and you will
Okay.
be saying that we'll be here for the next 30 hours. Okay. Okay. Your point is that what he said you did not agree with it and everything, because for somebody who wants to rule Nigeria, he shouldn't be saying, I'm saying to you, looking at it politically, you might want to like it, but I do not see anything wrong in it. My biggest problem with it is how Peter Obi and his team handled it. If there's anything to fault in this whole thing that happened, is how they handle it. And the way they continue to handle things. That's my problem with it. That is my biggest problem with this whole thing that happened. Right? And I think it gave you guys the opportunity to continue to bring it up because you always make reference to it because they handled it the wrong way. There's a way to handle these things and everybody will move on. This is politics. All right? But let's leave it at that. You disagree with me. You say you don't agree with me. And it is what it is. Personally, for me, there is absolutely nothing wrong in him saying what he's saying to gather votes. That's what I have to say. Right? You want to continue? There's a lot of people requesting for the mic. I am not a person that
No,
like to
please,
defend Peter
please,
Obi.
you
Go
can
ahead.
give Ubazi, you can give Ubazi because definitely
Oh
you and
God.
I will be going back and forth on this, and just let's move the mic, sir.
No, it's okay. I'm not gonna move. I don't even have time to move the mic. I think I've exhausted what I needed to say. I think anybody that want to come up and tell me about Peter Obi saying this thing, I'm going to defend it the way I defended it. Maybe I would even defend it more than what I defended it. Does that mean I'm a supporter of Peter Obi? You know my position, right? You might disagree, but in saying that this is a religious war and somebody's argue that he's a bigot and all that, that's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. All right? That's something I'm not going to accept. Uba, if you want to say anything in a minute or two, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mindset. Omaba, first of all, the reason why Peter Obi did not go ahead with the lawsuit was because of the involvement of Oyedepo. And he made the phone call, but that phone call was doctored from the reports. But let us even assume that that phone call was real. All right. It was a personal conversation between him, irrespective of who it was. It could have been his neighbor, which was Nigeria being a corrupt place. They leaked the audio. It was a personal conversation, like I said, irrespective of who he was talking to. Now, you want to use a personal conversation between P2B and someone to claim that P2B is a bygone. Meanwhile, you're okay with somebody openly choosing a Muslim ticket to run with just for numbers. You don't have a problem with it. But Peter be asking, even if it was true, Peter be asking somebody to please talk to your supporters. This is a religious war. Let's even assume it's true. A personal conversation, because of it, you cut that part, you say, okay, yes, because he said this is a bigot. Do you know what if I have every conversation Bola Ahmed Tinubu made before the election? Personal conversation. If you start running with it, then everybody's in trouble. Then, secondly, this same man, during this same elections, you say he went to churches, but he kept on saying, do not vote for me because I'm a Christian. Do not vote for me because I'm from the South. Vote for me because everywhere he went to, that was his slogan throughout every church he went to. You did not see that one, but you want to cut a private conversation, which was doctored, to claim that he was a bigot.
Sorry,
Just think about
let
it.
me come in here. Please, mute your mic for a minute. Listen, you see, this is one thing I keep saying. Let's assume that whether it was doctored or not doctored and everything, right? Let's assume that it was real. This is, I think this is my biggest problem with, not only yourself, those that support Peter Obi, it's just how you people handle things and how you defend things. Bringing the issue of being doctored on it, let's assume that this is real. What is wrong in it? I don't know
No,
what.
I'm not even saying.
No.
I'm not. It's okay. I'm even if it's a real. Of course, there's no problem with it. It's a personal conversation. I can imagine even things that were not personal. We saw Bola Tinubu talk about snatching it, grabbing it, and running with it. Imagine other personal conversations that he had, and people overheard it, or people recorded it, or phone conversations. It's a personal, even if it's real. Like you said, what is even wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. And like I said, it's a personal conversation. So why you, because of a personal conversation, you are saying that he's a bigot? It doesn't make sense to me.
Anyway, I'm going to end this thing here because it's going to a bigotry space. Mr. John Fax said a gaslighting space, weaponizing sentiment of religious bigotry is big. Sorry, let me repeat that again. A gaslighting space, weaponizing sentiment of religious is bigotry, no matter how hard you try to twist it. I mean, this is the thing, sir. You don't have to be here. I keep telling you guys, if you think the spaces is not for you, you can respectfully get out and go somewhere else. All right? If you think it's been a platform that has been gaslighting people, you can go somewhere else. One thing I do on this platform is I don't put spaces and say people I'm hosting spaces, right? I'm speaking based on my own opinion. If you think I'm defending Mr. Peter Obi, that's your business, right? I've called him out and I'll continue to call him out. But on this particular thing, my biggest problem is how Peter Obi and his team handled it. And they have not learned their lessons. Both the Peter Obi and his team and those around him, they have not learned anything about this thing, how they handle things. It's just so sad that they have not learned anything. There's a way to how they should have handled this thing. When this thing happened, people were saying it was doctored, and then you have the likes of Kenneth Okonkwo come out to say, no, it was not doctored. These things has to be handled professionally. You expect, what is wrong with this thing? You take your time, analyze it, and explain yourself to people, right? He said it's a religious war. Of course, it was a religious war because you have a bigger. You have what's it called? A Muslim ticket. My problem is not what was said. My problem is how they handled it. That's my biggest problem with the whole thing. And I wish them well. Good luck to them. And anyway, enough of this thing. I've said what I needed to say. And anybody that disagree with me, good luck to you. Do we have any other thing to add? Do we have any other thing? I've been on spaces for how many hours right now? Mr. Omoba, you're okay right now. So we have trashed this one. We're not coming back to it, okay? I don't know why you're using the laughing emoji. We have trashed it, so you've agreed that
No, we have, my brother. With you, I don't have any issue. It's just Uber that is trying to tell us it was doctored and every other stuff. Sir, it was not doctored. It was a 28-minute long conversation. Listening to it, it was not doctored. And maybe you've forgotten, he also went to a place where he said, church, take back your country. So it was not doctored. So please, don't let us play around the words.
Just like I say, people take back your country. He was in the church. He was not saying mosque, take back your country, the church.
So he said, church, take back your country. So, I wonder.
Yeah, he said, people, Nigerians, take back your country. Youth, take back your country.
Maybe you will tell us that was
everywhere he
doctored
goes.
again. So
No,
let
he
us,
said it
don't
with
worry,
his
sir.
mouth.
Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. It's
Nigerian
fine.
youths, take back your country.
And now you are doctoring what somebody said on public.
He said he went to other places. He went to schools. He said, "Youths, take back your
I'm
country."
not talking about
he
other
went to a
places.
church.
I'm talking about the church he
Take back
went
your
to, where
country.
he
That is what he
specifically
was in a
said.
church.
Church. He
Okay,
He
guys.
was in
All
a
right.
church. He wasn't in a mosque.
Okay.
He specifically said church.
Okay. All right. See, this is why I'm very mindful of the kind of conversation I have on this platform. It's not that we are running out of conversation. It's just that people keep speaking when others are speaking. Listen, whether he said, church, take back your country, whether he said, Nigeria, take back your country, whether he said, Mr. Omoba, take back your country. Whether he said Mr. Oba, take back your country. Listen, church, the people in the church, they're part of Nigerians, right? Do we agree that those in the church were part of Nigerians? They are Nigerians, aren't they? So what is wrong in him saying, church, take back your country? Rise up and take your country back. Those in the church belong, they are from every part of this country. There are those in that church. I mean, as a matter of fact, the pastor of that church is a Yoruba man. So you wouldn't say he's a bigot because he's speaking to a Yoruba person. So where do you guys get that from? Okay? The pastor is a Yoruba man, right? So that's my response to this whole thing. Anybody that will bring this topic on this platform, I will defend it to the last, and I will continue to say what I've said. This is my defense to it, but it's not a topic I'm interested in to continue. I mean, when it happened, I didn't discuss it. It's just that Mr. Omoba spoke about it when he was mentioning things, and it would appear that people are running away from confronting it, right? Okay, people are running away from confronting this. You cannot leave these things underneath the carpet. You face it, you face it, and then deal with it. Okay? People can disagree. That's okay. Mr. Gaba, good morning. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Sorry, good afternoon. I say good morning. We have not seen you on the
Maybe
platform.
maybe you're not in Nigeria, so it's okay.
No. I started the platform. Look, I've been on this platform 7 o'clock this morning. Today is public holiday.
Really?
So yeah. It was quite from this to this, and I'm just enjoying myself with every other person on this platform. I've not spoken to you. You have not been on the platform since the demise of Buhari, right?
Yeah.
And I thought as much because you're one person that loved Muhammadu Buhari like any other thing. And, condolence to yourself and your family members. How have you been?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm okay.
I don't know if you want to come into the conversation. I don't want to talk about bigotry or anything. That's not what I discuss on my platform. But if there's anything you want to add quickly, you're welcome to.
Okay, we'll try to desist from politics of religion and whatever. Say I supported Tinubu in 2023, but I didn't support Kashim. Kashim was from my place, but I didn't support that Muslim ticket because I believe in fairness and whatever. Because the kind of Buhari politics you played then, Buhari was always telling us that anything that will bring division or injustice or like a fairness in the process is not part of it. So we are brought up with the kind of politics that doesn't allow this kind of thing to happen. So I didn't support that ticket. I didn't support it actually. I voted for them, but I didn't support it because initially my candidate was Osibanjo. But Peter Obi saying that audio they come out with it. I think to me, no politics. I don't want to engage so much with politicians here. But this is the same Peter Obi that I wanted to go the ticket 2027 general election. Him with Rufai, even though I'm far away from anything that has to do with politics now. Just watching the ADC, this thing, and whatever. Because I have issues with Tinubu administration and the way things are going. But I don't care what Peter Obi said. It wasn't okay with me to some extent, but I don't want to discuss about it. I'm still behaving like that Nigerian I'm behaving before. I believe on fairness. There should be no tickets that we give a Muslim or Christian ticket, especially with the kind of Nigeria we have today. Okay. When Buhari was in power in 83, Tunde Ogun was a Muslim, I think if I get it right. Okay, so I can't remember who Abiola picked as his vice presidential candidate. Babagana Kingibe. See, well, that was Nigeria of then, when things are working, when things are going perfectly. But these politicians come up and brought all these differences of religion, tribes, and whatever between us, so that they make it sensitive to us to the extent that we see all the problem we have today. But this is me. I wasn't okay with what Peter Obi said then. But if I have to choose a prepared candidate now, I would choose Peter Obi and Erufai. Not minding that I came from Northeast with Atiku and Shetima and rest. I've never been a supporter of PDP, neither Labour Party or any other party. Mindset knows that in the course of the discussion all this while, knows that I'm true Buhari. I'm coming. So
Gaba, please focus on your kids. Don't worry. I'll probably come back tomorrow or something. We'll continue this conversation myself.
no problem. I'm working with them.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm actually stepping out of the house. So there's no problem. Well, we are praying for a better Nigeria. Okay, let's have a better country and let's do our best to be able to change the way things are. That's it. I'm away from politics now because of Buhari's demise, because it caught me unaware. So it was sudden something that we didn't expect, even though we know that he's sick for a while in UK. And we believe that death would come anytime, any day. Nobody will knock your door and say you are going to die today. Not
No
even
problem.
God tell you when you are going to die. So I actually choose. You are not seeing me on Space Mindset. I actually choose not to engage in anything that has to do with politics because of the death of Muhammadu Buhari. Oh, I'm still watching.
I noticed that, and I sympathize with yourself because for every time we're on this platform, you always mention how much you like Buhari and you campaign for him. And in as much as you're quite a Mori, I don't like it when you say those things, but you're one person that I think you're the only Buharis that we have on the platform, and but it's good to hear from you again. Listen, guys. Whether it's the people might not like it, people might dislike it. You've got to go out there. Politicians are politicians, right? If Peter Obi is a bigot, if he doesn't like people and he said things that he don't like, I mean, he work with everyone, right? He has a business, and in that business, or people go to that places and buy something. He never stop anybody because you're from a different place. If he's that person, people look at him and say he's a bigot. He shouldn't be allowed to run and everything. In 2019, I do not think that Atiku Abubakar would have gone with him, right? He have reached out to so many people from so many sectors, from so many places in Nigeria. He's somebody, yes, you might not like the way he's doing his thing, but using what the private conversation he had with somebody and say, he said this thing and that. I mean, you can disagree, but I do not see anything wrong in what he said. That's the way I look at it. I'm not getting involved in religion and all these things, and I just don't think if we're being fair to the man, that you're going to use that tape and say because of that. Yeah, I said what I said is the way his team handled it. That's the only problem I have with it. All right. But on that note, I wish you guys well. And I know a lot of people. My DM is full. I said, please, let's continue this conversation. No, I've got other things I need to do with myself. We have 21 individual requests for the mic. Listen, guys, and I don't like it when we do these things, right? Please, it's very important to me. Whether somebody is an APC member, whether somebody is a Muslim or you don't like them, please, this idea that people should not be allowed to speak on this platform, I will not condone it, and I would rather respect if for you guys to respect. Don't even put it on my comment sections. If I'm wasting my time interacting with Mr. Omoba, that's my time that I'm wasting, and I'm not going to get that time back. All right? He have a point, and I wanted him to understand where I'm coming from. I don't think I wasted my time. I want him to understand that tomorrow, if you bring out this particular topic on this platform, I'm going to defend it the way I defended it. So maybe he's not going to bring it back again. That's how you handle things. You don't leave things underneath the carpet and think it's not going to come out tomorrow. No, you face it. You face it. That's how life is for me. All right. So this issue has been dealt with on this platform, and I stand by what I said. I do not see anything wrong in a man who speaks to somebody privately, and I will end it on that note. Thank you, guys. I'll see you some other time.
La 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 la.